Ready to go when you are, Pulley.
First race, boys, first race.
Well, ladies and gents, a massive welcome here to Red Star Raceway, and it's the first outing for any of the competitors in full anger now. We kick things off with the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars as they start to make their way around and take up their positions on the grid. It's going to be an interesting little dice here with Julian Familiara setting the pace yesterday. His teammate is right alongside him, Franco Matteo, the Italian stallion, and those two will be fighting hard to try and keep the rest of this pack of V8s at bay. But as we know at Red Star Raceway, V8 Supercars are usually very, very big and difficult machines to handle. So let's see who's going to have what it takes here to take on the best of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars here for our first bit of coverage here at Red Star Raceway. Round 4 of the Extreme Festival. V8 Supercars making their way out onto the track now for the Rolling Start, aka their original nickname, the Rolling Thunder of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Terry Wolford has got that foot stock and all sorted out now. Hopefully going to be pushing hard there. Alongside him on the second row will be Warren Lombard, the Pep Boys Automotive Ford. And he's going to be pushing it to the limit to try and stay with the two Dimitar racing machines out in front of him. We've got Idemezzo and Lauda, of course, on the side now of that Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Franco Matteo's. And his stablemate just up the road there from him. Looking forward to a good fight between the two of them. They're going to start today's proceedings here, of course, on the front row. And V8 Supercars have always been very competitive around here. Looking at the lap times, getting down to the 153s for the first two. Those are the fastest cars on track here today. And they're pushing 153s and 154s there. Thomas Reed will be in the mix as well. He'll be looking good there in the Mobil 1 car. The only Chevy-powered machine out there in terms of actual Chevy products. With the Chev Lumina. We have, of course, got Chevy-powered Corvettes out there. But actual Chevy-powered machinery comes in the form of Thomas Reeb in the red and checkered flagged machine there. You can see it in shot right now. He's just behind the top two. Lombard, as I said, on that second row. Then it's Wolford. Wolford alongside David Kutsia. Kutsia will be pushing to try and come through the field as well as quickly as possible in the Mobil Grid machine. That's the Ford Mustang he's in. Mackie Adlam had an off earlier on, so didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted, but watch out for Mackie Adlam, the man from Ranfontein there at the back in the second of the Jaguars. And finally, at the back of the field, bringing up the tail, then there will be Larry Wolford in his Corvette. Big welcome to everybody who's joined us on the live stream as well. Thank you so much for your support, guys, getting out here early. A lot of you, I think, are even at the circuit, which is great. We want to have people here at the circuit jumping onto the live stream as well and watching the areas that they can't see from the Red Star Raceway grandstand. That'll be really awesome to check out. Richard Fuller's in the house, so is Belinda Groenewald. Peter Hardeman, as always, is here. Kat Pretorius and Luke Solby. Hope you can enjoy all this action as the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars come around to take up their start now and their first race of the day. Stand by for the Rolling Thunder to get that green flag. The lights will go on. When they go off, they can put the loud pedal down and head towards turn 1. We're running clockwise here at Red Star Raceway. It's the last race meeting of the year that we do clockwise. And there go the V8s in the background. You can hear them just outside our commentary position, down into turn 1. And it is Julian Familiaris who gets the whole shot. He runs a little bit wide there in the Corvette, but manages to keep it on the black stuff, right on his tail. Pushing hard is going to be Frank Matteo, his teammate, coming into turn 2 now. Bit of action in the background as Mackie Adlam starts to come into the mix, tries to get right onto the tailpiece there of Jerry Wolford. Made up 2 positions on the start. He's got ahead of David Coetzee. Stayed ahead of Larry Wolford. Head down now into turn 3 and 4. Into 4 to double right hand as they come out of 4. See just how hard these guys are going to push now for this first couple of laps. Remember, this is a short sprint race. A little bit later on, they've got another extra 2 laps thrown into it. There's a move. Another position gained there by Mackie Adlam. Tucks in behind Warren Lombard. He's ahead now of Terry Wolford as they get into the short straight. They head down that short straight to about 500 meters, and then it's a left-hand hairpin that they come to. First gear for these V8s. These V8s, of course, can do 140 k's an hour in first gear, so that's the kind of power we're talking about out of these massive V8 supercars. And enjoying every bit of this first lap is Mackie Adlam. He's made up 4 positions. He's now onto the tailpiece there of Warren Lombard in the Pep Boys Automotive. And Sean's Graphic and Signs Ford Falcon, as he comes up under massive pressure. Oh, the cat is pouncing, looking to get through there on the birds. He's looking for a way through Mackie Adlam. He's gone side by side with Lombard. He's on the inside, heading into the final corner. That takes him onto the back straightaway. That is up into what is now turn 11. And he gets up the inside of Lombard. Lombard had no answer there. Wow, Mackie Adlam is on a flyer. He's already up to 3rd place. He's in the 2nd of the Jaguars out on track, and he's hunting down the first one. Onto the brakes and into the chicane they come. Leader's already out of the chicane, about to complete the first lap in anger, and this is how it goes. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in the house here at Red Star Raceway, round 4 of the Extreme Festival. First lap done. Familiaris from Di Matteo. So it's basically Di Matteo racing 1 and 2 on track. Pressure being applied there by Mackie Adlam onto the back. Thomas Reeb now. Reeb under pressure. Chevy Lumina, Mobil 1 sponsored car there, under big pressure from the Adlam Auto Jag. Watch for the drive there from Adlam. Gets on the loud pedal. Look at that. Reeb was very good off the loud pedal as well, and manages to stay ahead as they head down towards turn 6, the hairpin. On the brakes and into that little hairpin. It's down to first gear, as I said, then short shift to 2nd. They'll hold 2nd here through the dog bone. See Familiaris getting away here ever so slightly, moving constantly away from his teammate, and just controlling things from the front end of this race. That's the gap. You can just see as we panned across there to watch the 2nd and 3rd place battle. There is the leader. That's 2nd, and that's the gap to 3rd. The gap to 3rd might be slowing down slightly, and I think that's why Adlam is applying a little bit more pressure. Running a little bit wide there. Put a wheel on the dirty stuff. You'll see a little bit of the Red Star dust coming up there. Adlam slides out of turn 11, puts the power down. This is where you get 2nd gear, 3rd gear, 4th gear, and in a V8 supercar, probably about 280 k's an hour before they climb on the anchors and bang it down into 2nd gear. Big move there from Adlam. He got through on Reeb, and he's up to 3rd place now, so looking to close down on his fellow Jaguar mounted machine. 2 Jags now, 2nd and 3rd. Chevy Lumina down to 4th place. Reeb and behind that is Warren Lombard fighting hard with Terry Wolford. Lombard and Wolford going at it as they come out of turn 1. Pep Boys Automotive machine on the fly there, looking for a chance now to possibly change things up. Here's Wolford. Wolford 1.5. Lap times, Familiaris doing 53.5, 55 out of everybody else, 54 and 55 out of the first 5. So certainly Julian Familiaris has found something special in that Corvette of his, and he's going to be a difficult man to catch and pass, but the one man who could possibly do that is Mackie Adlam. Frank Matteo keeping him at bay for now. Going to try and play the tail gunner role there for his teammate. They head down into turn 6, 2 Jaguars in full flight. New colours there on the Di Matteo racing machine. Louder Auto on the side, and you also got, of course, Hidemetsu on that car as well. Great to see some support coming there to the Italian stallion. Nice run here from him as he stays ahead of the Adlam Auto. Jaguar of Mackie Adlam. A little bit wide, trying to catch the late apex coming out of Adlam as he comes out there. Didn't quite get close enough, as we saw earlier on there. Certainly going well so far for these guys. Thomas Reeves going to try and stay with him. Behind that, we wait for the battle. There it is between Warren Lombard in that Pep Boys Automotive Ford, taking on the Ford just behind him. Terry Wolford in the Fuchs colours. Oh, Adlam is late on the brakes. He's closed right up now onto the back end of Frank and Mateo. Familiaris with another lap completed. Good run here from these guys, absolutely amazing. See how these V8 Supercars get into full gear, flight here. It's one of the only circuits in the country that they get to fourth gear in. Carlomi is one of them. The other one is East London Grand Prix circuit, and of course if they head down to Cape Town, which they're going to be doing at the end of the year, down the back straightaway they get to go to all 4 gears that are available in these boxes that they run. I think between East London and Red Star Raceway, that's going to be where you're going to see the full flight of these cars and the full potential of these V8 Supercars. Adlam on the inside. Oh, a big move. He's squeezing out the Italian stallion. Watch for the drive as he gets onto the... Oh, it's very close. Short straight though, but that inside line is always going to compromise your drive slightly. He had a look going in. He's going to have a look going into the turn 6. He's late on the brakes. Adlam dives up the inside. What a move. What a move there from Mackie Adlam, diving through on Frank and Mateo. Mateo saw him coming. He had no answer. Adlam was so late on the brakes there. It was fantastic to see. As they come now into the dog bone section. Let's see if the Mateo can return the favour. Pace that Mackie Adlam had there was pretty impressive. Adlam on the last pass was looking at about a 154.92. So 154.492. Last lap from Julian Familiaris was a 53.9, so he's got to try and make a little bit of ground. And I'm not quite sure if anybody's got the pace that Familiaris has found here this weekend. The line, another lap completed. Going really well here is Mackie Adlam. He's the fastest man on track at the moment now. Barn the leader. 55.8 out of Adlam now that he's got some DNA. But we've got consistent 53s to 54s coming out of Julian Familiaris. So Familiaris is definitely putting on the show here to get away from everybody else. Wide there from Adlam, puts the wheel on the dirt again. It's absolutely amazing to see Mackie Adlam now. He's actually going to try and bring Di Matteo and Reeve up along for the ride. Through the back there, the Jet Corvette of Larry Wolford. Haven't seen much of him, but he's getting that car all sorted out. It's certainly been a long time since we've seen, I should say, Larry Wolford on circuit in full flight. But it is great to have him back again, even though he's not quite up to speed just yet. Pep Boys Automotive machine here of Warren Lombard. It's a little bit wide, opens up the opportunity for Terry Wolford, but Wolford wasn't close enough. Wolford going to go and try and find a way past there, Warren Lombard. Lombard and Wolford going at it. As they come into it, it's absolutely amazing to see how these guys are pushing. And Di Matteo right now looks like he could be looking to close in again on Mackie Adlam. Adlam has had to work probably triple time to get ahead there of everybody from the back of the field. I tell you, it's not easy, that is for sure. Red Star Raceway, always tricky. V8 Supercars make it even more difficult. These things are a beast to handle. Lock diffs on the back. Basically a 600 horsepower go-kart. And you can see just how hard these guys are pushing it to the limit now as they're coming to the closing stages. We're at about 5 laps completed. Familiaris out front. Adlam second. Gazoo is in third. It's Thomas Reeb in fourth that we're looking at right now. Now the classic cars on the side of that car. That is a classic Jaguar in full flight there. This is a Corvette that I don't think anybody's going to have an answer to today. Remember, it will be an inverted grid for race number 2, so it'll mean that Julian Familiaris will have to come through the field like Adlam's done here in race number 1. But Julian Familiaris looking so good out there, could possibly be looking for a double victory on the day. Right now he's looking for the first one. First one in anger here for round 4 of the Extreme Festival at Red Star Raceway. If you've just joined us on the live stream, a massive welcome to you all. We are in Mpumalanga in South Africa, just near the town of Delmas. And it's Julian Familiaris who's just cruising ahead of this big pack of Mobil 1. That full flight down that back straight away. As I said, in a V8, probably about 280 k's an hour before they bang it down the box into second here for the chicane. Sometimes down even into first gear, depending on what ratios they're running. Familiaris is just controlling things perfectly. Laps ticking off here big time. Lappers, so they've just gone over the halfway stage. Lap 6 of 10 completed now. David Garcia comes through to complete another lap for himself. He's sitting currently down in 6th place overall in the Mobil 1 grid car. Ford Mustang. Ooh, D'Amato is pushing. D'Amato is on it. He's coming back here. The Italian stallion is not giving up. You might have seen a bit of a chink in the armour there for Adlam. Adlam seems to be running wide here. Maybe he's cooked his tyres. Maybe he's gone onto some old rubber, and the old rubber's not living life here in the closing stage of the race. But D'Amato is definitely on it, and he's having a look. He's going to have a look down here into the hairpin. Comes up close and personal, right onto the back exhaust pipes and the wing there behind Mackie Adlam. And looking to come back here. Could he spoil the day for this tremendous run so far from Adlam? I'm just trying to stay out of harm's way there as they were flying down into the hairpin at turn 6. They're into the dog bone now. Adlam is definitely under pressure. D'Amato is not giving this one up without a fight. He's definitely not going to give this up without a fight, that is for sure. Mackie Adlam going at it here big time. Coming up to complete lap number 7, so it'll be 3 to go. 3 laps of this 10 to be completed still here at Red Star Raceway. And it's a big move on here from Franco D'Amato. D'Amato now comes across the line, has a look into turn 1, shows the wheel, he's going up inside. Oh, he has a big look. Thought he might have a go there. Maybe setting things up for a bit later, but Adlam saw him coming. Great bit of driving there from D'Amato just to show a wheel. Get up alongside and just say, listen, I mean business here. I'm coming up for that second place. I want to make it. D'Amato Racing 1 and 2. Familiaris up the road. No worries at all for him. He's dropped down into the 56.3s now, so just taking it a bit easier there is Julian Familiaris, but he has got a decent margin of 8 seconds ahead of these two fighting for second. Once again, Adlam runs wide. Here comes D'Amato. Will he have a look again into the bottom turn? See a slightly modified nose on that Jaguar of D'Amato's compared to the one ahead of him. But those XKRs now looking for second place honours here. Nice run here so far from these guys as they come into the dog bone again. And Familiaris, as I said, is the man that they all want to try and catch, but no one's even answer. Warren Lombard's pulled slightly away now from Terry Wolford, who seems to be ailing. It looks like he might have a problem. He's dropped right to the back of the pack. And Lombard is slowly but surely closing in on Thomas Reeb. So it's Ford versus Chevy there for the honours of 4th place at this point. And 4th position up for grabs here. I've seen those big flames out of that Chevy as it comes on breaking. Oh, and he runs wide out of the chicane. Here comes Lombard. Lombard could have a go here. But Reeb sees him coming. He's late on the brakes. Familiaris on to lap 8 now, so he's got 2 to go. Oh, that's an awesome shot. Massive Mobil 1 flame out the side of that car. That Chevy now under pressure from Lombard. Lombard would love to be on the podium, and he's going to miss out on that one, but he's certainly not going to miss out on 4th place if he can help it. He wants to take that 4th place away from Thomas Reeb right now. So Reeb under attack, Adlam under attack. Positions 2 and 4 are up for grabs. This time Lombard's a bit closer. See if he can do a similar maneuver that he saw, and maybe he's going to set it up. He's looking like he is. He's going to try the same kind of maneuver that Adlam put on him to get through. He goes on the inside, cuts back and gets the apex out of the second part of the dog bone. If he can hang on to that inside line, that's where he might catch out Thomas Reeb. Reeb runs wide, and just able to close the door there on Lombard as he came out of it. That's where Lombard needs to be side by side with him. He's not close enough to make that one move. And that move will just have to wait. Let's see what he does in terms of the drive onto the back straight. He waits for a later apex to get the drive down and slides powerfully out of that bottom turn at 11. Coming out of turn 11, heading up towards 12 and 13 now. This is where things could change up, but Reeb just has to have an incredible run here to keep out Lombard if he can. First place is across the line. Adlam's opened up the gap again now between himself and Dimito. They're on to the final lap. Last lap here for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Julian Familiaris has not put a wheel wrong all race long. And he's got it's about half a lap to go there. It's here behind. Still considering 6th place on track. He's ahead of Wilford, who's dropped back into the clutches of his dad, Larry. Terry and Larry at the back of the field for 7th and 8th place. This is a fantastic run, as I said here, from Julian Familiaris. Probably the best we've seen out of him ever in his race career. To be so dominant in that Corvette is certainly something to be watching out for in the future of this particular championship for 2022. He's down into the dog bone for the last time. Thomas Reeb and Lombard still fighting at it, and there's a very evenly match there between them. Adlam's pulled slightly on Dimito, so that should be 2nd place sorted out for Mackie Adlam. Dimito's got enough space there between himself and Lombard, and he should still be able to hang on for the 3 spot. But heading up towards the final chicane for the last time in race 1 of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, it's Julian Familiaris. Dimito Racing Corvette about to take the first victory here. There you have it. Clean and clear. Chevy fans, you'll be happy with that. The Corvette takes the victory. It's going to be a Ford Power Jaguar XKR that comes through for 2nd and 3rd with Adlam at the wheel. And in fact, Thomas Reeb closing rapidly on the back end of Frank Dimito there in the closing stages. He'll finish in 4th place ahead of Warren Lombard. And it'll be David Coetzee, Terry Wolford and Larry Wolford who will finish up there for 6th, 7th and 8th place in race 1 of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. There's confirmation unofficially of our results so far. Julian Familiaris with a clean and clear victory over his teammate, who finished up in 3rd place behind Mackie Adlam. Dimito there in the 3 spot. And then Reeb, Lombard, David Coetzee are about to come and complete his race. And he'll be finishing up in 6th ahead of Terry Wolford and Larry Wolford. That's Mobil 1 V8 Supercars done for the day. We've got a short break to get a bit of circuit cleanup. And once that circuit cleanup is done, we'll be back in action here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival with the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, energized by Red Square. So welcome back everybody here. SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup about to make their way onto the circuit, as you can hear in the background. A massive welcome to Paul Harmser. Hey Chris Hoyle, how you doing, bud? And Peter Hardeman, yes, you were 100% right. The wind here at Red Star has picked up slightly, as you can see there from those CompCare Polo Cup banners and the Dunlop tyre banners. However, it won't have a major effect on the riders today, as much as it would if we had a slightly stronger breeze. This breeze will basically be right in their faces down the short straight, so it'll allow them to brake earlier, or brake late I should say, on the short straight, and it'll give them a little bit of extra power down the long back straight, which is 1 kilometre long here at Red Star Raceway. So that's kind of how it would affect the bikes. I also saw McQueen jump in there too, along with Landy Sinden, Paul Rackberger and Alan Green. Big welcome to you guys. Jacob van Staden has just jumped in as well. But yeah, a massive welcome there to everybody from around the world watching us on our live stream feed on YouTube and here on Facebook as well. The Facebook page, on the Extreme Festival page, on Volkswagen Motorsports page, on Red Star Raceway page. I mean, we're going out everywhere. But do us a favour, if you are watching, please give us a like and share. Pass it on to all your friends and fans and family and tell them what's happening here at Red Star Raceway in Delmas and Mpumalanga, South Africa, if you are from international shores watching us here on the live stream. Barry Hubbard's in the house as well, one of our season campaigners, along with Chris Hoyle in both Brunch Run and Thunderbikes. Good to have you guys watching ZX10R Masters Cup, and it is a big field of, what are we looking at here? 37 motorcycles on track. That's pretty decent. It's got to be seen as what is currently South Africa's premier circuit motorcycle racing category. There's no doubt about it. The ZX10R Masters Cup. SunBet are their sponsors. They are energized by Red Square. They are sparked by NGK spark plugs, and they are shod with Bridgestone tyres. And all of them are Kawasaki branded ZX10R Masters. And of course, Masters meaning that they have to be over the age of 35 or more. 35 and up is the Masters, 45 and up are the veterans, and 55 and up is Class C Grandmasters. Currently it's an inland versus coastal battle for this championship. Although we are at the home of Graham Van Bedar and Michael Smit. They live in Springs, of course, just down the road. So Michael Smit and Graham Van Bedar will be looking to try and get through there on the two coastal-based riders who outgunned them for qualifying. Incredible to see Jason Lamb on pole position. I didn't quite expect that from Lammy, but after the event and, of course, the confidence he came out of in Port Elizabeth, he's certainly going to be fired up here this weekend, along with Ronald Slammert, who, of course, will be running in the MyK Oxy colours, as well as Lacquer Racing. He's been helped out by Alan John Fenter's team here. And of course, if you want anybody to teach you how to go around Red Star Raceway, you won't find a better person than Alan John Fenter and Lacquer Racing to show you the way. Hey Mark, good to have you here. Thanks very much. Angela Langer joining us. Fantastic to have you here for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Looking forward to whatever's going to be put onto the plates this evening for dinner. I can't wait. Right, but it's not dinner time now. It's ZX10R Masters Cup time. It's a purpose-built motorcycle circuit, just to let everybody know. Remember how that works. In her own right, Landy Sinden, who's taken a year or so off just to bring in that absolutely amazing youngster that they've had in the Sinden family. So all the very best to them. And I'm sure he's sitting there with Mom right now and loving all the action that's on track. So we've got Jason Lamb, Ronald Slammert, Graham Van Bedar. That's your front row. Then it's Michael Smit, Brian Bontekoning and Dave Enticott, championship leader. Look out for Trevor Westman, Hein McMahon and Sanjeev Singh. Then it's Keith Agliotti on the Ridgeway Race Bar Kawasaki, ahead of Byron Rothwell and Wayne Shelley. Henk Kruger, Jason Langerfeld and Apana Ganapathy, Rob Craig, Johan Leroux and Ruan Olberholzer. The Dog Doctor, Stuart Christie, is ahead of Ian Harwood. And Dieter Heiserman up there as well, just ahead of Aubrey Murray. Lafris Fritz, Stephen Golgocci's out there as well on the Prime Equip machine. And he'll be looking for a chance now to run with that Prime Equip Kawasaki. This is the warm-up lap. This is not a start. Although by the looks of the way they went out in turn one, you would think it was a start. But no. Let's have a quick squiz at what happened and our lead up to this with the pre-race press conference.
SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. It's been an interesting day so far, and it's going to be even more today in the racing itself. I think you guys are going to be in for a big one. Dieter, what's your plans?
Well, first of all, just to finish the race, I think would be great. No, we'll go for it as hard as we can and see where we end up.
The great thing is about that mid-pack is that there's always good dices, isn't there?
no, for sure, there's always somebody in front of you and somebody behind you pushing you. So yeah, no, it's great fun.
Loops, from your side, how are you going to come through that field?
Man, it's been a struggle for me. It's not been the start that I was hoping for the ZXN Cup. But through all the struggles, we keep trying, hoping to go a bit better tomorrow.
That's what we like to hear. Red Baron, what's the plan, Ronald? Are you going to try and get to the front end there? Basically, it's a welcome to Graham's house, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the downside of things. But I think not taking any points home in PE, I think I got my head screwed on right this time. We know that we need to make up for what we lost. So we looks like we're on the front row for tomorrow, and we'll see how the race goes. It's a long race, so I really plan to bring it home and just get the best results that we can. But like you said, they're home ground, so we'll try and fight the Bulldog.
Yeah, that Bulldog is definitely going to be full fight today. There's no doubt about it. So I think Graham Van Breda is up for the challenge. Keep an eye out as well on Trevor Westman, Dave Enticott, Brian Bontekonen coming through the field. They're always good at the circuit. So is Sanjeev Singh. And also disappointing qualifying there, as you heard there from Lubabalo and Sana and Safiso Temba at the back of the field. But of course, the 6-3 Nation and Lubs are going to be fighting hard there. It's the battle of the threes there, 53 and 63 at the back of the field. Henk Kruger as well in that mix. He'll be looking for a chance to make his way to the front end there on that machine right there, the number 82 Kawasaki ZX-10 Masters machine that he pilots in almost golf racing-esque colours there on his ZX-10. So we are ready to go here. Almost good to go for race number 1 of the SunBet ZX-10 Masters Cup. Of course, energised by Red Square, sparked by NGK, shod with Bridgestone tyres and all on Kawasaki ZX-10s. Jason Lamb is the man who set the pace all weekend long so far. He's on pole. Alongside him is the Red Baron, Ronald Slamet. We heard he's going to take on the Bulldog. And Graham Van Breda on the Stefanudis and Motor-sponsored Kawasaki is there on the front row as well. Getting clearance there from the COC. Lights will go on in 5 seconds' time. As soon as they go off, we are racing with ZX-10 Masters Cup. Down towards turn 1 we go. And it's time to get the tyres and light the fires. And it's Jason Lamb who gets the whole shot. Lammy goes into turn 1 ahead there. It's Van Breda who tucks in just ahead of Michael Smith for 3 and 4. Good start from the centre there from Brian Bontekonen. Enticott's just behind him. Looks like it's also a good start coming out of Trevor Westman and Hein McMahon. Westy already making his way to the front end and dropping just behind and into the clutches there of Wayne Kelly on the Shop 74 Kawasaki. Great move there from Safiso Temba. Diving up about 4 or 5 positions. He's got through, I think, on Shui Christie as they went into turn 2. Coming out of turn 3, he cemented that one and made it stick. So great move there from Safiso. Further back, this is the wayward Kawasaki of Westman that we're watching for. Rob Craig just ahead there of the 31 buck. That'll be Agliotti. Keith Agliotti Jr. doing a superb job so far this weekend on the Ridgeway Race Bar Kawasaki. Couple of chops and changes that have happened at the front end here, mainly coming out of Bontekonen and watching for Hein McMahon and Sanjeev to come into the pick. Nice little start there from them. Remember, they'll have a little bit more of advantage in terms of how much time they've spent on the circuit compared to the Cape Town and the coastal-based riders. Come out of a very tricky section, of course, now into the dog bone. This is a fantastic section on a motorcycle. Flick it down, off-camber left-hander, then it's an off-camber right-hander, then you come through a little flick that we're in right now that takes them into a short straight. That'll then bring them down into about 3rd gear before they bang it up the box all the way up that back straightaway. And they'll be close to the 280 km/h mark here, also on a ZX-10R. The front end of the field will be close to that 280 km/h. That's what Lamb is doing right now to stay ahead of Ronald Slamet. Slamet is on fire at the moment and looking for a way through there on Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb goes on the inside of that dirty line, you can see, trying to avoid the slippery line there. Because dropping oil earlier on in their qualifying sessions. That's Rob Craig on the Mad Max Kawasaki. Slowly but surely making his way to what could potentially be the front end of the field for him. On it as they've come through to complete the first lap there. Derek Kennedy joins us along with Sean Miller. Big welcome to you guys. There's a fantastic battle expected here with the ZX-10 Masters Cup, and just having a look to see how things go here. We're going to go back to how it stands. Jason Lamb out front ahead of Ronald Slammett. Graham Van Bedard's in the 3 spot. Ian McMahon is all over the back end of Shelley as they went on. Westman trying to close things down there on Sanjeev Singh. Sanjeev, as I said, always good here at Red Star Raceway. And he's starting to put the pressure onto that Motorwise and Siren Engineering Kawasaki of our championship leader there. So looks like Enticott could have his hands full. Enticott pushing hard. Smith just ahead there of Brian Bontekonen. And that battle between him, Enticott, and Sanjeev Singh. He's trying to close the gap down there, as you can see on the second and first place riders. Where is Van Bedard? Van Bedard's dropped back down to 4th. Van Bedard's dropped to 4th, so it's Michael Smith ahead of Graham Van Bedard. He's made a mistake somewhere on track there in that first part of the lap. And he's dropped to 4th place. Michael Smith up to 3rd. Top 74's Kawasaki is Wayne Shelley on board. It looks like Shelley could be leading things out in the Grandmasters. So the over 55 class is being led out by Shop 74's Wayne Shelley. Oh, must have run wide slightly there, put a wheel on the dirt. You can see a little bit of the dust kicked up there into Shelley's face. There's Rob Craig on the brakes. Down in the braking, down into what is now turn 12 and 13, the little chicane, the Bridgestone chicane here at Red Star Raceway. Another lap completed in anger. SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup, energized by Red Square. And they are in full flight. We've got a new leader. Slammett hits the front. So the Red Baron has taken a bit of Mike Oxy and decided to try and put a bit of breathing room between himself and Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb is falling into the clutches of Michael Smith. Smith is good around the circuit, there's no doubt about that. So Michael Smith could be closing things down here on the 2 leaders and wanting to spoil their day. It's Cape Town's Ronald Slammett, the Red Baron, who leads out over Jason Lamb from PE. 42, a bit further back there. Nice run here. Well, not further back, I should say, in 2nd place. But he's a bit further back on Ronald Slammett than what he was earlier on. He seems to be losing ground here to Slammett. They come down onto the brakes. Max Kawasaki now under a bit of pressure from Michael Smith just behind him. Smith applying the pressure big time. Ooh, off the circuit. He's run off the circuit there, just trying to pick up on a number on that bike. Possibly going to be, I think that may have been Dieter Hazen. So it could have been the big guy. Just chatted to him in the pre-race press conference. He ran off there on his own. I'm not quite sure if it was him. I didn't get a number, unfortunately, on the bike. It was just out of the shot of our camera. Sanjeev Singh having such a good run here. Look at this. Keeping the killer behind him. Slacky closing in on them. Mad Max behind that is also a big fight here. And Henk Kruger. And then, oh, nice run there from Keith Agliotti and Byron Rothwell. Byron Rothwell coming through the field rapidly there on the Mad Magic bike. Johan Leroux so far down. That is very unusual for him. He's got Lafras Fritz right on his tail. And he's trying to close things down there by the looks of things at this stage on Aubrey Marais. So Aubrey Marais has had a fantastic run here in the first half of race 1 as they come down that back straightaway, heading into the Bridgestone chicane. Marais from Leroux, Lafras Fritz on their tail. Jason Langerveld in the mix there as well. In fact, that is Langerveld, I beg your pardon. Similar leathers and similar helmet to Lafras, so apologies there to the fans of Jason Langerveld. It's actually Jason Langerveld who's fighting there with Ruan Oberholzer just behind him. Panaganapaki hasn't quite closed down on those packs just yet. And then you've got the dog Dr. Shuey Christie and Ian Harwood behind this pack. So they're all having a fantastic run here so far for race 1 of the ZXNR Masters Cup. We had yellow flags into the chicane due to a rider coming off the circuit and pushing his bike into pit lane. But we've got green flags across the line again for everybody. That is just showing it's clean and clear once you go across that start-finish line. Work out what number that might be that's dropped off the back end. I think it could possibly be, it might be Lubabalo and Sana on the 53 bike, who has just made his way into pit lane after a bit of a tough time there. Back to the battle here with Sanjeev Singh and Trevor the Killer Westman. Westman running wide out of the entrance into the dog bone. We call it the dog bone because if you see this from an aerial point of view, you see it's like almost a cartoon-esque bone that would be drawn for a cartoon character. One half of it anyway. And then it's a left flick that takes them onto the back straight away. Shelley pulling away now from the Ridgeway race bar rider. There's Agliotti, Mad Max Kawasaki, Henk Kruger and Byron Rothwell on the Magic machine. having a fantastic run here with Henk Kruger. They're fighting currently for what is 11, 12 and 13th place on track. Rothwell down in 14th. These three trying to close the gap down on Agliotti just up the road from them. He's just outside of that top 10. Craig late on the brakes down into the Ridgestone chicane. He's got Kruger all over the back of him. Henk Kruger using the abilities here and of course the experience he's had here at Red Star Raceway. Well, give you a little bit more experience than the man behind him. A couple of these riders making it to Red Star for the very first time. Problems here as well, all running wide. Is that LaRue? Yes it is. Johan LaRue giving himself a long lap penalty all by himself. He ran off at the top end of the main straightaway and then fortunately there's a little bit of run-off road. Caught himself out on the brakes and took a long lap. Not an official long lap penalty, but it was one that was gifted to him by himself after he ran wide on the brakes there. So the Avidan Kawasaki drops back even further. It's going to be costly for him in terms of the championship, seeing that Wayne Shelley is so far up the road from him. He was pushing hard. Here comes Slacky on the inside, looking for a way through on Westman. Great to have Hein McMahon back in ZX10s. Westman on the way with Kawasaki all over the back of Sanjeev Singh. Current fight there is for 7th place. Singh at the moment holds on to the 7th spot ahead of Westman. And behind that, as you can see, Hein McMahon closing in on the two of them. Looks like Sanjeev might be holding them back slightly. They need to try and find a way through. They're losing ground there to Dave Edgecott up the road from them on the Sarum Engineering Kawasaki. Out of this bottom turn now, bottom end of what is a very, very tricky part of the circuit, but a really awesome part of the circuit if you're on a motorcycle, that is for sure. As I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast here, you've got to change up. Oh, change up for the lead. Just going back to the front, I'll hold that thought because it's Ronald Slammett who's dropped the second and Jason Lamb hits the front. 5 laps to go. 5 to go in the halfway stage and we've got to change up again between Lamb and Slammett. Jason Lamb absolutely eating up the Red Baron and finding a way past him. Looks like Graham Van Bernard is trying to catch him to the back end now of Michael Smith. He's got through as well. Not quite yet. Not quite sure why it's showing me that it's Van Bernard. No, it sorted itself out there. Lap monitor said that Van Bernard was ahead just for a few seconds and it sorted itself out. It's definitely Michael Smith still in 3rd place. And the fastest man on track on that last pass. 58 7s, 58 4s and 58 9s out of the first 3. So this is how we're going to be pushing it to the limit now. It's Van Bernard who's losing ground here to Jason Lamb and to Ronald Slammett. Ronald Slammett, as you heard in his interview in the pre-race press conference, said he had to do it all today. He had to make up from ground that he lost at the round in PE with some DNFs down there. And he's certainly looking like that's exactly what he wants to do. Jason Lamb, of course, has thrown himself into the mix for this championship after a phenomenal round at his home circuit. A bit further back in the field as well. We're going to pick up on these riders that come out or into the dog bone. Enticott now closing down onto the back end of Bontekoning. Brian Bontekoning, the Jag Power Products Kawasaki, Sarum Engineering and Kawasaki there of Enticott trying to close things down on Bontekoning for 5 and 6. Slammett. Oh, a massive moment for the lap of Slammett there. Oh, there's a big look over the shoulders as well. That was massive coming out of the last turn there, 11 onto the main straightaway. He looked right back into Michael Smith's eyes. Smith was saying, well, there you go, there's a chink in the armour. Let's put the pressure on. That back Bridgestone is starting to cook itself a little bit there from Ronald Slammett's point of view. He caught that absolutely front and centre on camera and Slammett with a massive moment. Nearly out the saddle and nearly off the motorcycle completely. He'll have to settle himself down and try and get back into the rhythm as quickly as possible because he cannot afford to lose positions there to Michael Smith. Smith has seen the blood in the water. It might have a bit of Mike Oxy flavour to it by the sounds of it. Michael Smith is now trying to close things down now on the Red Baron. Graham Van Bernard would have possibly seen that as well. Realised it could be a problem. Bontekoning and Enticott, I think, might have been too far back. They would not have seen that action. But if they did, they're going to realise there's a possibility they could still get themselves up onto the podium. Johannes Jolshausen and Melissa De Beer have just joined us as well. Hope you're enjoying all this action, guys. And anybody around the world who's joined us on our live stream feed, a massive welcome to all of you here to Red Star Raceway in Dalmas and Pumalanga. Enticard on the brakes, the Motor Y Sarum Engineering Kawasaki closing down on that Jag Power Products machine of Brian Bonterkoning, looking for a way through. Enticard needs to try and secure as many points as possible to keep himself at the front end of this championship. Godfrey Rademacher has joined us from somewhere in Africa as well, by the looks of things. And so has Daniel Lotta. So I hope you guys have enjoyed all the action you've seen so far. We had Mobil 1 V8 Supercars out here. First victory going to Julian Familiaris. We've got Graham Van Berdorp battling down in 4th place at the moment there on the Stefanuti stocks and Motul Kawasaki. No answer just yet to the pace of Jason Lamb, Ronald Slamman and Michael Smith for 1, 2 and 3. Jason Lamb is just controlling things from the front now. Keeping it all together. Oh, we've got to change up a second. Michael Smith to move to 2nd place ahead of Ronald Slamman. So local boy moving himself up nicely there into 2nd place in the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. He's up to 2nd place and ahead of the Red Baron Ronald Slammet. Let's see if Slammet can do anything about returning the favour. Jason Lamb has got about 2 seconds up the road from the 2nd place battle, but now that Michael Smith has hit that 2nd spot, can he close that gap down? Rest of the pack head down into turn 1, as you can see just in the background. Fantastic fight still happening out there between the Magic machine of Brian Rothwell. Absolutely amazing stuff coming out of that little fight too. Now you can see it, Sanjeev Singh controlling things ahead of Westman on the Wayward Kawasaki. Shop 74's Wayne Shelley behind them. He currently leads things out in terms of Class C and the Grandmasters. Westman looking a little bit more dangerous now and putting a bit more pressure onto the back end, as you can see, of Sanjeev Singh. Jeff Langeveld's in the house as well. Good to have you here, buddy. Henty van der Merwe's there too. I'm loving some two-wheeled action there, Henty. I like that, man. Going to see, of course, his son Darby in a few minutes' time in action. Here comes Westman. Westman late on the brakes. Is he good enough to get on the inside of Sanjeev? No, Sanjeev shuts the door. So Sanjeev Singh is just keeping Westman out for now. It's a great run from these guys. They really are putting on a fantastic show here. This, of course, is the battle currently for what is 7th place on track. And here comes Shop 74 Shelley. Wayne Shelley starting to get in the mix as well. Ganapathy trying to close things down. It's a bit further back in this pack as well. Ganapathy, he's currently sitting at the moment down in 15th place, closing on Langeveld. Jason Langeveld, he's got Rob Craig just up the road from him. Don't quite see him, in fact he's got a little bit way up the road compared to what he was earlier on. So they've lost a bit of ground there to Rob Craig. He's made his way a bit further away. Maybe get him through. No, he's even further than that. I thought we'd see him in the follow through there on the camera, but we don't quite see him. Jason Langeveld, the Ganapathy, 15th and 16th place on track. Different lines coming out of them. And then tucked in behind them, you've got Aubrey Murray and Stewie Christie, the dog doctor. The dog doctor there from the Eastern Veterinary Clinic. Big look over the shoulder there from Langeveld. Having a really, really long look at Apana Ganapathy and seeing what the gap was like between the two of them. Making sure he gets onto his brake marker, turns into the Bridgestone chicane. Apana uses a slightly different line into that chicane. Going to use that different line to get the drive down onto the main straightaway. And we got 2 to go. 2 laps to go now for Jason Lamb to try and hang on here. So it's about 8 kilometers, or in fact at turn 6 now, it'll probably be about 6.5 kilometers. Jason Lamb is just on fire at the moment. After a phenomenal outing at the previous round at his home circuit down in PE, he's certainly looking good for a victory here for the first win of the day. Sanjeev is still keeping Westman out. No, he's not. Westman's through. Apologies on that. It looks like as we've changed to this little battle again, Trevor the Killer Westman has now snuck through and got ahead of Sanjeev Singh, and Sanjeev Singh has now fallen into the clutches of the hard-charging Wayne Shelley. Shelley looking dangerous, trying to squeeze through. You can see just looking for different lines. Watch for the cutback here as he comes out of that late apex. Try and get the drive onto the back straightaway and possibly change things up here between himself and Sanjeev. They look on the inside of this next turn to the right. He's been able to get through. No. Watch for the wide line. He decides to go wide and then cut it back. As they go, it's a slight incline here. They come up the hill ever so slightly. You can't see it there on camera, but there is definitely a little incline that takes them onto the very long 1 kilometre back straightaway. Westman now pulling away, and leaders have started their final lap. So the fight is on here. Westman, Shelley and Singh. And it's going to be a change up on the timing monitor as they cross over this time. Entercott goes through, so does Bontekoning. They've changed positions as well. Further back we've got Sifiso Temba. Just saw one shot there of IM63. And Temba now, looking good. So it's Lammy out of turn 5. He comes out of that triple left-hander at turn 5. He's got enough breathing room to keep himself probably comfortable ahead of Michael Smith for this last lap. Although he cannot afford to back out at any stage because it's only 2.1 second lead he's got over Michael Smith. Slamet still hangs on to that 3 spot. So Ronald Slamet still in with a chance here of the 3rd place. 38 Special Chris Duplessis joined us along with Damien Archer. You've joined us right in the closing stages here of the first heat. The SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. The time art man leads things out. He is going to be a tough man to beat here today by the looks of things. Jason Lamb has found something special on the setup on his ZX10 to make it work here at the Red Star Raceway. Michael Smith in second, also showing a clean pair of wheels here to the rest of the pack. He fought hard with Ronald Slamet. Ronald Slamet fought hard with Jason Lamb for a long time as well. Slamet has dropped down to 3rd place. He comes up that back straightaway for the last time. It's Jason Lamb for the victory here. What a run here from the time art man. He really has not put a wheel wrong. Yes, he fell back into 2nd place for a little bit. Maybe just gave himself a bit of breathing room. And he's going to take the victory. Flag is out. And it's Lamb with the win. Jason Lamb wins out over Michael Smith. Ronald Slamet just hanging on to beat Bambadar to the line. It was very close there between the two of them in the closing stages. Amazing run there from our ZX10R Masters Cup. Sponsored by SunBet. Energized by Red Square. Shod with Bridgestone tyres and sparked by NGK. Amazing effort there on these Kawasaki's from all the riders, and they're still coming through thick and fast. 37 riders that have to come to the line. So there's still a lot of riders still to come through to take that checkered flag. Oh, Hank Krug off the circuit! Where are you going, buddy? I was about to say, well, we're going to wrap things up here, but not quite, as Hank Kruger just managed to keep it upright. A little bit of motocross skills coming out of Kruger there on the Gulf Racing coloured Kawasaki. You can see how far off the circuit he ran, and man, he was exceptionally lucky to survive that. Langeveld comes through. Here comes the dog doctor. Stewie Christie comes through. Aubrey Murray just behind him by the looks of things. It's going to be Ruan Alberholzer, Johan LaRue, Ian Harwood still to come through as well, the man from TRP. Vehicle supplies all the tyres to these machines from Bridgestone's point of view. And the Avadan Kawasaki, so far down. That is a big concern there for Johan LaRue. Something went wrong there for him. Are we still going to see? Yes, Steve Belgacci come through there on the Prime Equip Kawasaki. Good run there from Stevie. IM63 is Sifiso Temba. Dieter Hazenin coming through at the back as well. We saw him have a little bit of issue earlier on. He ran off. And then it's Golgachi on the Prime Equip Kawasaki who wraps things up here for us in the Red Square and SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup race number 1. They're all stopping there, not for any major reason other than they're going to cross the circuit and not have to do a full lap to cool down. So all the riders now alongside each other going to probably giving each other half fives and chatting about how things went and didn't go, if they did go according to the plans that they'd made. I think this is the last bike coming across the line now. It should be. And that will wrap things up here for our ZX10R Masters Cup. A fantastic run there. You can see Slacky having a chat there to the number 44. So 4 and 44 having a chat. And Johan LaRue is scratching his helmet there big time, saying, what is going on? Something certainly went wrong here. I am chatting just to the guys on Facebook, Vanavit. Unfortunately, I've only got one of my smart devices available to me to watch here. But I have been mentioning everybody on YouTube as well. So watching on YouTube, and a big welcome to everybody here on YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. According to, it will be slightly. Remember, Vanavit, just to give you a heads up, and to everybody who's watching our live stream, we are in an area where signal is very, very poor. So we are giving you as much action with as little delay as possible. But unfortunately, we do have an issue with a bit of delays here and there. CompCare Polo Cup Race 1 is up next. We'll be back shortly with commentary. So CompCare Polo Cup making their way onto the circuit now for race 1 of their 2 heats of the day. Let's catch up with a couple of the drivers and find out what their plans are for today here at Red Star.
CompCare Polo Cup here at Red Star Raceway. 3 of our mid-pack contenders, and it looks like slowly but surely making your way to the front end, guys. We're going to start with the lady in the middle first, so you boys can just hang tight. Cara, what's the plans for this weekend?
Fix my car, make sure it's all good and ready for tomorrow, because right now there's just been problems after problems. So we're just trying to sort out every problem that we can for tomorrow, and hopefully top 10. That's what we're aiming for.
And the battle out there is going to be pretty hectic because it's quite cold, so conditions have been not the greatest for the Dunlops, as well as for the car's performance.
It's very slippery, so the back tends to just be a lot like loose. So every corner you just have to be a little bit patient with the car, and then eventually get there. But it's not that bad. The track is just hectic.
Mo, from your side?
Last practice I had a blowout, so it was a bit of a short practice, but the car is also giving us a bit of problems. The front end is pushing out a lot, so we try to figure that out, do some more adjustments, and then we'll surely be back.
A little bit like a couple of weekends ago, or we're going to see a little bit more closer to the front end?
Probably closer, keeping the car straight actually.
Good stuff.
Last time was
not great. Bryce, from your side, it's been improvements all the way through. I think you're seeing it in terms of track performance on all the circuits we've been to, but this circuit is always a difficult one.
Yeah, definitely. I think the goal for this weekend is to be in the top 10. I think it's possible. It's just there's a lot of turns to mess up, and when you're still trying to figure out your setup and the corners and the car, it's the first season, so it's a challenge on 3 different fronts that you face when you come here. So it is very challenging, but it's looking good. We're getting faster every session, and that's improvement. So that's all we can hope for.
So CompCare Polo Cup now going onto the circuit and onto the grid now, as you can see. Can I quickly run and find that grid position for you quickly, as they've changed up a couple of the original ones that we had. So qualifying, of course, in race 1 were dictated by the qualifying yesterday afternoon, and SupaPole, of course, is how it all worked out. It's Clinton Besaidnout who is on pole position. Alongside him will be Natium Samanga, Tate Bishop, and then Yuri Swart, Davi van der Merwe and Dean Fenter ahead of Jagger Robertson, Giordano Lupini, Lonica Martins, Ethan Kutsia, Bryce Pillay, we just spoken to him, Cara Hill, we just spoke to her as well, along with Mo Karodia, and then it's Zolela and Jambuka, who's at the back. But right at the back, of course, incredibly, is Charles Visser. Now, the reason for Charles Visser being so far back is that he had a small altercation in terms of breaking the rules of Polo Cup, and has used 2 extra circuits, or 1 extra circuit compared to what they're allowed to for practices. So he has unfortunately had to start from the back for both of the heats today, with a penalty incurred for that problem that he caused for himself. Each of the drivers get to allocate their home circuit and 1 joker circuit that they can use for practice. He's used 2 of them, which is why he got penalised and has dropped to the back of the field. So a bit of work to do there for the Team Red Racing man. Wes Skinner's just joined us. Hey man, what's happening, buddy? What's going on down under? Down Under's just woken up by the sounds of things, and they're now going to enjoy some race action. Proper race action here from Red Star Raceway, and round 4 of the Extreme Festival. If you want to pick up on the live timing as well, guys, just to pick up on the live timing, people that are watching on smart devices all around the world and here at the circuit, if you are here, you can get onto Speed Hive and just look up on the circuit racing side of things, car racing. It'll be National Extreme Festival, and then just look for the live link there, and you can pick up the live timing as well. Big welcome to everybody. Chase Hersold has just joined us as well. Thank you, bud. And also all those people who've joined us on YouTube. Yes, we do apologize. There is a slight delay, of course, but the slight delay has got nothing to do with us. That's just the internet and the amount of signal we've got out here in Dalmas. Red Star Raceway was a purpose-built motorcycle circuit, and has now become one of the firm favourites, and definitely the driver favourites here from the Extreme Festival's point of view. You can see them weaving side to side there, trying to get as much heat into those Dunlop tyres as possible. Let's see what they can do here for race number 1. It's an 8-lapper, the first race. The second race, of course, is going to be a 10-lapper, and that's going to be another fight of its own with 2 extra laps to go with. Remember, the top 3 in this championship currently, we are looking at a huge fight out between the 2 Cape Town-based drivers. Yuri Swart, currently in 4th place on the grid, leads the championship ahead of Charles Visser, who's at the back of the grid. So that's how things go. Darby van der Merwe just tucked in behind them there. He's currently in about 5th place on track. So watch out for the Team Red Racing man. Lonica Martins has just come from some oval track duties. Speaking of oval track duties, we also send our regards out to Jason Loosemore, who would normally be piloting the 5th Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport Polo GTI. He is on international duties this weekend in Ipswich in the UK, and he is doing, of course, the World Finals in oval track racing. We wish him all the very best from our production team, as well as everybody here at the Extreme Festival, and I'm sure he's going to fly the flag high there for all South Africans and all oval track competitors. He's actually got himself a really good deal. He's lined up, of course, in the current World Champions spare car. So all the very best to Jason Loosemore, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting back into his polo the next round of this championship. But we've got to sort things out first and foremost here today, and let's see what's going to happen here for Polo Cup. So it looks like a couple of guys just taking their time to get round. We're going to play a little bit of a strategy game for those tyres and their ability to hold the temperatures. Not getting a final little practice start off the line. You'll see that the bike pole position is on the left-hand side, but the car pole position is on the right-hand side, and that will be for every single one of the races here today. They decided that the right-hand line for cars is the better option, and that's the pole position they've actually decided to run with. So in other words, if you look at the circuit from an aerial point of view, or if you're standing on that Red Star Raceway bridge, you will see that it's actually second place that is now what is pole position on the circuit. So we'll keep an eye on that one. The inside line, of course, is where you want to be into turn 1, so that's why most of the drivers decided to run with the allocation of pole position being on the right hand side as opposed to its normal position on the left. There we go, lights are out and we're racing. Nearly caught me out there as they head down towards turn 1. And as they head into turn 1, Besaidner gets the whole shot alongside the Squadra Corsa car there of Natim Samanga is Tate Bishop. And Bishop just dives through into what is now second place. And Samanga losing out one position into turn 1, and now, oh, a little bang on, and make that 2. 2 little smacks on the back bumper there from Natim Samanga onto Tate Bishop as they went into turn 2. Don't want to do too much damage to the front end there. Darby van der Merwe side by side with Yuri Swart as they came out of turn 3. Exo at the back there trying to close things down, and unfortunately he's lost out to Charles Visser. Visser's made up one position in the space of 2 corners. Darby's still on the inside for 4th. It's Yuri Swart who slots in behind Darby van der Merwe now for 5th place, into the clutches of Dean Fenter. Then it's Giordano Lupini, his teammate there for the Bullion IT team. Oh, Lupini sideways out of turn 6. Out of turn 5, I beg your pardon, now into the short straight and just behind Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson, of course, slotted himself up into the top 6 draw for race 2, and we'll see him later on having to take up that position for the very first time as we get into it properly here, into the polos. And oh, big move for Fenter. Fenter diving up the inside of Giordano and of Yuri Swart. Swart gets forced wide, which then in turn forces Darby van der Merwe wide. So Dean Fenter with opportunistic driving, diving on the inside there for the Right Motorsport team. He's now got Darby van der Merwe right on his tail, and Jagger Robertson trying to squeeze through. Robertson on the outside now of that Bullion IT car, but he'll be on the inside for the next turn. Robertson's got a lot more experience around this circuit, even though he's a lot younger than Yuri Swart is. Swart tucks in behind Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson, of course, has piloted not only the Polo around this circuit, but he's been involved in the NX Legends around here, and also in a big fight on numerous occasions in the BMW M Performance Parts Club Racing Series as well in his BMW. It's the Bullion IT boys that have been bullied out of this race big time. The 2 Team Red Racing Machines and the Right Motorsport Polo of Dean Fenter have forced their way through there on Yuri Swart. Swart now under pressure from his teammate. Pressure being applied there by the Data and Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport car of Darby van der Merwe as he looks to try and get up on the inside and find a way through there on Dean Fenter. He's going to bring Jagger Robertson along for the ride if he can. What a start to this one. Poseidon leads out. He's ahead now of Tate Bishop and Natim Samanga. But how's this fight behind? There are 7 cars all fighting for potentially what is going to be 4th place on the road. Nick Davidson's and Sons machine out front there. That is Poseidon, the man from KwaZulu-Natal down in Port Shepstone. He's the man to beat, and he has been over the last couple of race meetings too. He just seems to get this machine to work and put it on rails. Natim Samanga trying to close things down and return the favour. There's a move on the inside. Jagger Robertson trying to fend off the attack coming from Yuri Swart. They come through line of stern. Yuri Swart on the back end, tagging Jagger Robertson. The 2 of them off the circuit. Off track completely. Jagger Robertson loses out, and you can see they're all lining up there. Lonica Martin side by side with Bryce Pillay. Bryce Pillay there in the black and pink machine as he comes through there. New colours there for Bryce Pillay, and he's onto the pink wing mirror. Sideways from Darby. Darby van der Merwe gets it out of shape as well, coming out of turn 5. Oh, and they're tagging. They are tagging big time. That's Charles Visser, his teammate, just slamming into the side of him. Ethan Couture comes along for the ride. There are 7 cars. Make that 8 cars heading down into turn 6. Charles Visser late on the brakes on the inside of Darby. Darby tries to hang on. Jagger Robertson tries to hang on as well. Jagger gets forced wide. He opens up the door. Charles Visser slots in behind Bryce Pillay. Oh, they're going to try and sort things out here if they can. Pillay from Visser, from Jagger Robertson. Robertson has now got Dean Fenter behind him. No, it's Lonica Martin, I beg your pardon. And it's Giordano Lupini who's won out the most. And in the background is that Yuri. No, it's not. Somebody running off in the background, getting completely out of shape there. I'll try and pick up on my iPad who it was, but you can see as they come out of the dog bone section, the top 3 getting away. Fenter in 4. Giordano is into 5th place. 6th place battle. It's Cara Hill. It's Cara Hill who went wide. The Calex Polo has run wide there. She might have been helped off, I think. There was a little bit of a tag there from somebody from behind. Jagger Robertson on the inside of Bryce Pillay. He's bringing his teammate Charles Visser along for the ride. The 2 of them steam training past the black and pink machine there, Pillay. Yuri Swart back into the clutches of Lonica Martins. Lonica Martins trying to go onto the attack there to try and go with Yuri. Problems for Charles Visser. He's slowing down. Push the pass coming out of Yuri Swart. Push the pass from Lonica to get through on Charles Visser. Is she good enough on the brakes? No, she's not. Visser hangs onto the inside line. Pillay runs wide. Bryce Pillay runs wide. Oh, there's a big tag. Big tag as Ethan Couture gets out of shape. Big tag coming into the chicane there. This is Darby van der Merwe trying to capitalise now to get round back ahead of Lonica Martins. Martins, Carodia and Ethan Couture eating up the young ladies. They go down into turn 1. Team Red Racing working together there to get back at Lonica Martins. Darby van der Merwe has dropped back into the clutches now. Mo Carodia. This is not where he wants to be. Oh, and a tag between the 2 of them. Carodia gets sent wide. Carodia gets sent wide as the 2 of them touch coming out of turn 1. Mo Carodia is now on the dirty stuff and right at the back of the pack. This is absolute carnage out here. They are just banging bars and banging wing mirrors all day long. Yuri Swart trying to close in once again now on the back end of Jagger Robertson. Robertson is having such a good run. He's up into the top 6. There is your top 3. They're just staying out of harm's way. They're not doing anything wrong. Usually that's where the battle is. And they're going to try and keep it as clean and clear as possible. Dean Fenter's into 4th. Giordano is into 5th. This is the battle for 6th place. Jagger Robertson currently looking for a top 6, his first top 6 ever in Polo Cup. Let's have a look at this one more time. There's a little tag there from between Darby and Mo Karodia. Darby backs out, Karodia goes along his nose, and right across the front of that nose of the Data and Team Universal Racing Machine of Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe dropped back out of the top 10 completely after that maneuver. Yuri Swart now trying to settle things down here a little bit. Hopefully they're going to settle things down. We've had non-stop action right from the flag. As soon as those lights went out, we were banging, and it hasn't stopped. The angry machine running wide there. That's going to give Nati Msamanga a bit of an opportunity, possibly to close in on Tate Bishop. Jagger Robertson pulling slightly away now from Yuri Swart. Schalfers are trying to come back at Swart. It's Bryce Pillay, followed closely by Ethan Kutsia. Then you've got Lonica Martins. Behind Lonica Martins, it'll be Darby van der Merwe. What an epic fight out here. This is what Polo Cup is all about. Are we going to see a move here from the Squadra Course car? Msamanga closes in under braking onto the back end of that angry car of Tate Bishop. Venter all on his own in 4th, but slowly being caught by the Bullion RT machine of Giordano Lupini. What a turnaround here for Lupini. Really good run here from Lupini. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Remember, Giordano started down in 9th place, and he's moved himself up into 5th. Trying to stay out of harm's way. Hasn't been easy with the fighting that's been happening on track. Incredibly to think that it's Darby van der Merwe who's just ahead there of Njambuka, the second of the Squadra Corsa cars, and that's basically outside of the top 10. Certainly not where he wants to be. He'd like to be right here where these guys are fighting with the first of the Squadra Corsa cars. Squadra Corsa have had such a great run here in this 2022 season, particularly with Nati. Nati Msamanga was, of course, in the running for a potential pole position yesterday. He just missed out to Clint Besaidno's last lap in the Super Pole, and had to start from 2nd place on the grid. He's down into 3rd now, and of course he was also the fastest man in terms of the 2nd fastest laps of that qualifying session, which put him onto pole position before they did the lucky draw for race 2. Jagger Robertson now under a bit of pressure. Yuri Swart looking to try and pounce on the youngster. Jagger Robertson, remember, is only 16 years of age, so he's certainly not got as much experience as Yuri Swart has. Change up there potentially. Oh no, not quite. Tate ran wide, but so did Nati. Almost a change for 2nd place there between the angry car and Squadra Course. He was ahead probably about 10 seconds and then lost it out. So it was Squadra Course versus angry here as they go into the dog bone. Sure, try and settle things down here a little bit, Greg. Yes, the action has been non-stop here. I hope you've enjoyed all of it so far. Polo Cup in full effect here. Clinton Besaidno making hay while the sun shines. Getting away from everybody and staying out of harm's way. He's just done a 2 minute 12 second lap. It's the fastest lap of the race so far from Besaidno. So he's doing everything right, staying out of harm's way. Nati Msamanga trying to get into harm's way. Trying to make up some ground here, get ahead of Tate Bishop if he can. Bishop soaking up that pressure. Push to pass being used there by Bishop. You can see just a bit of power as he goes up that back straightaway, trying to give himself a little bit of breathing room before he climbs on the anchors and heads into the chicane. There's Dunlop squealing under the braking as they come down into the braking point, into 2nd gear, into that corner, of course, and of course down through the gearbox. Monica Martin's all on her own, so now also coming out of the chicane. Just up the road from her, you can see the battle starting to rage down towards turn 1. Continued action there between Yuri Swart, Giordano Lupini, Bryce Pillay, and of course Mo Karodia. Karodia back on track, but Ethan Kutsia is now the man that Bryce Pillay has in his sights. He's trying to close that gap down if he can. That's 2 and 3, 4, 5 through the shot. There's 6, 7. 6 and 7's where it's at the moment. Jagger Robertson now down to 7th, and Yuri Swart up to 6th. But Yuri Swart is going to have a little bit more on his hands in a few seconds' time as the second of the Team Red Racing cars joins Jagger Robertson on the attack for the first of the Bullion RT cars. And in fact, it could be a two-way battle here. 2 versus 2 as Yuri Swart closes in on his teammate Giordano Lupini. So Lupini is about to be caught by Yuri Swart and Jagger Robertson and Charles Visser. So Team Red Racing's top 2 taking on the Bullion RT's top 2, and they are all fighting for potentially what is going to be 4th place on the circuit. They're also starting to close onto the back end of Dean Fenter, so that's why I say 4th, because Giordano has closed that gap down rapidly. Dean Fenter could be in a bit of trouble here in the closing stages. It's absolutely awesome to see how these guys are so evenly matched. Guys and girls are evenly matched in these cars. how tight the racing has been here, but epic Polo Cup in race 1 here. Jagger now all over the back end of the Bullion IT's Yuri Swart. Behind that, his teammate Charles Fiss has joined the pack. As I said, Giordano has closed that gap down to Dean Fenter in the right motorsport polo. Fenter could be in trouble here. Somebody's run wide. Was that, I think that potentially was Clinton Mercedes just putting a wheel onto the dirty stuff. Here they come. We'll see some push to passes here. Watch for the push to pass mechanism coming in. Lights ablaze there from Charles Fisser, asking Jagger Robertson for a bit of help, and he gets it. Jagger opens up the door, allows Charles Fisser through, thinking, hang on a second, maybe I should let Charles go and do the fighting. Let us see if he can find a way through Jan Yuri Swart. Right now, he is leading things out in the Rookies Championship is Jagger Robertson. But what a run here from his teammate Charles Fisser. From the back of the pack, he's now up into the top 7. On the brakes, Dean Fenter, as I said, he's in trouble. Fenter's been caught now by Giordano Lupini. Lupini looking to attack into turn 2. Is he good enough on the brakes? Not quite close enough. Fenter sees him coming, shuts the door. 2 and 3, there's a change up. Natian Samanga's ahead of Tate Bishop. So we've got a change up for second place. We just saw that in the foreground of that shot. Now as they come into turn 4, are we going to see Dean Fenter under attack from both of the Bullion IT cars? And then potentially into the clutches of the first of the 2 Team Red cars. Team Red Racing going at it here. Formation flying from Fisser and from Jagger Robertson. Got to say, Charles Fisser's done an amazing job to secure himself a top 6 potentially finish here, having been penalised and had to start from the back of the pack. It's a phenomenal drive here from the youngster as he heads down onto the short straight, trying to close down on Yuri Swart, your championship leader. Yuri Swart's going to lose ground here to Clinton Besaidnote in the championship, but he's not going to be worried too much because his other rival is behind him at this stage, but he's right behind him. So Cape Town's 2 finest drivers here going at it. Giordano's actually ahead of them, so make that 3 Cape Town drivers in the mix here. Besaidnote, though, is just getting away and controlling things. He is on 1.5 laps to go for Clinton Besaidnote. Nick Davidson and Sons machine from PE, of course. That team based down there. We'll see Nick Davidson himself out in full force in GDC Super Cup a bit later on for the Masters class. Stu Davidson's car doing a superb job there in the hands of Clinton Besaidnote, looking like it could be potentially another victory. What a move from Fisser. Late on the brakes and into the corner that brings him onto the main straightaway. That big straight now, we've got Fisser up the inside of Yuri Swart. He tucks in for the slipstream as Yuri got to push the pass. Now you got to ask yourself, do I use it now or do I wait? Fisser's got through. He's up ahead now of Yuri Swart, and Yuri Swart under attack now from Jagger Robertson. Robertson going to keep Yuri Swart's wing mirrors and rearview mirror full of the Team Red Racing Big Boss Auto and Liquimoli sponsored car. So it's Universal Motorsport in full flight here, fighting for honours for the top 6. Bullion IT are in the mix as well, with Giordano leading out his teammate, but his teammate Yuri Swart's in a huge fight at the moment as they head towards turn 1. He runs a bit wide, Jagger's on his inside. Oh, and he comes across on Jagger and he tags him. He gets out of shape all on his own. That is a big moment there for Yuri Swart. He's going to try and come back at Jagger into turn 2, but Jagger Robertson shuts the door. Gives him a little tag. There you go. It's starting to rub here. Rubbing's racing. That's what it's all about. Jagger Robertson runs wide out of turn 3. Robertson's on the inside for turn 4 as they come up towards turn 4. There is so much action out on track at the moment. Jagger Robertson side by side with Yuri Swart as they head into turn 4. Out of turn 4, Jagger just forces Yuri a little bit wide and he has to slot in there to 5th place. It's on here big time. There's no doubt about it. Jagger Robertson running wide out of turn 5. Triple apex left-hander. Onto the short straightaway they come. This is the last lap and there is nothing in it here between Robertson and Yuri Swart. Swart needs a top 6 if he can get it. Right now he's in 7th. That is going to be costly for his championship campaign. With Besaidnote taking a victory here and Charles Fisser ahead of him. Fisser is ahead of Yuri Swart, but in the championship, of course, those roles are reversed. Besaidnote's going to close the gap down to Yuri Swart, potentially move himself into 3rd place overall. A couple of the points are going to be gained here by Charles Fisser, who's made his way from the back of the pack up into the top 6. Points going to be lost here big time from Yuri Swart's point of view in the Bullion IT car. But it has been one of the most epic and most hard-fought battles we've seen in Polo Cup in a long, long time. Not for the lead, but for the ladder positions. The lead has been an absolute dominant display here from this man. All the way from Port Shepstone in KwaZulu-Natal. The car is based, of course, in PE. and runs in Stu Davidson Racing colours. And across the line for the victory, it's Baby Shumi. Turn number side note. Race 1 win for CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. He takes the win. Naitium Samanga is going to hang on for second place. What a run there from Squadra Course. Tate Bishop for third. Dean Fenton just hangs on to beat out Giordano Lupini. And it is Charles Visser, incredibly, who comes from the back of the pack to sixth place overall. Davy van der Merwe has got through on Ethan Kutsia in the closing stages as well. And he will come into what is now 9th place on track, beating out Kutsia for a top 10. But more importantly, let's have a look at those positions as they cross the line there. The top 10 are through. Lonica Martins finishes in 11. Bryce Pillay for 12th place. Zolela Njambuka is going to finish up behind Mo Karodia by the looks of things. No, he's come across the line just ahead there of Karodia, who hangs on for 14th. And I think Cara Hill might still be finishing up. I think she's still out on circuit. She is. The Calyx car still coming through to make it 15 cars started and 15 cars finishing. After such an epic battle, it's incredible to see that all 15 cars have made it across the start-finish line and taken the checkered flag. So there you have it. Besaid note from Samanga, Bishop, Fenta, Lupini and Visser, your top 6. Jagger Robertson ahead of Yuri Swart. Then it was Davy van der Merwe, Ethan Kutsia, Lonica Martins, Bryce Pillay, Zolela Njambuka, Mohammed Karodia, Cara Hill, your top 15. 8 laps of race action there was probably the best we've seen all day so far, no doubt about it. And looking forward to more of the same with 10 coming away later on in the day here at Red Star Raceway. Round 4 of the Extreme Festival. Got to try and catch our breath there if we can. But I can tell you something, in a few minutes' time we're going to be have our breath taken away by the Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents.
What's your name again?
My name's actually...
Do you like your job?
Yes, ma'am.
Then where are my reports? I asked you for a skinny article.
I can't hear you.
Standing chair, right from the fly stream with a voice of choice. Very below, use currency more action. Good. Everyone's been asking where you are. You are the man in the lodge like that. How are you feeling today?
I think we're going to say we've been watching the really excellent Red Star Raceway. I've enjoyed the action so far. It's probably one of the best Polo Cup races I've ever had. One of the contacts in there, put on a spectacular show. We'll see more of the same later on from the 10 lap races of the CompCare Polo Cup. Investchem boys are up next with the kids. The highest paying race sports in the country. If you want to go across the country with the biggest prize purse in most sport, that's the one to get involved in. Investchem boys are rand in the championship win. A test in the Mobil touring car, a test in the Formula Renault, and potentially we ended up this where the race stories right now in the Mobil touring car drive for 2023. So the guys, that's what we're watching. Terrific race day, quite a few cars together. I thought it was going to be a lot confident over this. You guys
on down to a lot of things, not down to one t-shirt. So race day 2 is something pretty awesome. Chilly and horrible conditions that turn into an ideal race day. A little bit of a breeze down there, so slightly for the engines. And you are out on the circuit somewhere around the track, and you've got a smart device with you. Use it on the phone, check on the Facebook. YouTube, that's what I'm finding here again, or you can go to the West Coast page and watch the action that's happening further down the track that we can see on the Red Star Raceway grandstands. And of course, like and share, pass it on to all your friends and family. We want to see more around the world. We're on YouTube and on Facebook. We'll pick up that action from Studios TV and Office. Absolutely. There's a lot of different content on top there. I see you've got a whole display there. Inside of what's being said there. It's got a device to see all the live timing. It's got a monitor to see what's actually going on. It's listening to director and it's also got a Facebook page as well. So you've got comments, which is absolutely fantastic. This is one of the previous live streaming and trying to do this on the screen. It's fantastic to have two things there. Both get to both sides and great time. So thank you very much. The future of the sport is looking good. If you look at the caliber of drivers involved in this festival, that's definitely showing we've got the top-notch drivers and riders in the country here. So, and we're seeing great participation. And then, of course, from a Red Star Raceway point of view, you're involved with the raceway. But from the Street Festival point of view, and from a National Raceway point of view, big events happening here in the very near future as well. Big events happening, SupaCup Studio, SupaCup Annapolis, 8-hour events going to be happening 24 hours later on in the area at Red Star. So definitely make sure that you get onto their Facebook pages, keep an eye out and share, follow what's happening at the racetracks, and make sure that you don't miss out on any action that's happening at both racetracks. As far as circuits around the country, that the Street Festival makes its way to. And so now I'm going to put you on the spot. What's the category that you most be excited to see today? One that's going to go and join your hands together, a little bit of excitement, a little bit of build-up, a little bit of what's going on in the chase to drivers, which is the one that well, if you've got a good sense right now on track, but when I say that, I have to tell you very much tongue in cheek because you'll be seeing one of the bosses that I'm actually today to put on a great show. James is good.
Investchem Formula 1600s, and it's going to be an epic battle out there as always. You guys have been fighting just outside of that top 5 into the top 10. Starting with you, Taya, what's the plans to try and get amongst those top 5 and even higher up the field?
We've changed the setup completely from what we were in the second heat. So for the third, but we changed the setup completely from how it was on Wednesday back to how we were driving initially. So hopefully that gives us a bit of time to make up, and then obviously me driving, I'm over driving completely, so I'll try and calm myself down a bit. Hope it goes well.
Shun, you had a couple of battles with Taya and a couple of battles with the other competitors in that little section of the field, but I know that you are pushing hard to try and get to those front couple of cars. What's your plans for the weekend?
Well, it's just gaining more experience. I'm still very inexperienced in the car, so I'm just trying to learn more, trying to become one with the car, and then, well, I just hope to get more experience from this race weekend overall, and then I'll worry about the results later.
It's a good strategy to have. Now, I see the bush lover hat on my friend here on the left-hand side. Hopefully no bushes out there that you're going to be diving into, eh?
No, we went through a lot of bushes on Wednesday, so yeah, we kind of found the limit now, so we're just now working on refining what we learned from Wednesday, so tomorrow it looks like we'll be on pace.
Well, there you have it from 2-3 competitors that are going to be playing around in that mid-pack of Investchem Formula 1600s. Expect to see a big fight with those youngsters going at it. A couple of battle-scarred cars out there that we're going to need to keep an eye on. But if we look at how things line up, it's Gerard Geldenhuis who's ahead of Alex Voss, and I saw Graham Voss jumping onto the live stream only a couple of minutes ago, so standing by to see exactly what happens with Alex. After his victory down in PE, he's definitely going to be a man to watch out for in this pack. Nicholas Van Wheelie's just ahead of Antoine Geldenhuis for the second row, and then it's Andy Schofield and Shrin Naidu, the man we just chatted to. He was certainly the better of the 3 pre-race competitors we chatted to in that press conference in terms of qualifying. Jason Kutsia just ahead of Taya van der Laan. She was second quickest of those top 3. And then, of course, it's Sia Monkonkwana just ahead of Evan Holzhausen. And then Storm Lanfear and Josh LaRue. Josh LaRue at the back of the pack. Something must have gone wrong in that qualifying session for Josh to be so far back. But we'll keep an eye on his progress as he comes through the field. Graham Hepburn, Andrew Rackstraw, and Julian van der Vat. Just to give you a heads up, there is less than 0.2 of a second between the 3 competitors down in Formula Ford Kents for today. So another big fight expected between them. Unfortunately, Ian Schofield not here this weekend, which has opened up an opportunity there for Graham Hepburn to try and extend his lead in the championship, which is why we've got Julian van der Vat stepping into Ian Schofield's car this weekend. Unfortunately as well, Rick Morris not able to make it out here from the UK for this round due to some business commitments, but I'm sure we'll see him at the next round of the Formula 1600 Championship. You can see the ones without the wings and without the slicks on there. Semi-slicks onto those Formula Ford Kents at the back in the field. And there's 3 of them going to be going fighting hard, and expect a big fight, because if you take into account that Andrew Rackstraw is in one of those cars, he's in Rick Morris's car. It's the purple and black car at the back right-hand side of your shot. That will be, of course, the current champion in Formula 1600s that's climbed into a Formula Ford Kent, and he'll be in battling and in anger. Sorry, he'll be in attack mode a bit later on in the GDCs as well. He pilots the Audi, nicknamed the Tank, in Global Touring Cars, so we'll expect to see him flying around here. He has the current lap record holder in Formula 1600s for this category too, but in a Formula Ford Kent he'll be slightly slower. But one thing you can take into account is with that lap record, you will certainly know how to get around this track, and expecting to see him go well here in the Ford, and then a bit later on in the Audi as well. Potentially going to be throwing a cat amongst the pigeons amongst the Toyotas, and the man on pole position for Global Touring Cars, which we'll see later on, Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy Team Red Racing Golf GTI 8. So clearing the grid quickly, just making sure that everybody is in the correct positions as well, because remember it's a change up on the grid for cars. Pole positions actually on the right hand side, which Graham Hepburn forgot about, which will then move everybody else up one position and get them all sorted out there. So I beg your pardon, I thought it was actually going to be Julian van der Vat in the blue car, but I think it actually might be Rackstraw in the blue car and Van der Vat in the purple and black car, due to the fact that they've shuffled that grid at the back. Once they've got everybody in the right positions, we'll be waiting for a green flag at the back, and then we go straight to race conditions. The green flag will fly, the red flag will move off the circuit, and we will then go into the start procedure. Here we go. 5-second board. Oh no, 1 minute board first. They go a little bit more to the standard option of a start procedure here at Red Star than they do anywhere else around the country. But 30 seconds is probably the fastest 30 seconds you'll ever see in your life, because the 5-second board comes out within about 5 seconds. Lights about to go on, and it's Investchem Formula 1600s for the first time today down towards turn 1. Good start there from Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie slots in right behind the pole man. And it looks like Gelderhuis might be followed there. Oh, as I say that, around the outside. What a move from Vos. Vos getting straight back into it, not going to let Van Wheelie or Gelderhuis through. He's trying to go around the outside of Gerard. Gelderhuis just hanging on to the lead for now. Forces Vos wide, but Vos has got the inside line for turn 3. He's onto the dirt, trying to use the dirty stuff to try to get through. And there's a spinner. A loop out there from Van Wheelie. And Antoine Gelderhuis avoided that one. Only just, but he slots right to the back, almost to the back of the field. Only Storm Lanfear, by the looks of things, who wasn't able to get past him. Josh LaRue already up into about 5th place. He's tucked in behind Siamon Konkwana as they come out of turn 4 into turn 5. So LaRue, having to start from the back of the pack, is now into the mix there and already starting to show his potential of getting to the front end and potentially even taking the win. Lanfear at the back of the field. Here he comes. LaRue on the inside, looking for a way through on Monkonkwana. Sia has got no answer as LaRue is late on the brakes. Turns into the hairpin. Probably going to be second gear in these cars as they come out of that hairpin. And here comes Antoine Gelderhuis along for the ride as well. Trying to make him run. He's onto the dirt as well. Oh, Gelderhuis onto the dirt again. Was he able to catch it? He was only just, but he had to slot back in behind. Have a look at this. This is the replay going into turn 3. It's Van Wheelie who gets looped out. Antoine Gelderhuis around the outside onto the dirty stuff and gets back on track. But Gelderhuis now with a lot of room to make up. You can see him in the background behind Siamon Konkwana. And Evan Holtzhausen's just ahead of him. It looks like at the front end of the Formula Ford Kents. It's the purple and black car of Julian van der Vaart who's got ahead now. Here comes Rackstraw on the inside. Rackstraw on the inside. He's in Schofield's car, the black and red car. Ahead now of that quali pack Joburg machine of Graham Hepburn. Formula Ford Kents going out at the back of the field. Front end of the field, of course, it's all about the Formula 1600s. And the 1600s now putting on a show of note. A lot better than what we expected. Total Plastics machine getting pushed wide. And you can see there's going to be some fighting hard here for these guys as they cross the line to complete the first lap in anger. Andrew Schofield just up ahead of Jason Kutsia. They are 3 and 4 on track. Srin Naidu behind them. Van Wheelie's made his way up into 6th place by the looks of it. No, he hasn't. Just watching that timing monitor change out for us. I also just want to change it up there. It's not displaying by class. That's cool. There we go. So it's Gelderhuis from Vos from Schofield. This is the fight further down there between Siamon Konkwana and Anton Gelderhuis. That is for currently 7th and 8th place. Behind them, it's Evan Holtzhausen and Theo van der Laan. Lady drivers having a phenomenal start to this round 4 of the championship. Jason Kutsia all over the back end, looking for a way through on Schofield. Schofield soaking up that pressure. And you can see Josh LaRue starting to make his way through the field. He's onto Srin Naidu's tailpiece. Siamon Konkwana pulling away slightly from Antoine Gelderhuis as they come down into the breaking point for turn 6. Hairpin corner, very, very tight and almost 180 degree back on yourself into turn 6. Gerard Gelderhuis getting a little bit more pressure applied from Alex Vos, who's taken looking for another victory. Both of these top 2 drivers in this race have had victories this season, and they're looking for more of the same. Vos looking dangerous. Schofield in the 3 spot, trying to pull away ever so slightly now from Jason Kutsia. Much better run here from Jason Kutsia, what we kind of expect from him. 15 and 16 going at that, of course, is currently for 10th and 9th place respectively. Not running in numerical order. Not from Theo van der Laan's point of view. She would love to be in 9th place and have the 15 car ahead of the 16 car. Gerard late on the brakes into the chicane. Schofield locks up a wheel into the chicane, or maybe just put a wheel onto that dirty stuff. The track is certainly cleaned up there through the chicane now after a couple of 4-wheel categories have been through there. Not as much cement dust as they cross the line and complete another lap here of the Red Star Raceway. Round 4 of the Extreme Festival. We're in Dalmas in Mpumalanga, South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world, here's LaRue. Josh LaRue looking dangerous. And that was too easily done. Snuck up on the inside of Srin Naidu. Naidu had no answer. We heard from Srin. He's still getting to grips with the car, still learning how the car works. Getting vital and valuable experience now, potentially, and even more particularly, with Josh LaRue going through on him. He follows LaRue round. It looks like a car slowing there. Was that Gelderhuis? That could have been Gerard. No, it's not. It's Schofield. It's Schofield slowing down on the left-hand side. Yes, the Sapphire car is on the left-hand side of the circuit and off the track. So Schofield's dropped down from 3rd place. Kutsia moves up to 4th. From 4th to 3rd place as Schofield's out. Andrew Schofield parked on the sideline there in the Fly Sapphire car. That's a big, big pity for him. So it's now Jason Kutsia who's up into the 3 spot. It is Josh LaRue up to 4th. LaRue still in with a chance now of getting onto the podium. And if these two continue to fight it out as much as what they are right now, they might slow each other down and give LaRue a little bit of a chance to get even up to 1st. There's certainly enough time to do that. It's a 10-lap race. Currently they're on to lap 4 of the 10. Gerard Gelderneys, Alex Vos trying to maintain the gap over Jason Kutsia. Kutsia in the 3 spot. Kutsia trying to do everything he can to bridge the gap between himself and these two out front. There is Josh LaRue trying to close him down as they come down the back straightaway there, the N12 highway straightaway. 1 kilometer of black stuff to play with. It's a slight incline as they come up from the bottom end of the valley here at Red Star Raceway. Not a huge climb, but there is definitely an incline to it. Srin Naidu just ahead of Mkonkwana, and then it's Antoine Gelderneys. Evan Holzhausen still ahead of Taya van der Laan. She comes through for another lap and completes that one in anger. We're coming into completing the halfway stage on the next pass across the line. We're on to lap 5 of 10. Taya van der Laan closing the gap now. Storm Lanfear just behind her. That's Kutsia in full flight coming through and heading down towards the bottom end of the circuit once again into the dog bone section. Back to the battle here. Schofield's car being piloted by Rackstraw this weekend. Morris's car being piloted by Van der Walt. 2 youngsters going at it here, loving life in the Formula Fords. Graham Hepburn would probably be thinking to himself, you know what, 3rd place is good enough. I don't have any championship rivals here this weekend. I don't have to fight with these two. I'll take 3rd places away from them because I don't think they're going to be campaigning in this category any longer than maybe just today. But this is a fantastic fight. Really, really good to see. Former Formula Ford and Formula 1600 champions going at it here. And both of them in the Formula Ford Kent category. There's a move on the inside. Rackstraw had a look. Oh, and Van der Walt saw him coming. Van der Walt shuts the door. Formation flying here from Team Investchem Racing. This is good to see. Absolutely brilliant. Don't want to be locking wheels, giving enough room to play. Just keeping it very, very, very close. This is fantastic. We'll come back to them in a few minutes' time. Let's go back to the lead of this race in the Formula 1600s. And it's Gelderneys under pressure. Vos applying the pressure big time. Alex Vos once by. Halfway stage reached. Five down, 5 to go. It says 6 on the side of the track there, but I think it should say 5. I've got 5 laps completed on my timing monitor, so I think it's only 5 to go for them. Timing monitor might be wrong though, so it could be, we'll go with what they see on the side of the track there. The Kyle Army, Red Star and Swartkops marshals combined usually have it spot on. So the timing monitor might be slightly out there, so I think we've got 6 laps to go. There would have only been 4 completed now for these guys and girls. There's Rackstraw sitting on the sideline. That's not what you want to be seeing. He's watching all the action unfold in front of him. Jason Kutsia under massive pressure now from Josh LaRue. LaRue is all over the back end of Jason Kutsia there for the battle for 3rd. Battle for 3rd place starting to heat up there. Just behind what we're seeing here. There it is. LaRue all over the back end of him. Can Josh LaRue find a way through on Jason Kutsia? He can. Because Kutsia just opens up the door. Small mistake there from Jason Kutsia, and Josh LaRue will make you pay big time for that kind of mistake. And he does. He slots himself up into 3rd place. Now tries to close down on Vos and Gelderneys out front. Maybe Jason Kutsia is thinking to himself, if I let Josh LaRue through, he can maybe pull me up to those 2 and we can still find a podium. It might not be a bad strategy there from Kutsia's point of view. Around that, Srin Naidu, Sia Monkonkwana, Anton Caldenas. Jason Gazia's strategy wants to work. He has to stay with Josh LaRue. He can't afford to let LaRue do that. Or what he can, if LaRue locks up wheels like that into the final chicane. Monkonkwana under pressure as well. And applying the pressure straight onto Srin Naidu. Srin Naidu puts Monkonkwana onto the dirt. Here comes in Anton Caldenas around the outside. Oh, and he just slots through. Absolutely brilliant driving from Anton Caldenas. Threaded the needle and got in between the two cars. Monkonkwana gets ahead of Srin Naidu in the interim. And then had to back out of it, and then comes back at him right in the closing stages and finds a way through. How much closer do you want it in Formula 1600s? That's the way to do it. Anton Caldenas runs a bit wide, and he's sliding out of turn 4. Or into turn 4, I beg your pardon, out of turn 3. Now into turn 4, he goes up onto the right-hander. It's a double right-hander, turn 4, with Monkonkwana all over the back of him. Looking to make him pay here if he can. Monkonkwana up the inside. Yeah, that damaged right wing is definitely affecting. Oh, and there's a tag! Big tag between Caldenas and Monkonkwana. I was about to say, Caldenas is battling to turn that car. He tried to get the inside of Monkonkwana and locked up the back wheel and front wheel. That might have done some damage to the uprights. We'll have to keep an eye on that Caldenas car now. Antoine's car probably not going to be performing as well as what it was, giving Srin Naidu an opportunity to close down on him. Have a look at this. Yeah, front right, back left, getting together. And you're always very lucky he didn't break an upright there. Very lucky there from Anton Caldenas' point of view that it didn't do too much damage to the front uprights or that right-hand wheel. He was very up close and personal there. And he runs wide. You can see he's battling. He really is battling there. Anton Caldenas just trying to hang on to a broken gun there. As they go into the final corner, that brings him onto the back straight away. He's dropped right behind Teo van der Laan now. Anton Caldenas stays unnumbered. I think there's damage to that car, and that's what's causing him to drop back. And he just keeps dropping back more and more and more. So Srin Naidu, Evan Holtzhausen. Sia Monkonkwana got away from them ever so slightly, and Teo van der Laan looking to pounce on the two of them. It's Race Driver SA, Total Plastics, and Teo van der Laan behind them. What a move. Great move coming out of the man there, moving himself into what is now 6th place. Evan Holtzhausen around the outside of turn 1. Gets ahead and moves around the outside of Srin Naidu to make that move stick. And here we go. What is Teo van der Laan going to do now as she sees some action happening ahead of her? Can she find a way past as well? That would be probably the best bet for her. Try and get ahead of Srin and stay there with Evan Holtzhausen, possibly close down on Monkonkwana. Big fight on here. Oh, and there we've got some spinners. Is that, yeah, Rackstraw. Rackstraw's in the dirt. I would say Andrew Rackstraw's come together possibly with Van der Vat. They were having such a big battle there for the Formula Ford Kents. Rackstraw trying to get it started again. That's the end of the main straightaway. And it's just past the tyre barriers there. Right across the road from him is the pit exit. So if he needed to possibly get across the road and out of harm's way, hit each other right across the finish line. A little tag between Julian Van der Vat and Rackstraw. And Rackstraw ended up in the dirty stuff. Amazing stuff as they came through there. Now heading into the exit of the dog bone for this battle as it continues. Naidu ahead of Teo van der Laan, trying to come back at Evan Holtzhausen. 7th, 8th and 9th place on the track here. Gerard Caldenas 1 and 2 coming across the line there. Yellow flags waving due to the, look at that, just dirt all over the circuit as they came across the line there. There is Rackstraw. Actually want to see if I can get his attention. Tell him to come and tell me what happened as he came through there. I don't know if I can sneak out of the commentary booth there and maybe catch his attention. But yeah, there was a big moment there between Julian Van der Vat and himself. But look at this fight at the front end. It's Alex Voss on the back end of Gerard Caldenas. And we're heading into completing lap number 8. Nicole Brett's in the house. How you doing, baby girl? Hope you've enjoyed everything so far. The action has been thick and fast all day long, and more of the same to come now for the last 2 laps here of Investchem Formula 1600s. Onto the short straight they go. I don't think Foss has got an answer here. He's certainly pushing hard to try and close in on Gerard Geldenhuys all race long, but Geldenhuys has just soaked that pressure up. So it looks like we're going to hang on for another victory here. The Abacus Racing team looking for top honours once again for their pilot. His brother further back is not quite on the same kind of pace as what he'd like to have been, that's for sure. I'll take nothing away from what he's been doing here at Red Star Raceway. It's been such good racing all day long. Srin Naidu still in the pack there, ahead of Teo van der Laan, hanging on for 7th place. Van der Laan in 8th. Down into the dog bone for them. Van der Laan trying to find a way to close in on the back end of Srin Naidu. Naidu doing the same thing there to Kevin Holzhausen. Holzhausen has not quite got onto the tailpiece of Siamon Konkwana, and they've only got one and probably, about 5 k's of racing to go, because it's a kilometre straight they're on now, and the circuit is 4 kilometres long. Last lap has started for the top 2. Down towards turn 1, there you can see confirmation of that. Josh LaRue in no man's land, but in 3rd place, and what a run there from the back of the pack to end up still on the podium. Just the pack streaming down into turn 1 as the leaders coming out of turn 3 heading to 4. Abacus Racing's Gerard Geldenhuys is going to try and hang on ahead of that Investchem Race Driver SA machine of Foss. Foss has taken a victory, so has Gerard. I mentioned that earlier on. So it's more victories heading for both of them here. Who's going to have what it takes here to take the final one for race 1 though? Have the final say in this one as well. That's the plans are. Head back down into the dog bone section. We're going back to back with single seaters, because straight after this we go into the DOE Formula V's. But we've got to still finish this up and see who's going to have last say in race 1. Look how close it is here, and I don't think Foster's going to have an answer. He might have a go onto the back straight away. He's closing in on Geldenhuys. Is he going to be close enough to use that slipstream on Geldenhuys' car? He is. Look at that late braking from Foster to try and get up into the slipstream effect. Slides out, that might cost him slightly. Now Alex Foster's getting a little bit of a slide out of that final corner onto the back straight away. Turn 11 caught him out there, and he just wasn't able to get the drive. So it's Geldenhuys is going to hang on, barring any mistakes here into the chicane. Abacus Racing for the victory. And that racing division is going to be happy with their boys' performance. Coming to the line, it is going to be Gerard Geldenhuys from Alex Foss. Top 2 there. Finish things up ahead of Josh LaRue for 3rd place. He comes through there just in the background. Monkonkwana looking for a chance now to finish behind Jason Gutierrez, who crosses the line in 4th. Monkonkwana going to be top 5. He beats out Kevin Holzhausen. Srin Naidu. That spin in turn 2, lap 1. And then it's Storm Lanphier. It's going to be Julian van der Walt who's going to hang on for the win in the Formula Ford Kent, but he really hasn't been troubled since he lost Rackstraw. Rackstraw and him having a big tag down the main straightaway, and Rackstraw ended up on the dirty stuff. It's a pity to lose him though, because they were really having a fantastic one there. Now Westman was out earlier on there, Nicky. He'll be back out a little bit later on. He didn't have quite the run he wanted, but the killer will be looking to come back. So that wraps up the Formula Ford and Formula 1600 Championship battle there. Great action coming from them. Graham Hepburn crosses the line. He'll get 3rd place. You can see Rackstraw on the sideline. He probably gave a little bit of a shout out there to Julian van der Walt, I'm sure. That's where we are, if you want to know. There, I'll give you a little wave inside. Hi guys, how you doing? Two Wheels TV here. And up to 60 seconds bringing you all this action. I'm in the Two Wheels TV Peugeot. And yeah, that's how we bring you all the action here from Red Star Raceway. Great result there from Josh. Yes, definitely from Peter Hardeman's point of view. DeLon, Nicholas Van Wheelie and Storm Lanphier. Van der Walt wins out the Formula Ford Kents. And we'll be back shortly with DOE Formula V's.
Yes. I got that, eh? I got it right here. Was it on the check? I went to the office, I came back. And I was singing their praises and through them.
You can probably hear them in the background as the Formula Vs make their way onto the circuit for their first heat of action. The DOE Formula V category celebrating 57 years of racing this season. One of the longest standing single-seater championships in the world, never mind here in South Africa. And we caught up with a couple of their drivers just before our race action continues. Let's find out what their plans are for race 1.
DOE Formula Vs and the front end of this field is now boosted big time with the return of the man on the right-hand side. I'm going to start with Michael on the left. You've had a fantastic season so far. Haven't quite been at the front end, but you're definitely in the mix there and starting to show some good prowess in that little car of yours.
Yeah, well, we've had a tough season. We haven't got the pace we had in 2019, but we're working on it to get better and just keep trying every race. Had some wonderful races so far, and I just want to better that today.
And in the middle is the more famous Van der Linde of all those Van der Lindes out there. Sean, take us through how it's been so far for the season and what your plans are for this weekend.
No, I had a good season so far. I just battled to close the gap to the front pack, but I think I will find it soon. I've been the whole year, I've been close.
There or thereabouts, eh?
Yes, almost. And then, but I'll get there. We've worked a bit on the car, done some practices, not here yet, but I think we'll get there. I think before the end of the year, I should be with the front pack.
Awesome. Jakes, bit of a late start for you after the injury and the motocross and dirt bike crash, but welcome back and hopefully going to be in that front end pack as soon as possible.
Thank you. I feel like a rookie all over again. I think I should ride with a rookie sticker on my car. But unlike all these other guys, we actually haven't done much. I think we had to test and see how it goes with the intentions of maybe see how it goes next year again.
And the injury, how's it been?
It's challenging in the car. It's still bothersome, but it is what it is. We'll carry on.
Always good to see that multiple champion Jaco Schricks back in the wheel and behind the wheel of his race car. Although he did battle, as you saw and heard, in the qualifying session this morning, as well as in his interview there, to say that the injury is still hindering him slightly. It's a left wrist injury that he's got after going out the front door on a motocross bike, landing on that wrist and snapping it. It's going to definitely make his job a bit more difficult because that's the gear change hand. It's a lot of gear changes that happen in a Formula V, particularly over 10 laps of race action. His car's on Bridgestone rubber as well as they head to the Bridgestone chicane. It's Greg Wilson ahead of Lendl Janssen for the front row. Security's car looking pretty good at this stage and potentially up for a challenge in terms of the win there with Greg Wilson. Although I think Peter Hills in the Mongaza racing car and stablemate Gert van der Berg might be having a little bit of a chat about that too in his DOE Formula V. Lucian Ramchanda is the first of the Liqui-Moly sponsored cars there, down in 6th place, which of course moves him into the front row of row number 3, because as I mentioned earlier on, if you've just joined us, the right hand side of the circuit is where pole position will be, so it's actually the 2nd place on the grid that is gifted to the man who will be on pole. So 2 and 3 is the front row, as opposed to what would normally be 1 and 2. So we've got to drop everybody down 1, which means Peter Hills and Gert van der Berg is the 2nd row of the grid. Then it's Lucian Ramchanda and Eric Boyens, Brandon Hills and Jaco Schricks, Sean van der Linde and Carl Watt, Theo Vermaak ahead of Joseph Kotze, Jean-André Leroux, the 2nd of the Liqui-Moly cars there, number 27, good number that car. Marcel Bluchnoot, he's alongside him, Henk van der Berg, Yanni Geise in the number 64 machine, CF Toy Roy Douglas, and at the back Helder Gavaya will make up the final car on the grid there for race 1 of the DOE Formula Vs. You can see the guys have just got caught out there slightly with how they line up on the grid. They were told that pole position is on the right, so just make your way to the grid position you were given. So if you're in 9th place, go to grid spot number 9. There was a little bit of confusion there amongst the mid-pack competitors. DOE Quality Parts bring you all this race action from Red Star Raceway, round 4 of the Extreme Festival. get the timing up for us while we're waiting. Haven't gone live just yet. Tiny's joined us all the way from Cape Town, along with Ahmed Burlim. Belinda Groenewald, big welcome to you. And Heidemann is still in the house. He hasn't left anywhere. He's sticking with us the whole day. Like to see that. Thanks, Pete. A little shuffle here on the grid, as you can see. Red Star / Kyle Army / Swartkops Marshals combined now. Just doing a little grid shuffle there to get everybody in their correct positions. You've got the COC Mitch Kutsia helping out as well to get them into their correct slots. So I believe welcome to my protege, Clark King, and his mum Diane, watching from home as well, seeing some of the race action that's been happening out on circuit today. I think Eric Schultz might have his hands full of a couple of incident reports being passed on from the Polo Cup's first heat. If you missed that one, if you joined us on the live stream, you can of course just go and rewind it and watch it all again. Some smoke around the circuit, a couple of grass fires and felt fires at this time of the year, kind of synonymous with this area. You're not going to get any here at the circuit itself like we've had on a few occasions. The hot stuff just needs to stay on the black stuff today. That's what we need to be worrying about, and ensure that everybody can go at it here for each of their first heats of racing. Well, it looks like they've got them as good as they can get them there. We've got a green flag at the back, and we're into the start procedure for DOE Formula V's. "30 seconds will change to 5. 5 will change to lights on. And as soon as those lights go off, we will go racing." There you go. Good start coming out of Wilson. Great start out of Peter Hills as they head towards turn 1. He's trying to slot between there and find a way through on Lennell Janssen and on the poleman Greg Wilson. Wilson hangs on. It's Peter Hills into third place. Lucian Ramchanda comes side by side with Kat van der Berg as they come out of turn 1, heading to 2. Ramchanda on the inside of turn 2. Brandon Hills right behind that. Then it's Jaco Schricks already under attack there from Van der Linde. Around the outside comes the hard charger Eric Boyens. Boyens, of course, in the Gulf Racing coloured machine. He tucks onto the inside of Jaco Schricks. Schricks has to slot in just ahead there of Van der Linde. And now side by side, in fact, Van der Linde getting through on him as they came out of turn 3. Down into turn 4. Van der Linde's up behind Brandon Hills as they come out. In fact, Boyens and then Hills make that. Eric Boyens just ahead there of Van der Linde. And we just chatted to in the pre-race press conference, looking to try and get up into that front pack. He's there now. And then the 9 car Theo for Mark tucks in behind Jaco Schricks. Mark comes onto the short straight just on Schricks' tail. He has a move already for the lead from Lennell Janssen. Peter Hills is late on the brakes, trying to get up the inside of Janssen as he has a look on the inside of the leader. Van der Berg runs wide ever so slightly, and that opens up the opportunity there for Lucian Ramchanda to get through. Ramchanda sneaks ahead and tucks in behind Peter Hills now as they go into the dog bone. Ramchanda from Hills. Hills from Ramchanda. They'd like to reverse that if they can from Liquid Molly's point of view. And further back, they all start to come through there. Michael Koenig, full flight there. His brother, of course, Stephen, on the microphone here live on the day, doing some entertainment for the crowds who've come out here to Red Star Raceway. If you are out there in the crowds and you're watching the live stream, a big welcome to all of you here to the Red Star Raceway. And everybody around the world. We are in Mpumalanga in South Africa, just near the town of Delmas. It's about 70 k's outside of Johannesburg, Gauteng, if you are a South African aficionado. And there on the right hand side you can actually see the N12 highway that runs almost parallel to the circuit. Late braking from Ramchanda to keep out the battle. And you can see them all starting to line up there, waiting for a chance to pounce. Schricks has not got through yet on Van der Linde. Jaco Schricks, as I said, still battling with that left wrist injury. But another lap completed, and it's a great start coming out of the Bull Security car there of Lennell Janssen. Janssen been able to get through on Greg Wilson? He has. Wilson's dropped down to third place. Peter Hills is up to second. So Greg Wilson with some problems there in that last lap to find a way to stay at the front end. He's now under attack from Lucian Ramchanda and from Kat van der Berg. His teammate is all over the back end of Ramchanda trying to find a way through. Brandon Hills behind that, and then Eric Boyens, Sean van der Linde, Jaco Schricks making up the top 9. So it's literally 6 cars in the fight here for the lead. Kind of what we expected is what I said to Stephen Koenig on the sidelines. I was looking forward to this one. Theo Vermaak currently just outside of that top 10. Leading things out on that second battle on track. And the back is late on the brakes. The DOE car pulls right under the gearbox there of that Liqui Moly sponsored car. Lucian Ramchanda. Heading to the dog bone again. Turn around from a Formula V point of view. Watch for the cutback here out of the double right-hander onto the bottom end of the circuit. It's literally the far end of the circuit that they're at right now at the exit of the dog bone. Left-hand flick, short straight into a right-hander. It goes slightly uphill. As you come out of it, you get onto the big back straightaway that goes parallel with that N12 highway. Formula V's in full flight, 250 k's an hour by the time they get onto the brakes. Very, very, very close racing as always. There's a move. Ramchanda under attack. Van der Berg is late. Oh, Wilson on the inside. Greg Wilson with a big look on heels, and he gets through. And Jacob Van der Berg to try and do the same thing. Van der Berg has got through on Ramchanda. Ramchanda just gives him a little bit of room there. Just enough not to cut his nose off. And here comes Van der Berg looking for a chance now to pounce on the Mangaza racing car. Is he close enough? No, not yet. He's got Ramchanda alongside him as they come into turn 1. Further back. 64 car there of Yanni. Chaser having his own little fight as they cross the line. Big movers on the cards there from Ramchanda's point of view. Just wasn't able to make it stick. So it's Brandon Hills now closing into the back end of Wilson. Wilson and Peter Hills, Peter Hills, not Brandon Hills. Peter Hills now onto the back end of Wilson. Wilson trying to bridge the gap there to the lead car of Lennel Janssen. Silver Lakes Volkswagen and Bull Security car going at it to get away from this pack. Wilson Hills, Van der Berg, very evenly matched as they go down on the brakes now for turn 6. The hairpin at the end of the short straight. Very close there from Peter Hills' point of view. Just positioning his car to ensure that Van der Berg can't attack him as he goes on his own attack. Massive thanks there to UG Lubricants, First Race, Techno SA, DOE, Start My Car, Bridgestone. They're all involved in this category and showing why there's such a massive growth again in Formula V's here in South Africa. Theo Vermaak and his team, the marketing behind this category is definitely working well. Van der Linde falling back slightly. Champion in Jaco Schricks has got through on Van der Linde. And Sean wasn't able to run there with him. Here you can see the gap that's opened up there between Schricks and Van der Linde. Van der Linde and Vermaak just behind that. Some going to close down on Theo Vermaak in the background too. Keep an eye on that. Also on Jean-Ray Leroux, the second of the Liqui Moly cars. As they come across the line, another lap completed. Here we go, inside line from Ramchanda, sneaks through on Hills. Wilson is now in the clutches of that Liqui Moly car of Lucian Ramchanda. Peter Hills tries to come back at Ramchanda into turn 2. He's into the inside line for turn 3. Could possibly hang on to that one. They come out of there, Eric Boyens looking to pounce. Oh, it's side by side as they go down into turn 4. Wilson hangs on. Looks like he was gesticulating slightly there in the car as Ramchanda was alongside him. Triple apex, left-hander coming out of the turn 5 onto the short straight. Defensive driving coming out of Greg Wilson. to keep out the intentions. Oh, in fact, it set things up beautifully for Hills as he had a big dive. Brandon Hills had nearly had a big look up the inside there of Lushan Ramchanda. He's looking very, very good for a chance to possibly pass there. Ramchanda was caught watching the car in front of him. Didn't quite see Brandon Hills closing the gap down there rapidly. Boyens Hills having a fight of note. So there you have it. Daniel Janssen from Greg Wilson. Wilson from Van der Berg from Ramchanda. Ramchanda from Hills and Hills. Peter and Brandon at this stage. And Boyens just behind them looking to close things down. Quite a long way back to Jaco Schricks, who'd normally be right in this pack and fighting hard. As we mentioned, just battling a little bit there still with an injury. I'm glad you're enjoying all that action next. I'm trying to keep it as fresh as possible for you here. It certainly has been action-packed, that is for sure, as they go down across, completing the halfway stage. 5 done, 5 to go. Or am I mistaken slightly there? I think DOE have got, no, they've got a 10 lapper. It's the Global Touring Cars that have got a 12 lapper. So just double checking myself there. Liqui Moly Formula V of Lushan Ramchanda in the mix there with the DOE boys. Getting ahead of Greg Wilson. Looks like it's Gert van der Berg who's moved up rapidly up into second place. Trying to close that gap down now. Just want to double check the number on that car. Yes, it is the 7 car of Greg Wilson. He's dropping by the wayside here into the clutches of Brandon and Peter Hills. Peter first and Brandon just behind that. Gert van der Berg has made his way up into second place and just put in the fastest lap of the race at 2:06.6 from Gert van der Berg. Hanging on for now. Big fight here between them as they go up into the exit of the dog bone. And the fight is on here for what is 4th place. Ramchanda leads it out at the moment. Boyens not able to bridge that gap onto the back end of Brandon Hills just yet. Jaco Schricks is in no man's land. He's all on his own some here. Still ahead of the 6 car of Sean van der Linde. Here we go. Time to mix it up again. Peter Hills on the inside. Ramchanda under attack. Good enough on the brakes. Ramchanda clings on. No, here comes Hills on the inside. Oh, Wilson going to try and go with him. Oh, and clipping the curb. Ah, did Ramchanda catch that one? No, he didn't. It threw him out very, very much, and he's dropped back 2 positions. He tried to stay side by side there with Peter Hills as they came through the chicane, and that Bridgestone chicane caught him out. Lifted the front of the car off the road completely. Now it's Brandon Hills looking to pounce. So a big moment there for Lushan Ramchanda coming out of that Bridgestone chicane, flipping the inside left-hand corner and flipping the nose up and both front wheels off the ground. Doesn't look like he's done too much damage to the car. Very lucky that. But Ramchanda with a big moment out of that Bridgestone chicane. They're going to try and come back at Greg Wilson. Wilson was kind of gifted that maneuver, moving himself up 1 position. Ramchanda definitely was under huge threat there from 2 cars. First it was Brandon Hills diving through, and then Wilson followed him. Peter Hills behind that, waiting to pick up the pieces, but didn't have any pieces to pick up with that time. To the entrance of the dog bone. Further back, Theo Vermaak, Joseph Kotzer going at it. Nice little fight between them as well. It's Carl Watt just ahead of them though. Carl Watt's come through, got ahead now of Theo Vermaak. So Vermaak losing 1 position out there to Watt and possibly into the clutches here of Joseph Kotzer. Just outside of the top 10, this little fight. 11, 12 and 13th place on track. Association points up for grabs for these drivers as well though. Seven done, 3 to go. And that's how it stands. Janssen from Van der Berg. That is Lionel Janssen leading things out over Gert Van der Berg in the DOE car. Behind that should be Peter Hills. It is Wilson Ramchanda. Brandon Hills there behind Lucian Ramchanda in the Liqui Moly car. Moly V now looking to attack Greg Wilson, the second of the DOE Start My Car Vs. Short straight time, and here we go. Slipstream effect, possibly for Ramchanda as he gets under the brakes. He comes out of the slipstream, dives in on the brakes into the hairpin, and looks like he's able to make that one stick. Yes, he is. Gets through there on Greg Wilson relatively unscathed. Good move there from him. Moves himself back into the top 4. Wilson down to... Brandon Hills is behind that. And they come out of the dog bone trying to close down on Van der Berg, but that gap is too big there for Peter Hills to do anything about that over the next 2.5 laps. Wilson trying to use that slipstream effect on Ramchanda and return the favour, and he does it. Brandon Hill's coming along for the ride. He's on the inside line. Ramchanda's on the outside of the Bridgestone chicane. He's already found how difficult it is on that outside line. He stays away from that inside curb on the exit. Good drive from Ramchanda. Trying to come back at Wilson. Wilson sees him coming, shuts the door. Oh, and he comes straight back at him across the line. Heading down towards turn 1. Big move on the cards here from Ramchanda's point of view. Diving on the inside of turn 1. Oh, eventually gets through. Oh, that's good moving. Good race manoeuvres there from those two. Wilson used it into the chicane. Ramchanda came straight back at him. Got the drive out of the chicane and was able to get into turn 1 first. So hangs on only just to maintain 4th place. But Brandon Hills is waiting to pick up those pieces. And it could end up in tears here for these two. Fastest lap of the race there, completing lap number 8, 2:06.1 from Lionel Janssen, your leader. He's pulled 1.5 seconds ahead of Gert Van der Berg. Further 5 seconds back to Peter Hills, and then it's this back. Ramchanda, Wilson and Hills. Brandon Hills now looking for a chance. Possibly spoil the day for both of these boys. Ramchanda's going to have to go defensive here into the dog bone. Watch for those lines coming out, particularly from Greg Wilson's point of view. Sean van der Linde has got back ahead of Carl Watt. In fact, no, I beg your pardon, that's Watt closing in now on van der Linde. Watt was ahead of Theo Vermaak. Getting each other a little bit confused there. Apologies for that. But it is van der Linde who's under a threat there from Carl Watt. Back straight away time. Slipstream City. Here comes Wilson. Here comes Brandon Hill's going to try and get a double slip there from the two cars ahead of him. He gets into the slipstream, pulls out. He's on the high side though. Into the Bridgestone chicane. Can he get it on the brakes? Nope. Ramchanda's better. Complete another lap in anger here. 2 laps to go. This is a fantastic start here. Oh, what a mistake from Wilson. Wilson runs wide out of turn 1. Hills takes the advantage. Gets up the inside. Greg Wilson just running a little bit too hot down into turn 1. Opened up the door. And And it's Brandon Hills who's taken that position away from Greg Wilson now. That's your leader coming towards turn 5. It's a wide circuit here, Nix. I hear your comments, and thanks for those comments. Please keep them coming. The circuit's 14 meters wide, so it's not tight. It's just a very tricky circuit because a lot of the corners look the same. And the drivers will all tell you that sometimes they get confused as to where they are out on track. They've got a big 24-hour event happening here later on in the year. If you do want to learn the circuit in any way or format, that's definitely a race you want to be involved in. Best way to learn, of course, how to drive around this track is get out there for as long as you can. Take it from yours truly's point of view. I've done that on a few occasions. I've got the COC here, Mr. Eric Schultz, about to whisper some naughtiness into my ears. You going to wait till the end of the race, or you want to jump in now? Thank you, Eric. So just giving you a heads up there, if you are watching and you've got a program in front of you of the official race day, just been told from our overall COC that all the races for the second heats have been cut down by 2 laps because we're running so late and we don't want to run out of sunlight here in the midwinter. Chicken flag is out though. They've run out of time to catch Lionel Janssen. He will take the victory ahead of Gert van der Berg, who comes through there for second place. A great run there from van der Berg to finish up beating Peter Hills, Lucian Ramchanda, Brandon Hills and Greg Wilson. Eric Boyens there in 7th place. Jaco Schricks will be just behind him. So that's how we will start things for DOE Formula V. I thought it might be a little bit closer. It was initially. They kind of spread out a little bit there in the closing stages, but take nothing away from a good drive from Carl Watt as well to get into the top 9. He crosses just ahead of Sean van der Linde, who loses out there in that last lap to Watt. And Josef Kotzer was not too far behind that too. So that's how it finishes up for the Formula V's. DOE Formula V's. Lendl Janssen with the victory. Gert van der Berg in 2nd place and Peter Hills in 3rd. Your top 3 there ahead of Lucian Ramchanda, Brandon Hills and Greg Wilson. Boyens from Jaco Schricks, Carl Watt and Sean van der Linde. Josef Kotzer beats out Theo Vermaak for 11 and 12. Henk van der Berg comes through there for 13th. Michael Koenig finishes in 14th, and Yanni Geyser will give you your top 15 cars in DOE Formula V. Up next, it's 12 laps of action coming away of the Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup. We'll be back shortly.
circuit. I've just taken a walk down on our SupaCup and our season, and I've got to say, absolutely fantastic machinery. One thing they're going to be doing is they're going to pull onto the circuit, and there's going to be a minute of silence for the movement of Russia and Floyd. Two vehicle heads that were unfortunately lost their lives not so long ago, and it's impacted most in South Africa hugely. Involved in the workings of mechanics, taking cars to and from the circuit, but all the different companies, BMW, Toyota, the list goes on. And unfortunately, they lost their lives. Silence journey, and they will get onto our racing. So, if we can ask for everyone, as soon as they go out, they're going to stop on the grid just for a moment of silence.
Making their way to the circuit in a few minutes' time will be Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup category. But before they make their way onto the circuit for race number 1, just a heads up from some of our drivers on what their plans are here today at Red Star Raceway.
Global Touring Cars, a big battle expected between the Hype Energy Golf GTI and the two Toyota Gazoo Racing boys, either side of you, Brad. But it's a little bit of a tough one this weekend with being the lone golf out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, after the tragic events that happened after PE, it's a very sad weekend. Obviously, it's the first race weekend that we have after the incident. But like you say, only golf out there. I'm going to have to get my elbows out a little bit with all the Toyotas around me. But yeah, we look forward to the weekend. Pace has been decent, so yeah, we'll see how the weekend unfolds.
Mandla, from your side, how's things going in terms of improvements that you've been looking for?
Yeah, we didn't get off to the best start, I guess, but we're slowly gaining momentum, and the changes we've done in the car are starting to, I guess, come to fruition, and the field's quite close, so I think we'll be in there for the fight.
Birthday boy, what's the plans?
Just to get a good setup. The past few sessions I've been struggling a lot with my brakes, so yeah, we're just hoping this last session everything's sorted with the brakes.
You do realise that you've only just qualified for a learner's license in South Africa?
I do.
You're going to make them learn from you today?
I'm not sure. I'll try.
I'll just answer a few of the questions that have been thrown my way there from Nicole Britt. Yeah, the trap temperature at the moment, ambient temperature is about 17 degrees Celsius with a real feel about 20. So track temperature itself will probably be about 30 degrees Celsius. Not ideal, but not bad actually compared to yesterday. Shannon Blicknotes here is what you've been watching and looking forward to. Julian Hammond, come and join us as well. Thanks Jody for passing those on to all your friends and fans and family. And looking forward to race 1 now, as we're seeing some sideways action from some of the cars there. That's the Platinum Wheels and Wheelie car out of Team Red Racing's JP van der Walt. He was 7th on the grid. Definitely going to be watching for his progress through the field as the cars come to take up their positions on the grid. It's Brad Limburg who will be on pole position in the Hype Energy Sparco and Team Red Racing Golf GTI 8. He takes up that pole position. We'll be looking to try and fend off the attack from all the Toyotas in his rearview mirrors. And watch out as well, as I mentioned earlier on, for Andrew Rackstraw in the Race Driver SA Investchem Audi. He's a man, of course, who set a lap record around here last year in his championship campaign to win the Investchem Formula 1600s. And by doing that, he knows his way around this track and certainly knows what to do to make a car go around the track fast. So that is the plan for Rackstraw to come through the field of Toyotas that are around him, including the Ford Focus as well of Julian van der Walt, who's just ahead of him on the grid. It's Leighton Fourie who rolls up into pole position for Global Touring Cars Super Cup. His teammate Jeff Kruger will be alongside him there for the front row. So the two Team Red boys are going to try and fight off and fend off the intentions being shown by Arnie Neveling, Jason and Keegan Campos, and of course the rest of the pack, including JP van der Walt, their stablemates, in the pack of Global Touring Cars Super Cup category cars. Also great to see the return to circuit racing for Ian Pepper this weekend, as he is piloting Roy Campos's Campos Transport in Turn 1 Polo Super Cup GTI. And then behind that, of course, we've got the two Hammond boys. We have got the hard chargers coming from Scotland in Paul Luty, and massive thanks to him and his team from the Campbell's Shortbread division for bringing us some from all the way from Scotland, from Campbell's factory, which is in his hometown. See Trevor Bland walking down the grid there to go and have a chat to his drivers. I see Gary van der Spey out there as well, also having a quick final chat to the Paget racing car there of Ari Neveling. And then also keep an eye out on, of course, Team Perfect Circles. Keegan Masters will be starting from 6th place on the grid and trying to run the Playboy Motul XL and Peretti Auto Parts car to the front end of SupaCup as we get into it now. But before we start, we are going to be taking a moment and a minute's silence for, of course, our good friends Roger and Floyd, who were tragically killed on a head-on incident coming out of the last round of the Extreme Festival in PE.
We're going to ask everyone for a moment of silence for our forward vehicles that unfortunately tragically lost their lives. We have a minute of silence.
To Roger and Floyd's family, we wish you all the very best, and I know that you guys have had a tough time of it after the sad loss of those two gentlemen after the final round, or the previous round of the Extreme Festival. And we thank everybody there for observing that 1 minute silence there for Roger and Floyd. And we now get ready to go and do what they love to watch more than anything else, and that's Global Touring Cars in full flight. Going to clear the grid quickly and get everybody ready to go. What you'll see is a full rolling start lap led out by the Polo GTI out front. They will follow suit almost a few seconds after that Polo GTI makes its way around onto the circuit for the first time as the pace car for GDC. Brad Liebenberg will lead out the pack of Global Touring Cars, and Leighton Furry will lead out the pack of GDC Super Cup category competitors. And there'll be a small gap between them to ensure that they don't get into each other's ways in terms of racing that happens at the front end and back end of each of the categories. Looks like Brad might have stalled his car there, but he gets it going and leads Robert Volk, Julian van der Vat, Michael van Rooyen, the birthday boy from only a couple of days ago, Saud Variawa, birthday boy yesterday, Andrew Rackstraw and Mandla Nakani in the third Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla. And it's Leighton Furry, Jeff Kruger, Campos, Neveling, Campos, Masters, Van der Walt, Machotzi. There's news there as well from the Volkswagen Racing Stable's point of view. Jonathan Machotzi, of course, would have been piloting the Global Touring Car Golf GTI 8, and unfortunately also burnt out in that horrendous accident coming out of PE at the last round. And both of those Global Touring Cars destroyed in that horrific accident So we've only got one Golf GTI 8 left. It's in the hands of Brad Liebenberg. And he will, of course, be looking to start things out now at the front end of GDC. So we've got one Golf, one Audi, and 5 Corollas. That is the front pack of Global Touring Cars. Next, they don't. Unfortunately, they've all got one set of tyres that is supplied the whole time. It's not like Formula 1 or any of the big international categories where they've got a choice of tyres. They all have to stick with the tyres allocated to them. So it's no, not really a tyre allocation that they can chop and change in terms of the compounds or abilities of the tyres. It's all exactly the same set of Dunlops that they run here for Global Touring Cars and for the GDC SupaCup. That's Rackstraw, Race Driver SA, Investchem Audi A3. All these cars rear-wheel drive, remember? So no all-wheel drive systems that Audis would normally run in their race Quattros. Brad Liebenberg now tucks in behind that Polo GTI. He will be the man to dictate the pace across the line once that GTI moves its way off the circuit. You can see SupaCup category cars coming onto that back straightaway. They'll be held up by Leighton Free, trying to give himself a little bit of room so he doesn't catch the back end of that GDC pack. Damien Hammond at the back end. Nathan Hammond there with his brother for Trinity Protection Services. Just behind Calvin Diaz. And you've got Pepper ahead of Nick Davidson. And remember, mentioned earlier on, but just to give it a re-mention before we get into race action, Andre Versailles, the second of the Team Perfect Circle Polo Cup, SupaCup category cars, not there. A hip injury to Andre Versailles, unfortunately, has cost him a chance to go at it here for this round. But let's go into Global Touring Cars full time as the lights go out, and it's Liebenberg trying to fend off the Corollas as they go down towards turn 1. He's put his car right into the middle of the circuit. Van der Vaart moves the forward, slap into what is going to be second place, possibly second place because his teammates run wide. He's having a look on the inside there. There's the SupaCup category cars make their way towards turn 1. Into turn 2 goes Global Touring Cars. It's Liebenberg side by side between Volk and Van der Vaart. Behind that, Rackstraw under attack almost instantaneously from Van Rooyen. Michael Van Rooyen having a look on the inside of Julian Van der Vaart. Saud Variawa squeezed through and got ahead of the second of those machines. And then looks like Rackstraw could be in a bit of trouble there as the second Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla gets up ahead. Donnie van Niekerk having a little bit of a chop and change there and having to work it out amongst himself and Keegan Masters. Keegan Masters has already got some pressure being applied there by JP van der Walt. Hammond's up there as well. Good start there from Hammond as he slots in behind JP van der Walt. Calvin Diaz there just ahead of the Stunt SA car as they come out of turn 5 onto the short straight. A little bit of a gap opening up there. Looks like second place has changed up in terms of how it started. It's not Jeff Kruger who's into second place. Looks like Masters is also starting to make his way through the field rapidly there for Team Perfect Circle. The lone Perfect Circle car out there today. We send a shout out there to Andre Versailles for a speedy recovery after a hip injury has pulled him out of the race car for this weekend. Brad Liebenberg pulling away though and looking to try and hang on to the front end of what is going to be a hard-fought battle here for 12 laps. It'll be a 10-lapper for the second one as all the second heats of the day have been reduced, and they'll be looking for a chance now possibly to hang on for what is going to be GDC's victory. Makhotzi's already into the mix there. He's fighting hard with Campos. Campos behind. In fact, he's fighting hard with the two Campos boys. It doesn't look like it's gone according to plan there at all for a couple of those cars. Tata Corella falling by the wayside too, dropping into the clutches there of Ian Pepper. Pepper's got Schneiders up the road from him. Stefan Schneiders has moved into Global Touring Cars SupaCup and into the Masters side of that SupaCup, which he wasn't in earlier on in the season. Hype Energy, Team Red Racing and Sparco sponsored machine of Brad Liebenberg leads the pack of GDCs. It's Vulcan second for Investchem Chemical Logistics Racing and WCT in the Corolla in second. Van der Vaart in the Ford Focus is third, that's him. And on his tail he has got a hard charge coming from Michael van Rooyen and Saud Variawa. Variawa, remember, only turned 17 years of age yesterday. And There's a man that you need to watch out for in the future of saloon car racing in this country and worldwide. Rackstaw's down to 6. He's into the clutches of Mandla and Nakani. Very close between the two of them. The Audi, or the nickname, of course, they've called that Audi, is the Tank. He's having to fight off Mandla and Nakani. Leighton Free leads out over Jeff Kruger and Arnie Neveling for the top 3 in the SupaCup category. Neveling, I think, got ahead a little bit there of Jeff Kruger, but Kruger's come back at him now. Let's see if we get a glimpse of those guys as they come into the dog bone section for GDCs. Liebenberg currently leading comfortably. Almost a second up the road there from Volk. Volk, similar gap to his teammate. And it's Toyota Gazoo Racing's Michael van Rooyen, Sawad Variawa. Rackstraw tucked in between those two cars and Mandla Nakani, the final of the Gazoo Racing Corollas. Been a phenomenal run have Toyota Gazoo Racing. First, second, third and fourth place. The last round of the World Rally Championships in Kenya. Those were the first 4 positions on the podium for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Then it was here's a race of note for Janelle de Villiers and Murphy, his teammate, and their 2 teammates, Guy Buttrell, and they came through 1 and 2 for Gazoo Racing. We're going to see Toyota Gazoo Racing's Yaris Cup up in a couple of minutes' time as well. But these Toyota Gazoo Racing Corollas are doing a superb job so far. Here we go. Let's have a look and see what's happening between Davidson and looks like a bit of manoeuvre happening on here onto the back end of Van Niekerk. Ronnie Van Niekerk feeling the pressure there from Nick Davidson. He's trying to come back at him. Tata Carello, Nick Davidson, Donnie Van Niekerk, Jonathan Mahotsi fighting down in the mid-pack of Global Touring Car Super Cup. Leighton Free getting away from his teammate. He was nearly half a second quicker in qualifying than Jeff Kruger. So we know he's got pace. Arnie Neveling in 3rd. Keegan Masters up to 4th place ahead of JP Van der Walt. Van der Walt pulling away now from Tata Carello. Carello's got Hammond on his tail. Damian Hammond has got Keegan Campos behind him. Donnie Van Niekerk is then there. Then it's Davidson and Jonathan Mahotsi. Jason Campos right out of it. Hasn't found his way around Red Star Raceway to make it a fast car like he normally is in. There you see a shot of him. The 2 car further back there, of course, is Keegan. That's his brother. He's in the turn 1 colours. There he comes in the background. So it looks like we're going to be in for a bit of a fight here. Campos boys not having it all their own way this weekend, that's for sure. Masters, though, under threat. And JP Van der Walt is starting to close in there for the Platinum Wheels, Wheelie.co.za and Team Red Racing machine. He's out of that Universal Motorsport stable. And of course, this is the man who took the road car category at this year's Samola Hill Climb. So he certainly knows how to pedal a Super Cup car, as well as he did that 911 Porsche he had at the Hill Climb. The man ahead of him has also spent a couple of meetings in the Italian Porsche Cup. Here's Keegan Masters, part of Team Perfect Circle. As I said, the lone Perfect Circle car out there today. His teammate on a Besaid note, sidelined with an injury. There you can see those flashes coming on. When those flashes come on the global touring cars, particularly in the Super Cup class, it means they've gone to their push-to-pass mechanism, giving them a little bit extra power for about 20 seconds. Assist with trying to bridge a gap or make an overtaking maneuver, or just get away from a compatriot or competitor. So it's Leighton into turn 1. Jeff Kruger's behind him. Harry Neveling's in 3rd place. Leighton Free getting away there for Universal Motorsport, Team Red Racing and Elite Services. Here we go back to halfway through Global Touring Cars. That is Michael van Rooyen trying to close the gap down on Julian van der Walt. Van der Walt currently 3rd place on the road in the Ford. So we've got all 3 manufacturers represented in that first 3 cars on track for GDC. Volkswagen, Toyota, Ford, Toyota. Saad Variawa not able to bridge the gap onto Michael van Rooyen. Then the Audi is under attack from Mandla Nakani. Nakani certainly looking like he's got what it takes here to take on Rackstraw as they go down to the Lombard. Red Star SA Investchem driver, and of course your current reigning Formula 1600 champion behind the wheel of that Audi. Looking good at this point in time, just not good enough. However, remember the second race is an inverted grid, so there might be a bit of strategy coming from Race Driver SA and from Mandla's point of view to be on the front row for race 2. And with only 10 laps in the next heat, means that they could potentially looking at that as a strategy and sticking out of harm's way here for the battle at the front, and maybe going to go to the battle at the front for race number 2. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Volk is second in the 1 car. Chemical Logistics and WCT Racing's Toyota Corolla trying to close the gap there on Brad Liebenberg, who's looking for his first victory in Global Touring Cars. Liebenberg controlling it and definitely showing these boys the way around. 2:03.7 from him on the last pass. Beg your pardon, not a 2:03.7. I'm looking further down there. It was a 1:56.0 from Brad on his last pass, but he's done a 1:55.4 earlier on in the race. 55.6s out of Robert Volk, 56.3s out of Van der Watt and out of Michael van Rooyen. So second, third and fourth place, about 0.5 or half a second to 1.1 second gap in terms of lap times to Brad Liebenberg's pace at this point. Volk in second. Why is it all there for him? He's got enough gap in hand to stay ahead of his teammate Julian van der Watt. Van der Watt playing the tail gunner role at this stage, keeping Van Rooyen at bay. Although Van Rooyen really does have an answer there to the Ford's power at this point. Ford Focus going really well for third. Investchem Chemical Logistics and WCT Racing ahead of Toyota Gazoo Racing's top two. And it's the right Race Driver SA and Investchem teams Andrew Rackstraw in the Audi. Birthday boy from yesterday, 17 years of age. People think that he just, as I said in the interview, has qualified for his learner's license in South Africa. And he's in amongst some of the best saloon car racers in the country. This is certainly a man who could put his name up into those best saloon car races in the country. Leighton Fourie, Team Red Racing, OMP and Express Hire are his sponsors on that Polo SupaCup GTI. Bourbon Eyewear and Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger behind that in second place and losing some ground there to the youngster. And then behind that, Arnie Neveling. Who would have taught Leighton Fourie a lot of his racecraft at Team RKT Karting. Titan Stuntsman, that of course from further back here, Schneiders versus Hammond. Hammond on the back end of Stefan Schneiders, using those push to passes to get away. You see a big move on here from Keegan Campos, trying to close the gap down onto the back end of Tata Corello. Keegan Masters ahead of JP van der Walt, still down into turn one, Team Perfect Circle. Parede Auto Parts, Playboy, and of course XL and Mobil on the side of that car. The man from Hans Hasey is not here. He'll be suitably impressed with the pace that Masters has found. Top two in GDC SupaCup heading to turn 4 and 5. And the gap is maintained by Leighton Fourie over Jeff Kruger. Looking for a 1-2 there for the stable and for the Team Red Racing machines. Kruger onto the back straight. Look at the gap he's got now over Arnie Neveling. Neveling being closed down a little bit there by Keegan Masters and by Keegan Campos behind him. Carrillo, of course, is between the two of them. Kruger had a fantastic day yesterday. He was quickest in almost all the sessions until Leighton got onto the track. And that all changed up. Hammond down into turn 6 for Trinity Protection Services. A lot of their business, of course, is here on the East Rand of Johannesburg and into Mpumalanga, so flying the flag high there for a local company. Mahotsi on his tail, good to see that, Jonathan Mahotsi. Having not been able to drive the burnt out and destroyed GTI 8 in GDC, fortunately there was still one Polo Cup, SupaCup GTI available for Mahotsi to pilot here this weekend. So Jono gets back into a car he was relatively au fait with, having spent an entire season last year in Global Touring Car SupaCup. There's a move from Campos onto Corello. Drives on the inside under braking and easily done. Campos man moves up ahead of his stablemate there, Tata Corello. Not too shabby. I think Corello was expecting cooler conditions or colder conditions here today. And then the snowboarder could have probably had a chance. Here's a move. JP van der Walt on the inside, looking for a way through on Masters. He gets up alongside him, and van der Walt looks like he's got what it takes on the brakes. Yes, he does. The Team Perfect Circles, Keegan Masters, the motor down one place. JP van der Walt, opportunistic as always, dives on the inside of a mistake from Keegan Masters. That's an unusual mistake from Masters. Campos ahead of Corello. We've seen 2 overtaking maneuvers in the space of 3 corners. So it's JP van der Walt who moves himself up into now 4th place in GDC Super Cup. Masters down to 5. Nice to see we've got an onboard camera on that car. That'll be great for the TV package in about 2 weeks' time. Make sure you check out that action on Ignition TV. And we'll also probably be getting this, of course, onto the Global Touring Car Super Cup website as well. For some additional coverage. You see some of the onboard stuff that we don't get to see today. So it is JP van der Walt now ahead of Keegan Masters, pulling away from him ever so slightly. What has Julian van der Walt been able to do about his teammate? Has he closed that gap down? No. The gap has maintained at 5 laps to go. 7 laps completed, 5 to go here in this 12-lap first heat. GDC is now opening up controllable gaps amongst every single competitor. It's kind of equidistant gaps for the first 5 cars on track. Hype Energy Drinks, Sparko and Team Red Racing's Brad Liebenberg leads out though. Looks like he's got controllable lead over Robert Volk. Volk will be thinking about the championship. He's currently the championship leader, remember. As Brad Liebenberg can continue to take race victories from here on, he could potentially threaten that lead. Which is why Volk is not going to settle for anything less than second if he can't catch Brad Liebenberg. Van der Walt in 3rd place, also doing a similar thing. Problem is that for one of the Toyota Gazoo racing machines is that Van Rooyen it is. Michael Van Rooyen's car has come to a complete standstill on the little straight between 3 and 4. So Van Rooyen drops out of the top 4 and Sawad Variawa accepts that position. He'll move into 4th place. 5th place will now be Rackstraw and 6th place will be his teammate Mandla Ndakani. So Michael Van Rooyen with problems going into the latter half of this race. Liebenberg up the long back straightaway. Probably the 230, 240k an hour mark for these cars as they come under braking for the chicane. Masters with problems. Keegan Masters pulls to the sideline as well. That's a big pity. Keegan Masters with some kind of an issue on the side of the circuit. Van Rooyen is in the no man's land. I wonder if there's going to be a possibility of a safety car because we've got a car stuck on the circuit. Very good chance of a safety car scenario here. Keep an eye on those marshal points as Campos closes in. In fact, Pepper closes in, I beg your pardon. 29 is Pepper. Pepper is all over the back end of Hammond now. Look at the way things stand at this point in time. I think Pepper might be 2nd or 3rd in the Masters. Let's have a look down, a little bit further down there. It is Nick Davidson from Stefan Schneider's and then Pepper 3rd in the Masters at this point in time, but fighting there with Hammond and with Paul Luthi. All the way from the United Kingdom. He's a Scottish-based driver who comes out to participate at every single round of the Global Touring Car Championship. Great to have him here. He's in a bit of a fight there with the 11 car of Nathan Hammond and Ian Pepper just behind that. So have we been asked for a safety car? Doesn't look like it at this stage. I think they're realizing that probably Michael Van Rooyen's car on the inside of the straight between turn 2 and 3 might be a safe position. 4 laps to go, and I think every driver's seen that car. That's why they're saying might not need one. So here we go, down towards turn 1 with the rest of the pack in Global Touring Car Super Cup. That is the Titan Stunts car there of Dani van Niekerk. He has also had a fantastic run in this category. Cape Town-based driver, also running with some car care clinic racing colours on that bonnet earlier on in the day. I'm not quite sure if they're still on that bonnet. I don't see them now, but let's see them earlier in the race weekend. Hammond and him going through there past the stricken cars on the left-hand side. Is that Ndakani getting through on Rackstraw? It is. Mandla Ndakani moves up 1 place. He goes to what is now 5th place behind Rackstraw. That fight between Rackstraw and himself has now changed up. Gone a little bit wonky there, unfortunately. Sorry, just confirmation of that. 9 laps completed for Liebenberg, who has started his 10th one. Carney's up to 5. Rackstraw down to 6th as Leighton Free continues to lead things out ahead of Jeff Kruger and Arnie Neverland for the lead of Global Touring Car Super Cup. That's Volk in 2nd. No worries at all for him either. He's really not being troubled by anybody else other than Brad Liebenberg initially. Tried to get through on him but just couldn't match the pace of Liebenberg. Liebenberg with a lap and a lap and a half to go. Or maybe a little bit more. Our timing monitor's a bit wonky today. It's because of the signal out here. Nothing to do with our boys up in the timing room. Done a great job so far. That's the gap that Brad's got over Robert Volk. As I said, Volk with no answer to Brad, but he'll be thinking about the championship. Consolidation of second place would be better than nothing. Van der Walt is definitely going to close things down in this championship with a 3rd place in the Ford. And then we've got to take into account, I wonder if Rackstraw has decided to let Munda and Nakani through to possibly have pole position for race 2. There is strategy in that. It's an inverted grid for race number 2. And I'm sure that Paolo and Piazza Mussos would have been having a chat on the radio saying, listen, we're not going to get any higher up on the grid. Let's rather take an advantage of a pole position for race 2 if we can. Pepper onto Hammond again. Imagine Nathan Hammond's rearview mirrors with Ian Pepper all over the back of him. That certainly would get your eyes open. Multiple SA champion on your tail. And a welcome return there for him as part of the Campos stable this weekend. Speaking of Camposes, well, this is Keegan onto the back end of JP Van der Walt in the closing stages. So Van der Walt could have his hands full here and potentially be looking for a chance to hang on to 4th place if he can and keep Campos out. Keegan Campos is definitely looking a little bit more racy here into the last 2 laps. Leighton Free about to come and complete another lap in anger here at the lead of SupaCups. He's got 2 to go. Kruger in 2nd. Free, Kruger, stablemates, teammates in Team Red Racing. And right now, 1 and 2 for the team would be fantastic. It's going to open up the lead there for both of them because they are currently 1st and 2nd in the championship as it stands. So it'll be an equidistant between the 2 of them, maintained, but a little bit of advantage gained over the 3rd place competitor in that championship. Neverling and Campos were fighting for those honours. Liebenberg onto the rumble strips and up onto the back straight away to complete lap number 10. According to the lap monitor, but it'll be lap number 11 because we had 2 to go on his last pass. So he's about to start his final lap now. Liebenberg onto the last lap. 4 Ks of this Red Star Raceway to go before the first victory comes for the Hype Energy Team Red Racing and Sparco sponsored pilot Brad Liebenberg. Leighton Free looking for a victory as well in the Super Cup class. He's got to hang on for a little bit longer. 1.5 laps to go for him. He's onto that back straight away and doing a superb job. Faree's lap times 59.5 was his fastest. Currently in the 202s. But managing the gap between himself and Jeff Kruger, keeping it to about 4 seconds. As he comes into that chicane for the last time and starts the final lap. Penultimate time, not the last time, I beg your pardon. As he heads down towards turn 1, there's Kruger on his tail. Kruger's got no answer there to Leighton Free's pace. Kruger will be thinking about championship as well. It's a long way to go still in this GDC Super Cup championship for 2022. Oh, a bit wide there from Van Niekerk, opening up an opportunity possibly for Davidson. Will Davidson move up 1? Damian Hammond just ahead of the 2 of them. Mahotzi into the final chicane. African motorsport man. Hammond, Van Niekerk and Davidson. Davidson looking for the victory in the Masters. So it's Brad down the back straight for the last time. Coming into the final chicane. And his first victory is on the cards here. Liebenberg to the line for the win. And it's the first victory there for the Hype Energy Golf GTI 8 of Brad Liebenberg out of Team Red Racing. He beats out the WCT and Chemical Logistics Toyota Corolla, Robert Volk for second. Leighton Faree now coming to the line, going to follow him. How far back is Jeff Kruger? Well, he's far enough for Faree to hang on for the win here, potentially. Kruger in second place, Arnie Neveling still in third. It's Leighton Faree going to make it victories here for Team Red Racing in both of the categories here for Global Touring Cars. And of course Jeff Kruger is going to make it 1-2 here in the GDC Super Cup for these two guys as well. Fantastic run, and that's what it's all about for GDCs and GDC Super Cup. Leighton Faree coming to the line, looking for the victory, and he's going to get it. Faree takes the win. Jeff Kruger is going to come through for second place. So we got first place overall in GDC 1 and 2 in GDC Super Cup. And an awesome run there from Team Red Racing for this first heat. Remember, the second heat is a slightly deleted or lesser race than what was expected on the program. 2 laps less. Nice run from JP van der Walt as he comes ahead there of Campos and Carello. And that's how you do things in Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup. So it's Brad Liebenberg from Robert Volk, Julian van der Walt, Saud Variawa, Mahotsi a bit sideways out of the final corner. Just showboating a little bit there. Rackstraw in 6th place, but he'll be in pole position for race 2. Leighton Faree, Jeff Kruger, Arnie Neveling, the top 3 in GDC Super Cup. They beat out JP van der Walt, Keegan Campos, Tata Carello, Jonathan Mahotsi, Damien Hammond, Donnie van Niekerk, Nick Davidson, Paul Luthi across the line there. And finish up just ahead of Nathan Hammond, Ian Pepper and Stefan Schneiders. So 1, 2, 3 is Liebenberg, Volk and Van der Walt for GDCs. GDC Super Cup 1, 2, 3 is Faree, Kruger and Neveling. And in the Masters it is Nick Davidson from Ian Pepper and Stefan Schneiders. That wraps things up for GDCs and GDC Super Cup. We'll be back shortly with more action here from the Extreme Festival.
Cup cars all lined up. What the car, ironically, pretty again. What's the level top says? Pretty durable as well. And also, you want to start to the circuit and start home as well. So that's going to have a huge amount of fun. And I quite enjoy the racing scene. A lot of good racing. Also, some quick ones. I was Bolton. We've also got Ashley Oldfield. Everyone doesn't know, actually won the couple of years ago, the Investchem Formula do a race driver and an opportunity to race at the mark with Investchem. So actually, won the competition. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it to the mark. They got some time and everything. So have a little bit of fun. Also, got pretty big close. We were able to good conflict race car against the Belgian really won. Always put a gap on it, so please make sure that all business vehicles that come into the field like that. After that, and also emergency vehicles come out. Second to that, under 16-year-olds to the pit wall.
So making the round to the circuit now, Gazoo Racing Cup for their first heat of the day. We caught up with a couple of the competitors to find out what their plans are here at Red Star Raceway.
Gazoo Racing Cup at Red Star Raceway, always going to be interesting. But Tom, from a Gazoo Racing point of view worldwide, a dominant factor in all forms of motorsport at the moment. World Rally Championship with 4 out of 4 at the front end. The off-road racing only a couple of weekends ago, another double there for the team. Things are looking good.
Very good. And there was, of course, Lombard as well. Victorious again. So yeah, Toyota seems to be doing fantastic things in motorsport, and it's great to see them branching out here with this new series and testing the water for a new single make racing class.
Sean, from your side, you've been in the mid-pack there trying to find a way to catch these two alongside you. What's the plans for the weekend to do that?
At this stage, it doesn't look like it will be very possible to keep up with these two in particular up front, but all I can do is try and find a little bit more time in quali and maybe go for a podium tomorrow.
Ash, the fight's on. The two of you are going to be going at it again?
Yeah, hopefully. I got to do a bit of work to catch up to Tom. He's a bit of a local legend here, apparently, I've heard. So,
He's just sandbagging. He's just sandbagging. Watch, he's going to come out guns blazing tomorrow.
Oh, I used what, turn 64 as a bit of a takeoff today, so I've got some repairs to make to a couple items on the car before tomorrow in qualifying. But yeah, I really need to find some time to catch up with Tom and then, yeah, make a race of it for sure.
And it certainly has been a race, and all occasions that Gazoo Racing have been out on circuit at the various race tracks we've been to so far for the Extreme Festival for 2022. And an awesome battle that is always expected between these competitors. Remember, most of them are journalists by trade, so it's the first time that these cars are going to be seen in anger here at Red Star Raceway. Faulkner ahead of Sean Nurse, Mark Jones ahead of Jeanette Kritzinger, and Lorata Matabese ahead of John Thompson. Oldfield, the man who's taking off-track excursions, as you just heard in the pre-race press conference, starts from the back of the field. So watch out for Ashley Oldfield coming through there for cars.co.za. But it is the Sunday Times man who will be out front. And he'll be pushing hard next to SN's Sean Nurse. Well, I see that as the Gazoo Racing Cup lineup, but it is definitely Ashley Oldfield who's on the front row. And the grid that they sent us on the Extreme Festival page is not quite the same as what we're seeing here at the front end of the field. Maybe there's a revised one. Let's see if I can find a revised one here quickly while they make their way out onto circuit for their warm-up lap. This is possibly the revised one that I've just picked up. Yes, here's the revised one. I was going to say, hang on a second, that didn't look right. I can see Ashley Oldfield on the front row in front of my commentary booth here at the Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds compound. So Oldfield for cars.co today. Sunday Times man is Thomas Faulkner, Sean Nurse for SN, Mark Jones for the Citizen, and then it's Jeanette Kritzinger out there for her publication, Lorata Matabese for Top Gear, and John Thompson at the back for Gazoo Racing's Cup here in South Africa. And it looks like they've literally taken over the circuit here as well. There's Gazoo Racing banners as you come into the circuit. There's Gazoo Racing banners on the pit wall. And they are coming in here as probably as hot as what Suzuki did only a couple of years ago to try and get as much exposure for their brand as possible. But you heard from my comments and question to Thomas Faulkner in the interview, Gazoo Racing, Toyota Gazoo Racing becoming a major dominant factor in motorsport worldwide. World Rally Championship saw a 1, 2, 3 and 4th place in the Rally of Kenya, the World Rally Championship round only a couple of weekends ago. And the Toyota Gazoo Racing Desert 1000 saw a 1-2 there for De Villiers and Buttrell in their Gazoo Racing Hiluxes. And more importantly, as you heard from Thomas Faulkner, which I failed to mention, I didn't even realize was there to add to my comment, was the fact that Toyota won the Le Mans as well. So yeah, they certainly have got a great product and good race cars in all forms of motorsport around the world. And we're about to see more of them go at it here for the first heat of the Gazoo Racing Cup here at Red Star Raceway. So a lot of grass fires around the circuit and all around the surrounding areas. Fortunately, they haven't come and joined us here at the actual circuit itself. Frankie Ennis is there, along with Vaughan Edling. Stretch is also there too. Nexus is sticking around. She's loving all the race action. Hasn't left us yet. I think Peter Hardeman is also doing the same thing. He hasn't left at all. This is the one circuit where the Yaris Cup cars have not been as quick as the Polo Cup cars have been, but on a very similar lap time to sort of mid-pack of the Polos. But it's been an interesting mix to see how these almost stock standard race cars can go at it at almost a similar kind of lap times as what we see from competitors in full race spec Polo Cup race cars. As we head down towards turn 1, you try and spot who's who there. Yeah, at the front end, I think Oldfield got the whole shot, and he is slotted in there with Thomas Faulkner behind him. Falkner will be looking to come through there in the 111 car as they go into it for the first time and into turn 2. Behind them, Sean Nurse. And looks like a good start there from Nurse to beat out Mark Jones to turn 1 and 2. Yeah, Jonesy in the Citizen car there. Then Kritzinger. The Toyota car at the back is John Thompson. But it's Oldfield and Falkner getting away from Sean Nurse. Nurse already said he was going to battle to try and stay with the top 2. He's not doing too much of a bad job of it at this stage, but I think by the time we get to the end of the 8 laps and 6 laps later, he'll probably be a little bit further away from those top 2. He is fending off Mark Jones from the Citizen Motoring. There he comes. Really the only differentiating factors on these cars are the fact that they've got their drivers' names on the rear window, a different number on the doors, and then on the bonnet their publication that they write for and are journalists for are on that front bonnet. I think a voice of choice one would be looking quite good out there. Maybe we should have a chat to Quinton and the team at Toyota Gazoo Racing. Maybe get a little bit of a media VIP slot into this Gazoo Racing Cup and see what I can do amongst these boys and girls. Jonesy trying to close things down there on the back end of Sean Nurse. Nurse opened up a little bit of a breathing room, bit of breathing space there between himself and Mark Jones. We'll head up the back straight away. These will be just over the 200k an hour mark as full flight. Tabesi there for Top Gear. Trying to close in on the back end of Jeanette Kritzinger. JKK, the second pack of cars. We heard a bit earlier on, I was chatting to Stephen Koenig, the live PA announcer here at Red Star Raceway, and he was talking about how excited he was to see these cars on track. It's the first time that they would have seen them here in the Mpumalanga region. And of course this is all development for what could potentially be a one mag series being launched in full flight next year from Toyota. Imagine 20 odd of these cars with some young guns behind the wheel going at it. It'll be pretty awesome to see. Good opportunity for race drivers coming out of karting or single seaters or other forms of saloon car racing at a regional level to step up to national championship and national challenge status. If Toyota are going to go the whole hog and put an entire series together next year, that's what the plans are. That is Jeanette Kritzinger doing a superb job as always out there, the lone lady amongst the gentlemen racing. I say gentlemen because, as I said, most of these guys are full-time journalists. They're not actually race car drivers, although actually Oldfield does some piloting of a race car in his own right. So does Thomas Falkner, who pilots Lotus 7 in the Lotus Challenge. They do a lot of racing here at Red Star Raceway. Mark Jones spends a lot of time in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series in a Sav Speed BMW. Now in the Yaris Cup Toyota Gazoo Racing machine. And front wheel drive as opposed to the rear wheel drive car he'd be usually piloting around this racetrack. I'm sure we're going to get Bernard de Gavea joining us at some point in time during our race commentary today. They've got another one of their events coming up. I think they head to Pakisa for the next round of their championship. 111, that is Thomas Falkner. Two laps down now for these guys. Gaps have opened up to almost equidistant amongst all the cars on track. Oldfield from Falkner to the tune of 1.576 seconds. And it's a further 4.9 to Sean Nurse in third. 6.3 down to Mark Jones for fourth. So between 1.5 and 2 seconds between each of the cars on track. If you've got a race program with you we should be having a small break just for a circuit cleanup before we get the bikes back on track for the second heat of SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Investchem Formula 1600s, and the Formula Ford Kents, CompCare Polo Cup, Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup, DOE Formula Vs, and Gazoo Racing Cup will be the last race of the day here today as well. But remember that all of those heats for the second heats of the day will be cut down by 2 laps, so it's all 8 and 10 lappers and a 6-lap race for the final heat of Gazoo Racing Cup later on this afternoon. See, they don't hold back though in terms of giving everything they can and getting everything they can out of these cars. Just going to pull up some info that I had on my phone with these guys as well in terms of those laps put in by the fastest polos. Fastest polos were doing 2:12s, exactly the same as what these cars are doing. So fastest polo on track was a Clinton Besaid note. He did a 2:12.950, and we're getting a 2:12.763 from Ashley Oldfield in this car. Very impressive. Very impressive. So that is 3 of the 8 done. Oldfield only pulling out 1/10 of a second over those 3 laps. Now 1.6 seconds up the road from Faulkner. Just while this is on as well, just give you a heads up as to where we're going next. Don't forget that we've got National Championship Extreme Festival headed to the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 5th and 6th of August. So that's definitely something you want to have in your diaries if you're watching us on the live stream and you want to pick up some of the action coming from arguably SA's fastest racing circuit. East London Grand Prix circuit, that's where our national championship categories, including the Gazoo Racing Cup, make their way to next. But before that, if you're into a regional side of things, the SupaCup Annapolis happens on the 23rd of July. That's at SupaCups for cars under 50,000 Rand. And you can go into that. It's an 8-hour endurance race covering 500 miles of racing. So certainly something that you want to be checking out. We'll be live streaming that one as well from SupaCups, the SupaCup Annapolis on the 23rd of July. Regional Extreme Festival makes its way back to SupaCups as well on the 13th of August, just after the National. So we'll be checking that out. ABS braking coming into full effect there with the hazard lights coming on as Oldfield gets on the brakes late into the chicane. And then of course don't forget that we've got the Festival of Motoring at Kyalami on the 25th to the 28th of August. That's a big date to have in your diaries as well. I just want to have a quick squiz at some information that was sent my way as well from Red Star, because they've got some big events coming up in the very near future, including a 24-hour event here at Red Star Raceway. That's certainly one you don't want to be missing out on. Looks like Thomas Faulkner starting to close that gap down ever so slightly on Oldfield. 1 and 2 fighting hard. Third place all on his own is Sean Nurse. Jonesy's on his own as well. Jeanette Cock-Kritzinger's got away from John Thompson, who's moved ahead now of Lorata Matabesi. Definitely on here between Faulkner and Oldfield. And it's on as well a little bit further back there between Kritzinger and John Thompson. Thompson and Matabesi, I beg your pardon. Matabesi there for Top Gear, just behind the Toyota sponsored machine of John Thompson. They head down towards the hairpin at turn 6. Ooh, late braking there from the 55 car there of John Thompson to keep out Lorata Matabesi. Jeanette Kritzinger though is all on her own some there in the 5 spot. Jonesy's trying to close that gap down on Sean Nurse, but he hasn't been able to do anything about Nurse's pace. Once again, late on the brakes there from Oldfield. Trying to get even later was Faulkner. Both of them with the hazard lights on as the ABS system kicks in with that car. As I said, these are stock standard road going cars from the Toyota stable. Gazoo Racing Cup powered by Netstar. In full flight now at just over the halfway stage of race 1. 8 lapper and 5 completed. Yes, Pete, they've got ABS on them. It looks like that fight on the background. Thompson and Matabesi starting to heat up ever so slightly for the final positions on track. The rest of these guys are sort of just maintaining those gaps, but the fight for 6 and 7 is definitely on. Here it comes. 6th and 7th place. Well, that's Sean Nurse actually. Waiting for 6th and 7th place fight to come onto that little shot. They're getting up close and personal, that's for sure. Thompson and Matabesi. Racing Cup driven by Netstar, and coming to the closing stages of this one. We've got 2.5 laps to go. The fight was starting to heat up there between the last 2 cars. Thompson now just slight advantage over Matabesi. Lorato was looking good, and now he's got his whole family here this weekend, including his youngster who's sitting on the sideline shouting out there for dad. Caught up with him this morning over breakfast, and the Top Gear man certainly looking forward to this challenge. I like the fact. That's a good shot that we got there from Dave. Thanks for that one, Dave. You check Matabesi. He's got his elbow up on the door there and taking a bit of a cruise through the bottom end of the dog bone section. Similar to kind of what we used to see with Willie Hepburn in the Old Animal and, of course, in his Opel record. Every now and again you see Uncle Willie putting his elbow onto the window and getting a little bit of extra traction for the turn-in point. So you can see, as much as they're having fun out there, this is also, of course, all development for what is the future of Gazoo Racing Cup in South Africa. Faulkner's just put in his best lap time. It's a 2:12.728. So Thomas Faulkner starting to up the wick slightly, but I don't think there's enough time to bridge that 1.7 gap to the lead car of Oldfield. The man from cars.co.za looking to beat out the Times Live man. I don't think we're going to see any changes between these two boys. Oldfield should still be able to hang on. Faulkner will be thinking to himself, this feels like a Lotus Challenge race against Jeff Kruger here at Red Star. A number of times that those two have gone to battle have been on a few occasions in the Lotus Challenge. So one of those Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup Corollas have a bit of an issue in the last race. Michael van Rooyen hopefully will get that Corolla of his sorted out before race 2. He'll have 2 less laps to try and get to the front end. To wait and see if that's going to cost him in this championship. You cannot afford to have any DNFs or chinks in your armour by the time the checkered flag comes down at the end of the season. We've seen that on numerous occasions. This championship has gone down to the wire at Global Touring Cars to the point, or to the tune of about 1 point in the championship at the last race meetings. So mistakes are vital, and DNFs are not in the equation if you want to be winning championships. Consistency is key, and that's exactly what Oldfield and Faulkner is concentrating on as they start their final lap. So it's Ashley Oldfield for Cars.co.za looking for the victory here in race 1 of Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Red Star. Sean Nurse is comfortable in 3rd place ahead of Mark Jones, who's also comfortable way ahead of Jeanette Kritzinger. John Thompson still ahead of Lorata Matabesi, but Matabesi may just give him a run here on the last lap. Hairpin for the last time down at turn 6. So Faulkner might have just closed that gap down a little bit. Maybe not enough to give Oldfield a run to the line, but he's definitely, yeah, it's definitely a lot closer than what it has been. Must have not been in the same shot for a while. I'm almost there now. I think Oldfield just rolling out of it ever so slightly. I'll bring that car to the line for the victory. And race 1 honours here for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Checkered flag is waiting. ABS comes on for the last time under hard braking for the chicane. And it's going to be Oldfield from Faulkner. As they started is how they will finish. 1, 2 and 3, no problems at all there for Ashley Oldfield. And Thomas Faulkner there for 2nd. Sean Nurse hangs on for 3rd. Mark Jones will get 4th place. And that brings us to the close of the first heat of racing here at Red Star Raceway. We've got a small break in proceedings now for a circuit cleanup before we get our SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup back on track. We'll be back shortly with race action here from round 4 of the Extreme Festival.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, our SunBet Masters Cup. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit. One of our biggest long-term drivers in South Africa. Short with the best riders in South Africa. Kicking out side by side, elbow to elbow, continuing right here at the Extreme Festival. Let's see what they'll be able to do. And then we take into the circuit for their final heat of the day. This is where it's final heat of the day. This is all or nothing. Maximum points. Whatever happens in race 1, forget about it. Focus on race 2. Go for the glory. And this is where it's talk about the bigness. And there's no big pressing out. This is what we talk about pop. Very good, very pop. Where it's all about getting to the front of the field. Rock and roll, heading out onto the circuit. It's been a fantastic day. It's the final heats of the day. And it's going to be all or nothing for every single one of these drivers and riders.
Heat 2 action now from Red Star Raceway, round 4 of the Extreme Festival, and it's SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup that are on track. Jason Lamb, Ronald Slammert and Graham Van Breda make up the front row. Two Class B competitors sandwiching the Class A competitor there, Lamb and Van Breda on Class B, making them the veterans of the category. Class A, of course, are the Masters, and that's Ronald Slammert in the middle of that front row. We stand by now for race action. This is the warm-up lap. No, they're going straight into race procedures by the looks of it. We've got a 1 minute board on the left-hand side. So stand by for race action here for race 2. 30 seconds. It's, yeah, I thought so. It's one warm-up lap. It's not the 30-second board procedure. So they got caught out there. That's the warm-up lap now. Heading down towards turn 1. The start guy was definitely into full race start procedures though, so apology there for maybe getting him caught out, but I was watching him and it looked like they were going into the full start procedure. Meanwhile, they should have just got the 30-second board and the green flag. So this is the warm-up lap. Reason for the 2 warm-up laps on the long lap is to try and get as much heat into the Bridgestone rubber as possible. Call out from Ian Harwood during the clock of the course's riders briefing. Initially they were going to do the short lap and come to form up and then go around and do 1 warm-up lap on the big lap. But the man from Bridgestone was saying, no, that's not enough time to get some heat into the rubber. So let's rather give them a full sighting lap and a full warm-up to get as much heat into that rubber as possible to avoid any big incidents in the first couple of 100 meters of the circuit until those bridgestones come up to optimum racing temperature. So it's Lamb, Slamet and Van Bredal the front row, Smith, Bontekoning and Endicott the second row, Trevor the Killer Westman, Nicole Brett. Well, you've been around, you've been waiting for this. He's out there now. Stand by for that action with the Killer. Westman out there ahead of McMahon and Sanjeev Singh. Ridgeway Race Bars, Keith Agliotti, Byron Rothwell on the Mag Magic bike and Wayne Shelley on the Shop 74 Kawasaki make up the fourth row. Then it's Henk Kruger, our off-track rider, ahead of Jason Langeveld and Apana Ganapathy, Rob Craig, Johan LaRue and Ruan Oberholzer. And then look out for action coming from Harwood, Hazelman, Aubrey Murray, Dennis Laffers Fritz, Stephen Golgocci on the Prima Cup Kawasaki. This September IM63 Kawasaki ahead of Lubabalo and Sana. I saw him back on track, so it's good to see both of the 6.3 and 5.3 bikes on track again. There is Golgocci making his way down that back straight away, and Rowan Smith at the back of the pack. He is back into the thick of it now for the ZX10R Masters Cup. You can see here even into the afternoon, we're at 3 o'clock. We started the second heats here at 3 o'clock, which is why we've cut the laps down on every single one of these second heats of racing. This should have been a 10 lap, it's now only going to be 8. And of course, ZX10R Masters Cup now going to be fighting hard for honours here. Jason Lamb, apologies to Lammy, I was calling him a rider from PE. He's actually all the way from East London, not too far away though. So the Slummies man out there on the Tire Mart machine looking for another victory. Oh, and Slammin gets a jump start! Ronald Slammin with a jump start off the line. He didn't time that to perfection. He's now going to have to try and get at least 30 seconds ahead of everybody else. Otherwise, that is going to be a huge mistake. Lamb hits the front, Van Bredal second. So Ronald Slammin with a jump start is going to be very concerned about that. Oh man, what a pity there for the Red Baron. Well, what you're going to do now is get your head down, try and get as much time between yourself and the riders behind you, preferably 30 seconds or more, because that's what the time is going to be given to you for a penalty for a jump start. An additional 30 seconds to your lap times, which will possibly drop him down into the top 10. That is not what Ronald Slammin wanted, that is for sure, as the rest of the pack come out of turn 3 and 4. Come down, of course, now and start to make their way down the short straight out of turn 5. Sanjeev Singh side by side once again there by the looks of things, going at it again with Trevor the Killer Westman. That is Henk Kruger, off-track excursion man at the end of the race. No, he hung onto that bike right at the end as he went off track, but he managed to. So it's Lamb from Van Bredal. Unofficially. Officially, of course, it's still Slammin out front. But with that jump start, he will definitely be penalised. So now the rest of the pack comes down into the dog bone. We follow them through. Johan LaRue in the mid-pack there. You can see Lafros Fritz as well. There is Golgocci. Looks like he's got a slightly better start there from Stephen Golgocci, as he's now moved up ahead by the looks of things of Dieter Heiselman and Aubrey Murray. So a much better start there from Golgocci on the Prima Cook Kawasaki. He's got Lafros Fritz there, and that's Apana Ganapathy. Easy to spot him with that orange persimmon lens that he runs on his helmet. Always runs that orange lens, gives him slightly better vision out on track, even if it's day or night. Be a little bit bright in that setting sun now. Bikes on the brakes down into the Bridgestone chicane. That is the Mag Magic bike of Rothwell. As they come across the line, Rothwell's just ahead there of Ian Harwood. Harwood fighting hard. Remember, there are 37 motorcycles on the circuit. So a lot of fun to be had in that mid-pack and at the front end. Slamet's got his head down. He's trying to get away now from everybody else and open up at least a margin. That'll keep him at the hunt for potentially a top 10. Second place at the moment, Jason Lamb. Van Bredal is in third. He's got Michael Smith on his tail, his former teammate. Endicott behind that, the second Cape Town-based rider. And of course, championship leader ahead of Brian Bontekun and Sanjeev Singh, Westman and Cragg, and then it's Wayne Shelley in the top 10. So leading out the Class C battle at the moment is once again the Shop 74 Kawasaki of Wayne Shelley. He's a long way up the road there from Johan LaRue. Guru currently down at about 14th or 15th place, 14th place at the moment. As we see some pressure now being applied onto the back end of Ambradar. Stefanuti, Stocks and Motul Kawasaki with Smitty all over the back of him. Michael Smith wants through. Jason Lamb has closed the gap on Ronald Slamet. Slamet's day could turn to be a little bit worse here if he gets overtaken by the East London-based rider Jason Lamb. He'll be looking for 3 wins out of 3 starts. He took the final victory in the previous round in PE, and is now, of course, looking for 2 wins in a row here at Red Star Raceway in round 4 of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Championship. Oh, there's a move. Late breaks from Michael Smith, gets up the inside of Graham Van Badar. TVBD with no answer. As they come through, completing another lap in anger here. 6 laps to go, 2 done. Smith on the brakes into turn 1. Van Badar slots in behind him. So the 3 and 4 place battle now turns into Michael Smith getting away from 4th place Graham Van Badar. Setting his sights on Jason Lamb and Ronald Slamet. Heading into the low sun now. It's starting to get lower and lower in the sky here at Red Star Raceway. We'll soon find out why this track is called Red Star, as that sun sets over the western side of the circuit. In the back, also watching out on Bontekun and closing on Entekot. Nice little fight there, also starting to rage for 5 and 6 place. Entekot under some pressure there from Brian Bontekun. He's a lot closer to Entekot than what he was in the first heat. They've left Sanjeev Singh ever so slightly behind them, but he's got Trevor Westman for company again. So it's currently racing 2 by 2. A little bit further back, we got a 4-way battle. 4-way battle being looked at here as they come down under braking, just outside of the top 10. Panaganapathy in that mix. The dog doctor's there as well. Stewie Christie there on the Eastern Veterinary Clinic Kawasaki. So we nicknamed him the dog doctor. Panaganapathy though just ahead of him. Nice little fight there between them. And it looks like fighting in amongst them there is Aubrey Murray and Lafritz just behind that. So Murray, and I think coming into that one as well will be Dieter Hazen. Leaders across the line, and it's a new leader. Jason Lamb has got to the front. Lammy hangs on for the lead, pulling away now from the Red Baron. Ronald Slamet down into 2nd place now. If we add the 30 seconds onto his penalty, Slamet will be outside the top 10. Unbelievable. Small mistake there from Ronald Slamet. He was not looking to do that, I can tell you. He certainly wanted to try and ensure that he could stay at the front end and win this race. But with the jump start, it's going to be a big mistake and a crucial one in terms of points. Lamb hits the front again. The East London-based rider from Tyre Mart Kawasaki at the front of this race. There is Entekot versus Bontekun. 5th place battle heading onto the short straight. Bonte looking to try and get the drive. Jag Power Products Kawasaki under braking. Up the inside of the Motorwise Sarum Engineering Kawasaki. Has he run wide? He has. Oh, great. There's a little chop and change between the two of them. And a little bit hot into that turn 6 hairpin. They're looking to get on the inside of that Sarum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki into the dog bone. Can't quite get through there. Graham Van Badar coming back at Michael Smith though for 3rd. As we continue to watch the action there for 5 and 6. Bonte on the back end of Entekot. Bontekun really pushing hard to try and find a way past on Entekot. Let's also try and close that gap down in the championship. Here we go. Slam it to the front, around the outside into the Bridgestone hairpin. Nice late braking maneuver there around the outside of Jason Lamb. Landon's sets up out of the saddle as he came out of the hairpin there as well. Big moment there for him. Back to Panaganapathy fighting hard here with the dog doctor. Aubrey Murray in that mix as well, the 48 bike. 65 is Stewie Christie, the dog doctor. Not quite getting on the same pace as those two on the back straight away. There's a punter on the inside of Aubrey. Maria loses out to Panaganapati into the Bridgestone chicane. Punter gets the left-right flick and then back onto the right-hand side of the tyre to complete another lap in anger. 4 laps to go for these riders. Keith Agliotti Jr. on the Ridgeway Race Bar Kawasaki. Tony in 11th place there with Byron Rothko. Just behind him, Wayne Shetty just up the road from him. Trying to close down on that Shop 74 Kawasaki and the Mad Max Kawasaki of Rob Craig just ahead of him. Wayne Shelley just inside that top 10. He's in 10th place at the moment, but leading Class C, the Grandmasters. Jason Lamb leads out Class B. He's second overall on the road. And it's Ronald Slammett who's in Class A's lead, but of course that will be gifted to Michael Smith, who's currently third on track. With Ronald Slammett's jump start, unfortunately, it'll be a costly one for him. Jason Langerveld on the 50 bike, just outside of that top 10 battle. Back to Bonte, who's got ahead now of Enticott and is starting to pull away from him slightly. Closing in at the front end is Jason Lamb again on Ronald Slammett. Slammett, if he works around to the right hand side, lifts that front wheel on the right hand side, flick over. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go for the Red Baron ahead of Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb will realise, I'm sure at this point, that Ronald Slammett had a jump start, so he doesn't have to fight too hard for the win. That'll be gifted to him with a 30-second penalty that'll be applied on Ronald Slammett's jump start. And Van Bedard trying to get back at Michael Smith. He hasn't done it just yet. Certainly a lot closer on Smith than what he was. Looking for a chance now into turn 4. Out of 4, they come through a big left-hander. Triple apex corner there for the two of them. Looks like Enticott is trying to close back down on Brian Bontekonen. He's not too far away from that. Here comes Van Breda on the brakes. Into the hairpin, foot out, and just keeps Smith at bay. Can he make it stick though? He does run slightly wide, but it's enough. Only just to keep up Michael Smith. So that's definitely stocks, and Motul Kawasaki moves its way back up into the top 3. Exactly where he needs to be to try and stay in the hunt for this championship. He's ahead of the championship leader. He knows his closest rival, Ronald Slammett, has made a mistake. So that's probably why he's looking to push as hard as he can to get up into what would be second place actually on track by the time the checkered flag comes out. So Will Smith settle for the win in Class A. And third on the track. He's going to give Van Breda a run for his money again into the closing stages. Van Breda through the Bridgestone chicane, back to the battle between Agliotti, Craig on the back now of Shop 74's Wayne Shetty. Shetty's got through on Craig. Wayne Shetty's ahead of now Robert Craig on the Mad Max Kawasaki. And it looks like there's some intentions being shown there by Keith Agliotti's point of view as well to get up into that top 10. Promoting Rob Craig out of the top 10 into 11th place. Lining up and waiting to pounce behind Agliotti. You can see they're just biding their time. It's the Mad Magic bike there. Byron Rothko, who's also waiting. All running off circuit there, somebody. And look at that. Is that Langerveld or possibly Lafras Fritz maybe? From the helmet, it might have been Langerveld. Could be Jason Langerveld who's made a small mistake there in the closing stages. Possibly Jason Langerveld who ran wide there. As I said, Wayne Shetty ahead now of Rob Craig. Just want to try and refresh our timing monitor here. Signal at the circuit is quite bad. There's a change up as well. Agliotti diving on the inside of Rob Craig. Finding a way through there on the Mad Max Kawasaki. That'll move him up into 10th place. Rob Craig down to 11th. Shetty's into 9th. This is the battle for 6 and 7 between Entercott and Bontekoning. 5 and 6, I beg your pardon. 5th place at the moment is that number 16 Jag Power Products machine of Brian Bontekoning. Entercott behind him. Yeah, we go back to Van Breda and Smit into the Bridgestone chicane. Right, left flick. And back across the line now to start the final lap. So on to the last lap. It is Graham Van Breda who's in 3rd place, trying to close down the gap between himself and Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb in 2nd place on the road, but he'll be 1st overall at this point due to the fact that Ronald Slammett had a jump start. So if I take the 30 seconds, I'll try and work it out for you. It's probably going to drop Ronald Slammett into 11th or 12th place after the flag comes out and they've sorted out that jump start penalty. Slammett going to try and push as hard as he can on this last lap to limit the damage. He'll be kicking himself for that mistake, that's for sure. Slammett tried to time the lights to perfection, just missed out ever so slightly. And now heads into the dog bone and leads the race, but knowing he's got a possibility of a 30-second penalty being implemented onto his race time. So we're on to the last part of this last lap. It's a right-hander that'll bring them through an uphill sweep onto the back straight. Jason Lamb knows that 30 seconds is going to be put on to Slammett, so he's not going to push him too hard. He's going to get a double win here, will Jason Lamb. Even though Slamett's going to cross the line first and take the checkered flag. That penalty will then be incurred. And Slammett will drop back. Here they come to the line. Slammett crosses the line at the front end, but he knows it's not a win. That's why there's no celebrations, but Lamb certainly knows he's taken it. Jason Lamb with a double victory here this weekend. Smit wins out over Van Breda. Smit across the line ahead of Graham Van Breda as they came to the checkered flag, and it looks like it's going to be tight here between Bontekoning and Entercott. Bonte hangs on as well. Entercott just behind him. And a nice thumbs up there from Entercott to acknowledge the great fight that he's had there with Brian Bontekoning. Sanjeev Singh on his own sim coming through. Fight to the line. Could be Westman, could be Wayne Shelley. Close stuff as they cross the line. It's Westman, Shelley and Craig fighting for those last spots of the top 10. Let's see who finished up there. Here's 63 versus 24. Ian Harwood fighting it on to the last part of this race with the IM63 man and his good friend Lubawatsu Nsala. So Lubs and Safiso going at it here with Ian Harwood. It was Westman to finish up ahead of Wayne Shelley and Rob Craig for the top 10 honours. This is the battle of the threes. IM63 and the 53 machine going at it. Lububatsu and Shana going to try and beat out his good friend Safiso Temba, and does so. Ian Harwood tucks in behind them, and it's Golgotchi coming through behind that. So a nice run there from the prime equipped Kawasaki, but there you have confirmation. Jason Lamb will take the victory after being gifted it by the jump start from Ronald Slammett. Slammett gets the win, of course, across the line, but we will wait and see how far back he'll drop. If I go down the list, it's 6, 12, 25. He'll drop to about 7th place, though, so it's not too bad. Damage limitations there from Ronald Slammett. If I've worked it out correctly, he'll be in about 7th place behind Sanjeev Singh. Looking at the classes, it's Ronald Slammett who takes class... No, Michael Smith will take Class A, I beg your pardon. Then it's Jason Lamb from Graham Van Breda and Brian Bontekoning. Entercott will take Class A. Slammett will still get 2nd place in Class A, ahead of Keith Agliotti. And then Wayne Shelley will take Class C's ahead of Johan LaRue. and then Stewie Christie further down there for the 33 spot. That is our ZX10 R Masters Cup combined, all sorted out for the day. Big thanks to SunBet, to Red Square, NGK and Bridgestone Tyres, and of course Kawasaki Motorcycles for all that action. We're heading into the second half of the day's proceedings, as I said, and all of the races have now been cut by 2 laps, so it's 8 laps of V8 Supercars about to happen on circuit, with Mobil 1 V8 Supercars on track shortly.
Mobil 1 V8 Supercars at Red Star Raceway. It's going to be a big battle at the front end of this field, boys, and I think there's some contenders in here for a victory. Larry, what are you going to be doing to try and take these 2 boys on your right-hand side on?
I think it will be pretty much an Alonso kind of thing. Get them at the first corner.
Oh, together. So that first corner, if you go a little wide, Thomas, you were telling me earlier on that there's a couple of cows out there that got your name on it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll stop before Delmas if we go off. But no, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I hope people will come out. There's no power at home. Eskom made sure of that. So come and watch the racing, and we'll have a good show.
Franco, what's your plans?
Put my foot down and go and just stay in front. I mean, his lighties in the Altop, he says he wants to overtake me in the first corner. Well, let's see what happens, eh?
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
So I just want to add that I want to thank Mobil 1, of course, as our main sponsor. We got nice stickers on the car. I promise you I'll put on a good show. AG Lubricants as well. So let's hope for a good day tomorrow.
Welcome back to race action here from Red Star Raceway, and it's round 4 of the Extreme Festival National Championships. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars about to make their way onto the circuit now for the second start of the day for the V8 Supercars. Information being passed my way as well from Tanya from Extreme Festival. GTC and GDC SupaCup will now move to the last race of the day. So everybody getting bumped up one, and GDC and SupaCup will be the last race of the day. I think a couple of cars that need some repairs. That's possibly why they're giving them a little bit extra time. But it'll be David Coetzee and Terry Wolford who are on the wrong side of the grid there for my liking in terms of how they should be lining up. But I think, yeah, Wolford and Coetzee the front row. Ahead of Lombard and Reeb. Race protagonists in race 1, De Matteo and Adlam. And race 1 winner, Julian Familiaris, having a start from the back of the pack for race 2. See some comments coming there from Jacques Ackerman, who, if I'm not mistaken, should have been involved in that ZX10R Masters Cup. Hey, Mr. Ackerman. Anyway, hopefully we'll get you back soon. Odds and evens can be confusing. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We have told all the drivers, though, that pole position is number 2 on the grid. So you go to number 2 if you're on pole. If you're in second, you go to number 3. If you're in third, you go to number 4. But that's, our motor racing drivers are, Pete. They might not get that. Anyway, they're on the track and they're about to go racing again for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And this is going to be a big battle. Watch out for that man. Julian Familiaris was fastest to the tune of at least 2.5 seconds over the rest of this pack. So if he comes through the field, could be quite an interesting little battle here. And remember, he's down to only 8 laps compared to the 10 that were originally scheduled. Not enough time for him to go playing here. We know how good both Di Matteo and Adlam are in getting through a pack from the back of the pack. But one thing you got to take into account now is both Reeb and Lombard are higher up than what they started in the first one. And you got Terry Wolford on the front row. He'll definitely be looking to turn his luck around here, I'm sure. The second start of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars with the inverted grid. So they're behind that Polo GTI. Official pace car here today for all of our rolling starts. It'll also be the official safety car, of course, if we needed it. We haven't needed it yet, and hopefully we won't need that until the end of the day. As I said, global touring cars have moved to the end of the day, so everybody else bumps up one. Stand by now as Kutsia and Wolford will lead out this pack for race 2 of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. GTI will peel into the pit lane, and that will now give Kutsia and Wolford a chance to dictate the pace across the line for this start of race 2. Reeb and Lombard line up alongside each other for the second row. The two Jags are side by side for the third. And watch out for Familiaris coming through this pack. Drop the hammer time. Kutsia does that. Lombard goes almost instantaneously on the attack on the inside of Reeb, but Reeb has got him slightly into turn 1. The Chevy Lumina tucks into third place, but watch out for that Ford Falcon. Here comes Terry Wolford. Already on. Oh, and he's given a huge tag! Slams into the back of David Kutsia and sends them both into the grass into turn 2. Wolford with an uncharacteristic mistake there, diving and smashing into the back end of the now stricken Grid 1 car of David Kutsia. Warren Lombard leads out this race. Lombard goes down, well he does, he tries to lead the race, but Reeb comes back at him. Reeb now leads out. We've had 3 leaders in the space of 4 corners. Good move here from Thomas Reeb to get to the front end. Di Matteo is trying to get onto the inside and find a way through early on Lombard. The 3 of them all coming out of Di Matteo Racing. Of course, look at this replay of turn 2. Terry Wolford with no brakes slams into the back of the Mobil 1 Grid Ford Falcon and sends it flying into the grass. He follows suit with the Ford Falcon from Fuchs' side of things. And that slippery little machinery, it's Mobil 1 and Fuchs Lubricants going sliding into the grass. Mobil 1 leads out though with Thomas Reeb. Pep Boys Automotive in second place there is Warren Lombard. And Adlam Auto's Jaguar means Mackie Adlam is ahead now of Di Matteo. He's moved up to third place. So what an interesting start to this one. Not quite what we expected. Yeah, it is a huge battle expected here between these 5 cars. Familiaris was quickest of all of them in the first race, and he's still down in the 5 spot with 2 lesser laps to try and get to the front than what he needs to. They were normally going to have a 10 lapper. They were even talking about a 12 lapper for these V8s, but now it's only 8. And now Julian Familiaris has got to try and get through as quickly as possible if he wants the double victory here on the day. 5 cars left and they go flying across the line, and all 5 of them in with a chance of a win. Inside line from Dimitar, almost gets him through to third. But Adlam sees him coming. Just slots himself back up into that 3 spot. So no changes here at this point in time. They stay as per the finish on the last one. Just in reverse order, basically. Will they be able to reverse that order up at the front end of this fight? Let's keep an eye on that one as Dimitar starts to show a little bit of metal. Has to put a bit of pressure onto Adlam as he puts the nose of that Jaguar right underneath its tail. Similar XKR up the road, just slightly different aerodynamic package on those 2 cars. Lombard looking dangerous, late on the brakes into turn 6. Can't quite get up the inside of Reeb. Reeb runs wide. That could give Lombard a chance. Yes, he does. He squeezes Reeb out as we see a white flag there. It was for a slower car on the circuit, probably Terry Wolford or Kutsia nursing his car home. It's Wolford. Wolford nursing that car all the way back to pit lane. Back to the action as Reeb has gone to second and Lombard's hit the front. Pep Boys Automotive Ford is now leading things out over this big pack, and watch Lombard try and open up the gap now. He'll hope that Thomas Reeb keeps the 2 Jaguars and that very fast Corvette behind him for as long as possible. Give himself a little bit of breathing room here and a good possibility of trying to stay at the front end and possibly steal a victory here. Down the back straight away, here comes a move out of the slipstream. No, not quite close enough there for Dimitar. Not close enough as well for Adlam. Very evenly matched, these cars. Have a look at the lap times. 2:01.2 to a 2:02.4 between those 5 cars. It's a second that splits them, and it's 2 seconds gap that splits those 5 cars across the line. Lombard ahead of Reeb. Reeb ahead of Adlam. Adlam ahead of Dimitar. Dimitar and his stablemate at the back end of the field, fighting to try and get through this pack. Not easy, that is for sure. Come out of turn 3. Now heading to 4. 4th place is where it could be a bit of a fight on, and it is definitely going to be start to rage here as Dimitar sees a bit of an opening here from the Lauda Classic Cars car to try and get through there on the Adlam Jag. Adlam Auto Jaguar of Mackie Adlam still not finding a way past on the Chevy Lumina. Reeb keeps them at bay for now. That's giving Lombard a chance to get some breathing room. And Lombard's breathing room is exactly what he needs. Oh, and there's a mistake from Adlam, under braking. Adlam loops it out in turn 6. That is exactly what Reeb needed. And that is not what Mackie Adlam wanted. Adlam now losing huge amounts of ground to his championship rivals. We spoke about the championship opening up here. And it's going to give Frank Dimitar a chance now to do just that. Adlam spinning out, moves Dimitar to 3rd. Reeb just ahead of him. Will he ever go at him later on? Possibly a little bit later on in the race. He's going to have to try and close the gap down first of all, as he had to come out of it ever so slightly to avoid the spinning Jaguar in front of him. Adlam was just too late on the brakes and probably a little bit too hard on the brakes, which was why the back end stepped out. Remember, these cars run a lock diff at the back. So they're like a 600 horsepower cart. Corvette starting to close in on his teammates, so Familiaris realizing that the top 2 are getting away ever so slightly, and he's running out of lap times. He's running out of time on the circuit to possibly spoil the day for everybody else out there. 3 laps completed in anger, 5 to go. Five more laps of V8 Supercars here from Mobil 1s. Dive up the inside. I think Dimitar realizes that Familiaris is quicker, which is why he's giving him some room. Jules now goes through on Franco. Franco going to try and run with his teammate and maybe use him to close that gap down on Thomas Reeb for 2nd. Adlam's still on track. He's just past our commentary booth, but he's a long way back, about 11.5 seconds on the back end of what was Julian Familiaris, which is now Franco Dimitar. Dimitar will be watching his rearview mirrors for the hard charge coming from Adlam, trying to make up ground and get up as high as he can in that top 5. Only 5 cars still circulating. We had 9 that started this morning. The one car didn't make it out here for the second heat. That was Larry Wolford's Corvette. A couple of cars that are still with some repairs and battle scars from previous rounds of the championship. It should be sorted out by the next time they get on track. Number 1 V8 Supercars here at Red Star Raceway have always been interesting, particularly with the fact that they can get into 4th gear and open up the legs of these ponies and birds and cats that all go fighting. Mustangs and Falcons and of course the Corvettes and Jaguars. Julian Familiaris definitely pushing harder than anybody else out there right now. Although Reeves' last pass was a 56.7, 57.8 out of Franco de Matteo. Julian Familiaris 57.5s. Lock up there from Reeve. You can see the smoke in the air from Thomas Reeve as he locked up those big good years into the chicane. Kutsia back on track as well. Looks like they've got whatever damage sorted out. Sent him out to try and score as many points as possible with a slightly more damaged machine there. That Falcon looking a little bit less race worthy is what it was, is a nice way of putting it. So that Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon of David Kutsia after a big incident there into turn 2 with Terry Wolford on lap 1. But he's back on track, fortunately, going to try and consolidate and console some points. There's Van Aert. He has a comment there about the Corvette and how hot it's getting. It's now right onto the tailpiece of the Chevy Lumina. Can he make a move here? Chevy powered cars fighting for second. Lombard's Falcon controlling things from the front. Corvette certainly the more slippery of the two cars in terms of aerodynamic packages available. That aerodynamic package that is on that Corvette was unmatched in race 1, and he's about to move himself up, possibly into 2nd place. Watch for the drive now from the Corvette through the little switchback. It's a left flick into a right-hander, double right-hander, slightly uphill, and then a long climb. Gradual climb, but a long one. 1 kilometer of straightaway coming your way for Julian to try and get through there on Reeb. Can he get into the slipstream? He's right there. He pulls out of the slipstream, trying to look for an overtaking maneuver into the chicane at turn 12 and 13. Reeb shuts the door. Thomas Reeb keeps him at bay for now, as Lombard starts another lap at the front end of the field. 3 more laps to go now, 5 completed. Big push is coming here from Familiaris. He's on the inside heading into turn 3. Comes out of turn 2 there. Great bit of driving from Familiaris. Great defensive driving coming from Reeb. Come out of turn 3 now, heading to 4. Keeps looking for a chance now. Can't find it just yet. Reeb doing a fantastic role of blocking that Corvette's progress to the front. Familiaris has got to try and get through here if he can, otherwise he's not going to have enough time to possibly catch and pass Warren Lombard. Slipstream down into the short straight. Is there enough time here? Is he good enough on the brakes? No, Reeb is very good on the brakes. And moves that Mobil 1 car and the Cafe 9 automotive machine onto a blocking roll for turn 6. Now into the dog bone. You can see the Corvette is... Wow! Is that a problem there for the louder car? It is. De Matteo's dropped back slightly and into the clutches of Adlam. Adlam's got through on him. Adlam has moved himself up into 4th place. De Matteo seems to have a little bit of an ailing Jaguar there. The cat is not purring like it used to. The louder classic cars drop back slightly now for Franco de Matteo. He can't even match the pace there of the man who looped out earlier on, as he's gone past him and moved himself back into the top 4. Oh, Familiaris is late on the brakes and he's good into the chicane. He's up to 2nd with 2 to go. 2 laps to go for Familiaris. Can he catch Lombard in those 2 laps? I don't think he's got enough time to. Lombard's lap times, not the fastest on track. The fastest car on track at the moment is Mackie Adlam. 55.9 out of Lombard, 56.9 out of Familiaris. He's got to make up at least 3.5 seconds in these next 2 laps. Going to be a difficult task there for him. But we saw how quick that Corvette was in race 1. Mackie Adlam down to 55 flat. Adlam 55 flat up to 4th. Could possibly even catch Thomas Reeb. Look at that gap. No, it might be too big. It might be too big there for even the multiple 4-time back-to-back champion to take on Thomas Reeb's Chevy in 3rd. Corvette in 2nd at the moment is Familiaris. If he stays where he is there's a possibility he'll probably get the overall victory for the day for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Give him some nice championship points to bring him into contention for this championship, that's for sure. Certainly one of the best runs we've seen under Julian Familiaris in his career in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Here we go. Have the dog bone for the penultimate time. Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. Heads on to the back straight for the penultimate time now, trying to close things down and get back at that Corvette, but there's no answer to the Corvette's pace. Last lap about to be started for Lombard. Last lap brought out for a 2 and 3 place battle as well. It's not really a battle though. The first 3 cars, in fact all 5 cars now, spread out and probably going to finish up as they are. I don't think we'll see a change up here for these 5 cars now into this last lap. It is a bit of a pity that we've lost a couple of the cars during the day. And, take nothing away, we've still had a fantastic fight in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Lombard is certainly looking forward to celebrating with his Pep Boys automotive team. He's the man, of course, who won the South African TT this year at the Passion for Speed Festival. And he's been itching to try and get a victory in V8 Supercars. He went to the hill climb and was unsuccessful, unfortunately, in his AC Cobra. It broke on the first day and on the first attempt up the hill for Classic Car Friday. But this Falcon has not put a wheel wrong here in race 2. And Lombard heads out of the little flick into turn 11 and onto that back straightaway for the last time. Familiaris 154.5 on the last pass, just to give you a bit of the numbers out there. Fastest lap of the race going to Julian Familiaris there on that last run. He's pushed hard to try and close down on Lombard, but it's just, if they'd had 10 laps, he possibly may have caught him. But it's only going to be an 8-lapper here to try and make up the time. The flag is out, and Warren Lombard is going to take this victory. Pep Boys Automotive, High-Tech Mag Repair, Sean's Signs and Graphics, the sponsors of that car, and he's going to be exceptionally happy with that victory. Familiaris in second. Thomas Reeb for Cafe 9 Automotive, and Mobil 1 takes the 3rd place in the Chevy Lumina. It's Adlam Auto's Jaguar of Mackie Adlam that comes through for 4, and Franco Di Matteo in the Lauda Classic Cars and Deltic Batteries Jaguar, who comes through there for the top 5. David Coetzee is still circulating. He will finish up in 6th place. Just to have to see how many laps down he's going to be to ensure that he still secures points there for 6th place. So, if I can find my fin, we're going to be moving on to the next part of the proceedings. From Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, we move into the second heat of Investchem Formula 1600s and the Formula Ford Kents. We'll be back shortly with commentary and action here from Red Star. So it's Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents that are ready to go now for their second race of the day under starters' orders. And looks like another big battle expected at the front end here with the two Gildenhuis boys fighting with Voss. Watch out for the return of Andrew Schofield after he had to retire his car in race number 1. 5 seconds, turns the lights on. We are racing down towards turn 1 here at Red Star Raceway. It is Gerard Gildenhuis who looks like he's hung on for the whole shot, and his brother Antoine going around the outside of Voss as they go into turn 1. Van Wheelie's going to try and stop it from spinning out this time. He had to take evasive action and spin out into turn 2. He's gone into third place now with the pressure being applied onto Antoine Gildenhuis. In the background, watch out for an overtaking maneuver coming there from the back by the looks of things from Evan Holtzhausen. Holtzhausen getting up close and personal, getting around the outside of Jason Coetzee. Coetzee gets forced wide. Munkankwana dives on his inside, and so does Josh LaRue. So it's all changed up there. A couple of drivers in that mid-pack starting to sort themselves out, and eventually getting into the mix there is Andrew Schofield up into 4th place, 5th place, make that, with Evan Holtzhausen, Munkankwana, Josh LaRue and Coetzee behind him. A couple of guys running wide out of that exit point. And it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle here for any of these drivers, I can tell you. Particularly for Josh LaRue, who's had to come from the back of the field again as he comes down under braking into turn 6, trying to make up as much ground as possible in this first lap. They come into the dog bone section. It's Andrew Schofield applying the pressure there onto Antoine Gildenhuis, looking for that 4th place again, trying to come back at him to get up into the top 3 if he can. So it's a dust in the background there. Possibly going to be some chopping and changing there between Van der Walt and Rackstraw for honours in the Formula Ford Kent category. Hopefully not a big incident like we saw between the two of them. Actually looks like Hepburn might lead things out there. I just saw the black car coming through in the background of that shot ahead of both that red and black car of what would normally be Ian Schofield's machine, but this time being piloted by Rackstraw, and the purple and black machine of Rick Morris's, who is this weekend being piloted by Julian Van der Walt. Those tyres squealing under braking. Still cold and probably not up to race temperature just yet. Those Avon Coopers now starting to come into grips and give the grip availability to them as they come across the line for another, or the first lap in anger I should say. It's an 8-lap race that these guys have got now. And 8 laps of action. Looking forward to seeing who can be at the top end of this second heat of the day for our Investchem Formula 1600s. Hildenace leads things out and tries to control a half a second gap I should say, over Alex Voss. Half a second is not good enough though, I can tell you that much. You'll have to be very wary of any attempts to pass from Alex Voss and from Van Wheelie. Really down that back straight away. Getting into, of course, that very tricky left-hander, the hairpin at turn 6. Could see a bit further back than what he was in race 1. He's still behind Sia Monkonkwana as they go down into turn 6. And Monkonkwana has returned the favour there on Kutsia. Kutsia falling into the clutches now of Teo van der Laan and Shrin Naidu. Those are top 10 out there. Is that Van der Walt? Just quickly, yeah, looks like it's Julian Van der Walt leading things out. In, the front end of the Formula Ford Kents. Wait for him to come to the sun so we can spot whether it's a purple or black car. The opposite side of the sun setting there gives us hardly any indication as to the colour of the machine, which is why possibly I was caught out by it in the background of the shot. Thought it might be Graham Hepburn, but it's actually the purple and black Investchem car of Julian Van der Walt leading out the Formula Ford Kents. 1600s in full flight up that back straight away. And they are giving it everything they can here. At the front end of the field and battle hard as always, fighting for the highest prize purse I should say, in South African motorsport. 250,000 Rand first prize for the championship winner. Nothing like that to incentivize you to be at the front end of the field. Right now that has Gerard Geldenace's name on it. The lead car from Abacus Racing, his brother, 2 cars back in 4th place, and under attack a little bit there from Andrew Schofield's point of view. Spinner, that is the Lieutenant Colonel by the looks of things, as the lead cars come through, just missing the marshals recovering that vehicle. That was very close, but recovery being done by the marshals just in time to get LT out of the way. Alan Mayer wasn't really involved in the battle in the first heat, we didn't see much of him, but there in the second heat he's not going to be involved either because he's now parked on the sideline. How's that for a shot? Every single one of the Formula 1600s in full flight down that short straight towards turn 6's hairpin. Battle continues for first and second. Foss trying to close things down there on Gerard Geldenace. Nick Van Wheelie behind them waiting to pick up any of the pieces that could go wrong and can go wrong. We saw that in the first race with Antoine Geldenace with some problems. Alan Mayer out of the car. As I said, they got that car just out of harm's way within the nick of time. Ivan Holtzhausen still keeps up Monkonkwana, Jason Kutsia. Says that they're in reverse order on a timer. Just do a little refresh on that quickly for us. Schofield looking good this time, much better than what he was. That's for sure. As they cross the line and complete another lap. They got 5 to go, 3 done. As I mentioned, Foss has taken a victory. Gerard Geldenace has taken a victory. Antoine Geldenace has taken a victory. Josh LaRue has taken a victory. Those are the 4 different winners we've had so far this season in the Investchem Formula 1600s. And we're going to see possibly Nicholas Van Wheelie make it a 5th one. You can find a way through here on Geldenhuys and Vos. Possibly watch them pressurize each other into making mistakes and getting out of his way to make his day a little bit easier. It'll be awesome to see if they can get that right. Not quite getting all the cars on that shot, but just squeezing them in. They were a lot closer on that last lap. Gap starting to open up ever so slightly between 1st and 11th place on the track. Geldenhuys controlling that front end, soaking the pressure up, not giving in to what is being put onto him from behind, from Vos and from Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie at this stage in 3, not too concerned about Antoine at this point. They'll all be worried very soon when Josh LaRue joins the party. All very late into the chicane. The chances now if they can. None opening up just yet. Halfway stage reached, 4 down, 4 to go. Oh, Van Wheelie with a mistake. Locks up into turn 1. Anton Geldenhuys nearly made him pay for that. I think Anton was actually caught out there slightly. Didn't realize that Van Wheelie was going in so hot and wasn't able to pounce on that opportunity. Lucky there for Van Wheelie. They now come out of turn 3 up towards 4. Double right-hander into a double left-hander into a double right-hander. That's how it goes. And then a triple left-hander at 5. Triple apex corner here at turn 5 that takes them onto the short straight. And then down to a very tricky 180-degree hairpin. Antoine looking. Oh, not close enough. Just showed the wheels there to Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie doesn't even flinch. Multiple SA champion in his own right in single seaters is Nicholas Van Wheelie. That magnificent paint and hardware car of his. Always a difficult contender to get past. Huge amounts of experience that man has. Antoine going to be fighting hard to find a way past on him. This is really good stuff here from the first 5 cars. Josh LaRue slowly but surely is making his way to the battle for 3rd. And we'll be looking in, Van Wheelie will be looking in his rearview mirrors. He'll know that Anton Geldenhuys is there, but Geldenhuys is now looking in those rearview mirrors as well. You can see it slowed him up slightly. Having to go defensive to try and keep out Josh LaRue. Monkonkwana fighting hard here with Srin Naidu, Teo van der Laan and Jason Kutsia. Being outgunned here ever so slightly as Jason Kutsia comes up on the inside to get into the chicane first. Runs a bit wide. This is Teo's chance. Oh, cuts her nose off. And that's given Srin Naidu a little bit of a taste of the blood in the water there. Let's see if Teo can keep him out. She can. She goes defensive into turn 1 to keep out Srin Naidu's attack. And turns in behind Jason Kutsia to follow him through. Trying to close down there on the red car. Out front there of Sia Monkonkwana. Monkonkwana at this point in time has got a little bit of breathing room. Only about 2 car lengths ahead of Kutsia. Kutsia also looking for a chance now to get away from Teo van der Laan if she can. Teo, one of our top lady drivers in this category and of course in the country as well. Good outing so far in her career for Formula 1600s, and she's also doing a superb job in her karting category career too. I'll be heading to Gazoo Raceway over the next 2 weekends. Some of these guys involved in that karting championship, Jason Kutsia being one of them. Looking forward to battling the Gazoo kart circuit next weekend and the following weekend as well. Both Rock and Rotax make their way down to the KwaZulu-Natal circuit. The last lap board is on standby, and they're waiting, of course, for Gerard Geldenhuys in the Abacus Racing Division car number 19 with the green livery. Opposed to the bright red livery on the side of that one of Anton's. Coming back down that back straight away. There's not a bit of a problem there for Foss. I saw Foss just with a bit of a squirm there. Straight, but no, tucks in behind Gerard, and they're going to start the final lap. Last lap board here. That's Gildenhuys from Foss. Van Wheelie from Gildenhuys. Then you got Josh LaRue, and LaRue is there in with a chance of the top 3. Into turn 2. No changes there. Will Alex Foss have a go here? Is he going to try and consolidate things with the second place and realise there's still a long way to go in this championship? Or will he risk a manoeuvre to get through for the win? I think with these cars, they are so evenly matched, and of course the wings and slicks hinder your ability slightly to overtake unless you can get a really good drive under slipstream to get through. He's going to try and do that now on the short straight. One of the best overtaking opportunities is down at turn 6, but he's not close enough. Certainly not close enough here on the short straight. Gildenhuys, I think, realised he was coming and turned the wick up himself. So Gerard looking to try and hang on here for the win. Could be shared honours between Gerard Gildenhuys. Inside line from Antoine will be outside and become inside again for the bottom of the bog bone. Oh, and they've already touched those two before today. Josh LaRue now has got a big advantage. A little touch there between Antoine Gildenhuys and Van Wheelie is going to give LaRue a chance. Just in the background, Josh LaRue having a big look on the inside of Van Wheelie. Has he got through on Gildenhuys? We'll wait and see as they come through. Here they come. He has. He's through on Antoine. So Antoine's little tag there between himself and Van Wheelie has allowed Josh LaRue through and up to 4th. He's going to try and come back at him down that back straight away. Van Wheelie could be in the way there of his outbraking manoeuvre. LaRue's going to hang on to that inside line. He'll hang on and try and get that braking as late as possible. Into the chicane they come. The winner's going to go to Gerard Gildenhuys. Second place, a fantastic drive from Alex Foss. It's Van Wheelie who comes through for the 3rd place. And what a drive there from Josh LaRue from the back of the pack again, up to 4th. And a last-ditch effort there to get through on Antoine Gildenhuys. Gildenhuys beats out Andrew Schofield and Evan Holtzhausen. Siamon Konkwana just behind them. And then we go down to Jason Kutsia and Teo van der Laan for the top 10 in the Investchem Formula 1600s. So that wraps things up there for our final bit of race action from the biggest prize purse in South African motorsport. Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents combined. Here is your leader for the Formula Ford Kents. Really hasn't been troubled all race long. Julian van der Walt just cruising to victory. But Graham Hepburn, of course, will be looking for 2nd place. And with that, securing 2 2nd places on the day there. With championship rivals Rick Morris and Ian Schofield not here this weekend. It's exactly what Hepburn needed. We saw phenomenal race action only a couple of hours ago from our next category. So stand by for more of the same. As Hepburn crosses the line, we stand by for the CompCare Polo Cup Race 2.
Volkswagen.
At the start of the race, they were able to keep it going. So, I mean, that's really, really impressive that they managed to keep the car going despite it being broken. And that car is a bit worked up to for the next race. Next up, CompCare Polo Cup. Let's see elbows out. Let's see who spots paint. Or we have a red car turn blue. We'll find out in the next couple of minutes.
Polo Cup making their way to the circuit right now and up to the grid positions here. A couple of guys getting caught out ever so slightly from the back of the pits. Team Red Racing on the last cars onto the circuit there. And that's due to the fact that, of course, that all of these races have been bumped up one now with global touring cars being moved to the last race of the day. So maybe communication didn't quite go through to all of them, although there were communication on all the WhatsApp groups about the fact that there was a change-up in the race proceedings. Which gives us a chance to get our Dunlop girls onto the circuit as well. And we look forward to, of course, a fantastic battle here for race number 2. Team Samanga was the second pole position sitter after qualifying. He put in the second fastest lap, but of course they do a lucky draw for the race 2 positions. Means that Tate Bishop is on pole position. Team Samanga is alongside him. You see the Team Red cars have all gone for the short circuit to get them back on track in time to take up their positions. Of course, Charles Fisser wouldn't have to worry too much. He's have to start from the back of the pack, unfortunately, there for his discretion. Or indiscretion. The reason for that is he guilty of having a bit of a problem there, of course, with the way things go in this category. You're allowed to allocate one home circuit and one joker circuit to practice at, and Fisser was found practicing at 2 circuits as opposed to just the one allocated joker circuit. So he was penalized, 10 positions on both grids for today, and he was able to come up to 5th place in race number 1 to ensure that he secured as many points as possible. He did actually beat out his championship rival Yuri Swart as well in the attempt, so look out for him coming from the back of the pack now in race number 2. Green flag for the warm-up as they head down towards turn 1. They've got one more lap just to get some heat into that rubber. Tate Bishop, Yuri Swart, Cape Town-based drivers. Darby Fanamav is in there as well, starting from 5th place again. So the man who was Rookie of the Year last year, looking to try and convert that as his fellow Team Red racers have done in the past. looking for a chance now to possibly do that in this championship, but he's got to try and find something special here in the next couple of rounds of the championship to get himself back into contention for overall honours at the end of 2022. Going to be interesting to see if he's able to do that. Really awesome stuff from Polo Cups in first race here at Red Star Raceway. Didn't quite expect such a big battle. In the past we've seen a procession of cars, and there's certainly no procession there. And in fact, I chatted to the COC just after the ZX10R Masters Cup race, and Eric was saying to me that he had hardly any race incidents. Guys were quite happy that whatever happened on track was deemed racing incidents and not ones that were having to worry about penalties or protests being put in, which is fantastic. Shows that these guys are starting to get to grips with how Polo Cup racing works, showing just how admirable these youngsters and slightly elder statesmen, a couple of them in this pack, are at the sport that they love so much. Watch out for Schalfus, as I said, coming from the back of the pack. He'll definitely be a danger man. Brilliant stuff here from Simunga in the first heat as well. He's on the front row for the second heat. So can we get a win out of Nazium Simunga for Squadra Course? He has tried hard on a couple of occasions to try and get it. It hasn't quite worked out for him, that is for sure, on a couple of occasions. Brilliant stuff here from our Polo Cup competitors as they're coming around now for the last part of this warm-up lap. And great to see the crowds back in South African motorsports. Although it's a small crowd here at Red Star Raceway, we still appreciate all the crowds coming out to any form of motorsport around the country. So it's final grid positions being taken up by the competitors. Bryce Pillay is stuck in the middle here. He's not quite sure where he had to go. This change around of the pole position has caught a couple of these guys, but we're under starters orders now, and we've still got a red flag. And Pillay has to take up his position. He eventually slots into the right place by the looks of things. Looks like a start delayed there. Yeah, a delayed start due to the fact that Pillay is not in the right position, or is he? Looks like he might have got himself sorted out. .30-second board. Five-second board will turn into red lights on. See the car there being recovered. And here we go. Tate Bishop off the line like a rocket ship. Nazium Simunga follows him down towards turn one. As they head into turn one, they're all trying to sort things out into turn one, and Tate Bishop gets the whole shot. Simunga into second, and it's Yuri Swart with Davy van der Merwe right on his tail. So van der Merwe's made up one place. He's gone to fourth from fifth. And Clinton Besaidno drops back into that fifth place with Giordano Lupini already applying pressure there onto the second of the Team Red Racing machines there of Jagger Robertson. Trying to find a way through there on the rookie on the inside of him as they go into turn number 3. Giordano runs wide into the clutches of Dean Fenter and Bryce Pillay. Veronica Martin's lining up, waiting to pick up anything that goes wrong between those cars ahead of her. Change up between Davy van der Merwe and Clinton Besaidno. Besaidno's got through there through turn 3. And now into turn 5. He's ahead of Davy van der Merwe and right onto Yuri Swart. Here comes Dean Fenter on the inside of Giordano out of turn 5. The left-hander, triple left-hander. As they get onto that short straight, he's got through. Let's see if Giordano goes for a push to pass there, trying to outgun the Wright Motorsport white Polo on the inside of turn 6. Late braking coming from Jagger Robertson. Gets right up close and personal. A little bit of a rub on the bumper there of his teammate Davy van der Merwe. He won't be worried about that. He knows Jagger is going to give him some room to play. But Jagger and Davy van der Merwe now going to try and hunt things down as Tate Bishop opens up a bit of a lead. Running wide, off the track completely was Gerald Wright Motorsports' Dean Fenter. The Wright Motorsport Polo off the track and slots into the back of the field behind Zolile Njabuka. You can't afford to make a mistake in Polo Cup. That's exactly what will happen. He'll drop to the back of the pack. So Wright went from, or I should say Fenter, went from about 8th place on track down to 15th. Lonica Martin's there, all on her own. Some little bit of battle scars from the first heat you can see on the side of her door. She's on the tailpiece there. Is that of Ethan Kutsia? Yes, it is. And Charles Visser about to catch her onto that back straightaway. So Yuri Swart tucks in behind the first of the Squadra Course cars there of Natium Samanga, looking for a possible win here. This is Team Red Racing into the chicane. And it's Davy van der Merwe in the Data Universal Motorsport team colours. His teammate on his tail there, Jagger Robertson, also running Liqui Moly and Big Boss colours, but out of the same stable. And across the line comes the Bullion IT boys, and Giordano Lupini's got Bryce Pillay all over the back of him. Lonica Martins onto the back end of Ethan Kutsia, but on her inside comes Charles Visser. Visser looks like he might have got up the inside of Lonica Martins and got through. Here's a move from Clinton Mercedes on the championship leader. Yuri Swart would have had a slender lead of that championship coming into this second race of the day, with Poseidon shutting that door big time on both him and Charles Visser with the race 1 win. He lays into the mid-pack there, watching his rearview mirrors, keeping an eye out on Ethan Kutsia. Davy and Jagger go hunting. They go hunting for the fact that it's the Stu Davidson's car out front, the McDonald's machine there of Clinton Mercedes. Looking for a possibility here of another victory if he can get through on the 3 cars ahead of him. Giordano's pulled a small margin now over Bryce Pillay. Pillay has got Charles Visser, who's got through on Ethan Kutsia. Nice run here from Kutsia. Much better run from him here in the second heat. That is for sure. And he's actually using his teammate to his advantage. Try and close the gap down here on them. Gap opening up ever so slightly earlier on in the day. And of course in the race number 1, we saw just how difficult it is to get through on some of these cars. They had to get banging in the races in race 1. A couple of wing mirrors being swapped out there, and a little bit of nudging and rubbing as racing happening. It's kind of what we expect, as I said, with the Polo Cup. Bryce Pillay now watching his rearview mirrors. New colours on that car. Pink is the new black, he said. And Charles Visser, as always, with the famous bright yellow livery as the lipstick and eyeliner on that car, you could call it. With wild hair on his side of things yesterday as well, but the most angry car out there and the most hunted down car on the pack is the number 1 machine. Oh, Charles Visser sliding into the chicane. I'm so glad we caught that one. That was proper good from Charles Visser. Getting it absolutely lit up there, and Ethan Kutsia coming through. That was very cool action there from Visser. See just how difficult that was as he came in there trying to fend off the attack and go on the attack at the same time. Maybe we can get a little bit of action replay there from Paul on that one. That was proper good. But back to the front end pack as well. We can see it's angry car. Here we go. Visser completely sideways coming out of that corner and then just slots in ahead of Ethan Kutsia, who tucks in behind him. The Team Red Racing boys there having to take evasive action, but Charles Visser certainly not getting that one right, and he lost out big time. Back to the pack at the front end. It's Tate Bishop. Bishop hangs on for now. How much longer can he soak up that pressure? He's got 4 cars now right in his mix, and all 4 of them are working extremely hard to be in this hunt for the front. Angry versus Quadra Course. Angry Racing, for those of you who don't know, of course, is a development academy down in Cape Town that Tate Bishop is part and parcel of, teaching new drivers to come through the pack. And speaking of development drivers, well, you don't get much more than the Volkswagen development team tucked in second place there with their lead man, Natium Samanga, doing a fantastic job here at Red Star Raceway for that team. His teammate Zolile Njabuka at the back ahead of Mo Karodia. That's how things have gone for Squadra Course today. Top and bottom of the field. Yuri Swartz just in behind that in the Bullion RT car, fighting hard to keep Klinder Besaidnout behind him. That is what he's probably going to be looking to do more than anything else here today, is keep Besaidnout behind him. And if that's the case, he can maybe just hang on to what would be the lead of this championship heading into the East London Grand Prix circuit in the first weekend of August. So that's how it's going. 2 by 2 now. First two getting away ever so slightly, and that's because Yuri Swart has gone defensive on Besaidnout. He realizes that he's going to have to keep Besaidnout behind him if he wants to keep the lead of the championship. Klinder Besaidnout, if he gets ahead of Yuri Swart, could potentially take the lead of the championship, especially if he can get ahead of both Nsamanga and Tate Bishop, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. Bishop is now starting to slow that pack down. It's a lot closer between the first four as Tate Bishop goes defensive on Natia Nsamanga. Nsamanga, quickest car on the last pass, 2 minute 12.38. 2 minute 12.38 there from Natia Nsamanga in the Squadra course car. And here comes the Bullion RT machine of Swart. Oh, there's like literally the proverbial blanket to be thrown over those first four. They are literally nose to tail coming out of turn 2 and 3. Angry leads out Squadra course. Bullion RT and Stu Davidson and Sons. That's how they go into turn 4. All in the same shot. 4 cars in the dropping sun. The gap between the first 4 cars was 0.9 of a second across the line. That's how close it was. So there's nothing in it between these first 4. And it looks like Davy van der Merwe is coming along for the ride. Behind him, Jagger Robertson looking for his first top 6 overall in the Team Red Racing Big Boss Auto and Liqui Moly sponsored machine. Hard on the brakes is Yuri Swart trying to get onto Nsamanga. Nsamanga cannot afford to go defensive. He must keep on the attack. He can't let Tate Bishop get away. If he goes defensive, he's going to slow himself down. You can see he's going defensive. He's locking up brakes. He's making little mistakes here and there. It's Nati. Yuri Swart will make you pay big time if that's the case. Such a pity there for Nati Nsamanga. He's lost about 2 car lengths now to Tate Bishop. And that's going to give both the championship leaders a chance to pounce. Tate Bishop getting away, watching his rearview mirrors and watching them fight and seeing that the gap is growing between himself and the second place car from Squadra course of Natia Nsamanga. Back straight away time once again. Is there going to be any push to pass mechanisms used here? Remember, the top 3 in the championship have got 2 less to use than anybody else on track. So they've got to just bide their time and use those push to pass mechanisms where they think it's ideal to do it. Yuri now onto the back end of Natia Nsamanga, soaking that pressure up from Bullion RTs. Yuri Swart, he is flying the flag high up in Cape Town. But he is not the first car on the track from the Cape Town based circuit. It is the Angry Racing Polo of Tate Bishop, who leads this pack of cars and leads out the Cape Town contingent. To the braking point for turn 2. Once again, that gap has been closed down by Natia Nsamanga. Decided to turn the wick up himself, maybe use the push to pass on the short straight towards turn 1. Give him that advantage once again to close up onto the back end of Tate Bishop. Yuri Swart's gone with him, so has Klinder Besaidnout, and have a look in the background, it's about to become 5. Davy van der Merwe is there for the ride as well. Team Red Racing and Data sponsored Polo GTI of Davy van der Merwe is now into the mix and making it 5 cars in with a shot of the win. Lupini looks like he's got through on Jagger Robertson. Just saw that in the background, so 6th place is Giordano Lupini now. Jagger Robertson down into 7th. Can he return the favour, get himself back up into the top 6? That was his goal for this weekend. He wanted to try and get into the top 6. He was able to do it into the draw for race number 2, but he wants to do it on track in race action properly. This race action has been top class in Polo Cup today. As I said, in race number 1, arguably one of the best Polo Cup races we've seen in a long, long time. Particularly here at Red Star Raceway, which is usually not the case. Red Star Raceway doesn't normally bring out this kind of action. But Polo Cup have certainly risen to the top end and have decided to give us a really great round 4 of the championship. So here comes Mo Kurodia at the back, having a look at the back of the field. Kurodia onto the back end of the second of the Squadra course cars there of Zolele and Jambuka. Fighting right through this field as always. Kind of what we see. It's a CompCare Polo Cup. Full effect here, right through the pack. Zambuka and Karodia. Two young guns in this category and still with lots of time in the saddle and experience to be gained every time they get behind the wheel. They head up the back straight away as the leaders cross the line and start another lap. We got 2 to go. 2 laps to go now for Tate Bishop and Natyam Samanga. Oh, had to happen. Samanga with a little tag on the back end of that angry car. Frustration level starting to come up, and Natyam Samanga had a big tag there on Tate Bishop coming into turn 3. Bishop ran a little bit wide, so there was not a lot of room to play there. Don't think it was intentional, but it nearly caught out Tate Bishop, who was able to catch the car under threat there from Natyam Samanga. He's going on the inside again as they come onto the short straight. Here comes Yuri Swart and Besaidnote and Fanamava. Harvey Fanamava waiting to pounce there if anything goes wrong ahead of him. Push to pass being used there by Tate Bishop. Gives him a slight advantage, but Nati closes him down under braking. Samanga all over the back end now of Tate Bishop, looking for a chance here for his first win. Is this going to come the way of Squadra Corsa here at Red Star Raceway? Angry versus Squadra Corsa versus Bullion IT versus Stu Davidson and Sons versus Team Red Racing and Data. Flying through the dog boat. Nothing in it between these first 5 cars. Last pass there was literally about 1.5 seconds between those first 5 cars across the line. It's opened up to 1.7. So there's a slightly bigger gap between the 5 of them. There you can see that has opened up visually. Let's see if we're going to see anything happen here in the closing stages. Here we go. It's Besaidnote going around using that push to pass to get through on Yuri Swart, and it looks like Darby Fanamava is going to try the same thing. Fanamava's around the outside. He realizes Yuri Swart will have to try and go defensive. I don't think Yuri Swart's got any more push to pass mechanisms left. Maybe Darby's got one more as they start the final lap. 5 cars in it and 5 cars in with a chance of the win. Tate Bishop crosses the line ahead of Natyam Samanga. Half a second between them. Samanga quickest on that last pass, 2:12.381. It is the fastest car on track there. In fact, coming out of Tate Bishop on the last pass, I beg your pardon, 2:14 from him. But look at Clinton Besaidnote, also getting to the 14s. Closing things down now, Natyam Samanga and on Tate Bishop. Is he going to spoil their day and take a double victory here? 2 wins will certainly bring him close to the front of the championship, if not taking the lead of the championship overall from Besaidnote's point of view. But he's still got to find a way through on Natyam Samanga and Tate Bishop, and he's hoping that Samanga and Bishop come together at some point. He's seen them tag already. Will there be more of the same as they head towards turn 6? Here comes Samanga. Late on the brakes is what he needs to be done into turn 6. But Tate Bishop is that much later. Has he gone too late though into turn 6 into the hairpin? No. Bishop just able to hang on there and get through. Samanga goes right onto the tailpiece. Loses a little bit of ground on the drive out of turn 6 towards 7 into the dog bone. Closes up again into that dog bone section. So right hand downhill, left hand downhill, right hand downhill again and into a short straightaway. There's a little left kink in that straight that just brings them onto the final corner before the last back straight. 1 kilometers of action. Has Nati got a push to pass left? Has he kept it for this last lap? Let's have a look and see as they come through turn 11. He's got to be closer here. He goes to push to pass now. Can he go through? Is he going to hang on for second place to keep up Besaidnote? Has he got one left? If he does for the push to pass, he should be able to get that little bit extra squirt up that back straightaway. No, he hasn't. I think Bishop had one left. Tate Bishop had one left there, and he's got away from Natyam Samanga. He locks it up down into the final corner though, and he's locked up the brakes. Is he going to be able to hang on? He is. Tate Bishop is going to come through for second race win. Bishop takes the victory, coming down into the line and across the line. It's Darby Fanamava who's got through on Yuri Swart. Besaidnote comes through for third. Fanamava 4, 5 is Swart, 6 is Giordano Lupini. Then it's Jagger Robertson. Behind that, looks like it's going to be Charles Visser. Yeah, Visser beats out Dean Fenter. What a recovery from Dean Fenter from the back of the pack up to 9th place. Sure, good drive there from Dean Fenter in the right Motorsport Polo. rest of the pack come through there with Lonica Martins, Mo Karodia, and of course Zolile and Zambuka coming to finish up the proceedings. Cara Hill will be the last car across the line. So it's Tate Bishop would race 2's victory ahead of Natyam Samanga. He got the fastest lap of the race though, so he'll get an extra point for that one. Tinder Mercedes in third, ahead of Darby van der Merwe, Yuri Swart and Giordano Lipini. Jagger Robertson in 7th place, Charles Fosseur in 8th. Dean Fenter beats out Bryce Pillay, Ethan Kutsia and Lonica Martins with Mo Karodia, Zolila and Jabuka and Cara Hill, your 15 cars, completing race 2 here of the incredible CompCare Polo Cup. And we enjoyed that one, there's no doubt about it. Once again, phenomenal race action here from all of our Polo Cup competitors. Now let's have a look and see as we line things up here for the final bits of the day's racing. It's going to be moving on to, of course, our DOE Formula Vs. Then we go to Gazoo Racing Cup, and finally Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup, the last race of the day. We'll be back shortly here from Red Star Raceway.
DOE Formula Vs and 2 rookies in the house today. Looks like there's a bit of a learning curve to be done there. Hank, starting with you. Looks like things are going to be pretty tough out there. I saw the first session and a couple of guys looped up before they even got to turn 2.
Yeah, that's right. It's quite hectic for the first time out on this track. You don't know where you are, to be honest. You get lost, and a couple of guys spun out with cold tires still, but it's all good fun, and it's a great venue. Nice to be here.
See, from your side, how's it in the middle of the pack there with all the sort of rookie drivers and back markers and the big battles that tend to rage? And then also trying to work out, as you just heard from Henk, where you are.
Well, at this moment, running at the back of the pack still. Third time in the car, first race in Formula V. First time on the track, so I'm getting used to it. But yeah, I'm positive, looking good.
It's good to be part of this family, yeah?
Yeah, it is.
Genre, you've been involved in this family for a while, buddy. Got some work to do this weekend to try and make your way up the field?
Yeah, definitely. We're there in the mid-pack at this stage. A bit of tweaks here and there, a bit of camp timing to be adjusted, a bit of tire pressures just sliding around a bit. But yeah, we were here 2 weeks in a row to practice, so I must say I know the track a bit. But yeah, a bit of hard work to go. I think I must grow some more, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, that one. I have to grow some. So yeah, and then just seat time, eh? That's it.
So it's back to DOE Formula Vs now for their second heat of the race meeting of round 4 of the Extreme Festival here at Red Star Raceway. Joined us from all around the world. A massive welcome to you, Tim Sinclair, Gordon Mitchell, Sean Victor, David van der Merwe, Nicholas Fisk, Snap Change, and a couple of our friends over on YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. We've got 3 more races to come your way here at Red Star Raceway. We're in Mpumalanga, South Africa, just near the town of Gilmas. 60 odd Ks outside of Johannesburg, Gauteng. We've got some incredible race action still to come your way here from DOE Formula V's, the Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar, Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup. DOE Formula Vs are always exciting to watch here at Red Star Raceway as they come to take up their positions on the grid. The shuffle of these guys to get them onto the right positions for race number 2. A couple of times today the racing drivers have been caught out by the fact that they've changed the pole position to the right hand side of the track. So pole position actually forms up in number 2 on the grid. Looks like there might be a change up in the program again, as I've just seen a notification coming through that Gazoo Racing are going to be the last race of the day, and it's going to be Global Touring Cars and SupaCup that might be out next. We'll keep you up to date with changes and possibilities in the program again. But I can tell you something, it's been exciting racing nonetheless. Whether they go out last or first or second last makes no real big difference. Here we go. 2-minute board is up. They're starting with a car in the middle of the pack there. Not quite the way we should be starting, but the 1-minute board comes up. Here we go. 5 seconds becomes red lights. Red lights become red lights off, and here we go down towards turn 1. Lights out, and it's Lionel Janssen getting the whole shot by the looks of things. He got off the line really nicely there and heads down into turn 1. Possibility of the whole shot. Yes, he's got it. He's got the pack of cars leaning on in there and trying to get the start as much as possible at the front end that they can. Is that front and back? Up into second it is. Hills into third. Behind them they line up with Lucian Ramchanda. Kyle Watt side by side with Sean van der Linde into turn 2. Coming up on the inside is Joseph Kotza. Behind that, you see they all waiting to pounce. They'll come through now for the first lap in anger. Out of turn 3 in the dying sun. A couple of these guys are going to be caught out by that low slung sun into a couple of the corners. Dark visors might be the option here. And Greg Wilson's got that iridium visor on his that's going to help him out, that's for sure. Clear visors or no tints on your visors could possibly be very, very dangerous at this point of the racetrack and time of day. There you can see a little bit of a move up the inside from Brandon Hills getting through on Lucian Ramchanda. Is Ramchanda going to try and return the favour? He stays up close and personal, heading into the dog bone. Just squeezes Brandon Hills out, so he puts himself into the meat and the sandwich there between the two Hills boys. There's Brandon Hills behind Ramchanda. Ramchanda behind Peter Hills, and that is for 4th place on track. 3rd place up the road there, still in the hands. In fact, in the hands of Peter Hills. It's 4th place, that is Ramchanda, and Brandon Hills behind that. We've got Carl Watt in the mix there. That is Watt there in the all grey car. Partnership grey trying to close down on that Eddie Irvine-esque colour scheme of Sean van der Linde. Joseph Kotza just up the road. He's got through by the looks of things and dropped Theo for Mark down 1 position. Nice move there from Ramchanda, diving through on the inside. He'll make it stick, he has, he's got through. So it's a big fight on here between the Gazoo Racing boys. 2 Hills, father and son, and Lucian Ramchanda with 7 to go. It's the first lap in the bag. Universal Oil Group joining this squad of cars only a race meeting ago. Henk van der Berg is also into that mix, as I said, just outside of the top 10. It's a fantastic fight here between the 2 Hills boys. They've closed down on Lionel Janssen, and in fact, Gert van der Berg, champion, has hit the front. So DOE and Start My Car of Gert van der Berg now leads out. So it's van der Berg from Lionel Janssen, Peter Hills in 3rd. Ramchanda's in 4th ahead of Brandon Hills, and Greg Wilson is now in the 6th spot. He's got Boyens on his tail and Jaco Schricks not too far behind that. Remember, Jaco Schricks, a multiple champion in this class, just battling with a bit of an injury. It's young Michael Koenig from his brother Stephen, who's doing the live PA commentary here today. Koenig's backed a little bit with left-handers here, going to 3 cylinders on those left-handers. We've got that car sorted out now for the second heat. That is Henk van der Berg under attack now from Vermaak. Vermaak applying the pressure onto the back end as Joseph Kotze gets away from the 2 of them. afford to lose ground there to Yusuf Kotza. Greg Wilson, he's got Williams on his tail. Williams in the golf racing colours. Get ahead there on the second to start my car and Leo cars. Wilson behind the wheel of that machine. The racing. Hills boys fighting hard. Notifications in between as well. Looks like we are going to get the GDCs out next as opposed to the last race of the day. Heading up to the final chicane. We saw some action in the dog boat on that last pass, but we're going to see more of the same now as they head down there for the 6th time. Or should I say, with 6 more laps to go. 6 laps to go now. Boston then on track 2:08.5 from Gert van den Berg. 2:08.583, so only 0.08 of a second difference there between Gert van den Berg and Lennel Janssen. It's incredible to see how tight them guys fight it out. Hills versus Ramchanda. Then still out by Peter Hills. Ramchanda on the back of the 5 car from Gazoo Racing. And fights off from Formula V's point of view. I always see some superb race action between these single-seaters. It's normally a lot closer. But of course with Red Star Raceway and the straights that are available, gaps tend to open up a bit more. And the brakes into the hairpin. So no answer from Ramchanda onto Peter Hills' pace. 6 seconds back, but no one's got an answer yet to this man. The reigning champion in the DOE, start my car, Formula V. Gert van den Berg. Opening up a little bit of breathing room now between himself and Lennel Janssen. It was a lot closer between himself and Janssen in the first half of the lap. He seems to have the advantage here in the second half of the lap. And now Peter Hills doing the same thing to Ramchanda. Ramchanda now looking for a chance to find a way through on Peter Hills, but that's not an easy thing to do. Multiple champion in this class is Peter Hills. Won SA titles in this category as well, and comes from a motocross background. Certainly know what to do to block pass. Or to even block a pass. Right, heading out the chicane. Ramchanda for Liqui Moly Racing. Gazoo Racing out in front of that fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Can they close the gap down on Lennel Janssen to make it a 4-way battle for the last half of this race? Four down, 4 to go. Lennel Janssen is a lot closer again on the back end of Gert van den Berg, but he seems to just lose a chair in this part of the race. He closes things up in turn 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And then with a little extra squirt down the straight, gives Gert van den Berg the advantage to get away from him. That's exactly what happens here. Yep, there we go. Onto the short straight, and Van den Berg opens up the wick. Pulls slightly away. Same thing there for Peter Hills on Ramchanda. A little bit of straight line speed there from the Gazoo Racing car and from the DOE and Start My Car V out front. Slightly slowing out of turn number 6 there was Brandon Hills. This is Henk Van den Berg a bit further back. In fact, Henk Van den Berg just inside the top 10 behind Carl Watt. Then you've got these two fighting hard, Yusuf Kotza and Theo Vermaak. Once again, nice little fight here for honours further down the pack. Great little fights amongst these competitors. And also celebrating 57 years of racing in 2022, so one of the longest standing single-seater championships in the world. A growing category as well, as you can see from the number of cars in this field compared to what they were a couple of seasons ago. Pierre and his team behind the association that run Formula V. Definitely done a great marketing campaign to get more drivers behind the wheels of Formula Vs. Alright, so it says 4 this time. It said 4 the last time as well. Maybe the timing monitor slightly out there. They've completed 5 according to the timing monitor, but it said 4 laps to go on the side of the circuit. From the back, continues to lead things out here over Lendl Janssen. DOE Start My Car V versus the Bull Security and Silver Lakes Volkswagen Formula V. Hills from Gazoo Racing is still in 3rd place ahead of the Liqui Moly sponsored car there of Lucian Rumchand. Brandon Hills second of the Mangaza Racing cars there. Boyens in the Gulf Racing colours. Van der Linde in the Eddie Irvine-esque colours. There he is, closing in now on, is that Jacco Schricks he's got past? Or Schricks has got past on him actually. Jacco Schricks has just squeezed out and got ahead of Sean van der Linde, moving himself up into 7th place, and van der Linde down to 8th. Into the clutches once again of Carl Watt. Watt in the 9th spot. Last of the single digit runners there for Formula V. Bridgestone rubber on these cars now this year. And of course helped out by Universal Oil Group, Techno SA, Start My Car, DOE, Quality Parts. First Race are part of their associate sponsors as well. And here comes the move for the lead. It had to come. And then Janssen was just biding his time. It's now time to go and attack. Changing up the strategy with 3 to go. Looking to try and get ahead now. Goes on the inside of turn 1. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. One of Axie's incoming, shuts the door. Lennel Janssen has set the fastest lap of the race, but it wasn't the fastest that time. 2:07.4 and 2:07.5. Ramchanda and Hills. Is there a change up there? Yes, there is. Ramchanda now ahead of Peter Hills. Up into 3. Up into the 3rd place now for Ramchanda. I think he's too far back to possibly spoil the day here for these two. Look at that low sun in the background at Red Star Raceway. Still 2 more heats of racing to come your way. To coin a phrase from the Avengers, the sun's getting low. And it's certainly not stopping the heat on track. Here comes Janssen. Inside line, down into turn 6. Can he make it stick? Oh, it's late braking, and they are so even on the brakes there. Brilliant stuff. Some room given from both drivers. Kat van der Berg going to try and hang around the outside into the dog bone, and he does so. So Lennel Janssen looked like he was through, but he had to then settle for second as they got into the dog bone section. Kat van der Berg hanging onto that outside line. Knowing what he needed to do in the hairpin, into the hairpin and into the dog bone. From the hairpin into the dog bone. Let's get my teeth in properly there. So a good move there from Kat van der Berg to just maintain that outside line, which eventually on that little kink becomes the inside line for the entrance into the dog bone. But Lennel Janssen is meaning business here and looking very dangerous. Peter Hardeman, we love your work, bud. Thanks for that, hey? F1 qualifying, Extreme Festival, Durban July, and the Bokke are about to go out and play against Wales. But where do you want to be? More importantly than anything else is right here at Red Star Raceway. So thanks for sticking around and all the way from the UK. We do appreciate it. Here comes a move from Janssen. This one could be the decider. He's late into turn 1 and he's got the lead, but he's going to go side by side with Van der Berg. Van der Berg's not going to give this up without a fight. They are literally wheel to wheel heading towards turn 2. And Van der Berg around the outside will be the inside for turn 3. Can he make it stick? This is going to be awesome. He's around the outside, but he has to slot in behind there for turn 3. Janssen hits the front. Lendl Janssen hits the front now, and it's Gert van der Berg into second. Down to 4. Here comes Ramchanda along for the ride. Ramchanda wants some of this action. and he realizes these two are slowing each other down, and the reason being is I've just seen a 2:06.914 fastest lap of the race go to Ramchanda. So the third place car there from Liqui Moly's racing stable with Lucian Ramchanda is in with a chance. Don't worry, Pete, I also had some money on the Durban July there. Had to watch it on my phone when I was checking out the action before Polo Cup. Unfortunately, no winners there for me in that one. Who names a horse sparkling water? I mean, come on, really. Anyway, looks like Diane King's joined us as well. I'm sure her youngster, Clarkie, is in the house as well. Welcome, guys. How you all doing? You've joined us right in the crucial stage here, the last lap of DOE Formula V. And it's Lendl Janssen in the Bull Security and Silver Lakes Volkswagen V that leads things out over the DOE Quality Parts Start by Car Formula V of Gert van der Berg. But take nothing away, there is still a chance here for the Liqui Moly car of Lucian Ramchanda to take a victory. They're on to the back straight for the last time. Here they come, under braking. Lendl Janssen goes defensive. Gert van der Berg is going to have to go around the outside if he wants to overtake him. He does so! Around the outside into the Bridgestone chicane. There's not enough room there, or is there? No, there's not. Amazing stuff. Trying to go around the outside into the Bridgestone chicane with Bridgestone rubber on board. Here they come to the line. Janssen takes it. Oh, that is top class finish. Brilliant stuff from our DOE Formula V's as always. It's Janssen from Van der Berg, Ramchanda and Hills. And there's 1.3 seconds between those first four cars. Brandon Hills comes through for 5. Points for 6. 7th place. Looks like it's going to go the way of Jaco Schricks. He hangs on to beat out Sean van der Linde. And Carl Watt just behind them. You see Josef Kotze and Theo Vermaak, I think, was side by side for what would be 10th place on track. But what a way to finish up the day there for DOE Formula V. Lovely stuff from the Universal Oil Group, Techno SA, first race, Bridgestone, DOE and Start My Car competitors here for Formula V's at Red Star Raceway, round 4 of the Extreme Festival. Stand by for action now for the final bit of race that comes from Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup.
GDC Super Cup, Stefan Schneider's great to have you back in the car and not running alongside it. But I think you're going to be in for a bit of a tough one this weekend at Red Star.
Yeah, so it's nice to be back. So I had a Achilles that one part was in my ankle and the other part's in my calf. So it's nice that those two things are joining up again.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's very nice to be in the car and getting out here again. So and as you said, it's nice to rather be driving it than running it for sure this weekend.
Stepped up to the Masters for this weekend as well.
Yeah, I joined the Salt and Pepper Club, so it's nice to be in, but it's competitive all the way through the grid, so it'll be good racing.
John, it's a return for you as well into Global Touring Car Super Cup. I'm sure it's not where you want to be, but fortunately you've been given an opportunity to get back in a race car.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one opportunity that I'm really happy about. Under unfortunate circumstances, but I've stepped into a familiar category for me, so I'm really excited to get back and stuck in.
Pepperoni. So good to have you behind a race car's wheel again, buddy. Have you had a jaw so far just getting out there in the race car?
Yeah, I haven't used my mentality that much to try and remember where I'm going for 10 laps in a row, but at my age you've got to try these things. No, it's fantastic to be back. Thanks to Rui and the team for letting me drive his car while he's overseas at the Grand Prix and stuff. And yeah, after 6 years you got to remember a little bit more, and driving this Super Cup, it's actually a real race car for me. Learning it, and we're going a little bit quicker every time, just here to have fun, not to get involved in any trouble, and that's unusual for me.
Yeah, we'll talk to you about that at the end today.
No, but it's good fun, nice bunch of guys, nice cars. Yeah, we're here to have some fun and keep it going.
It is fantastic to have Ian Pepper back in. Let me just catch my breath there, as he is back in Roy Campos's car, as you just heard, giving an opportunity to get on track for a welcome return to circuit racing for the old dog, who of course has got multiple SA champions and championships under his belt over his career in race cars. One of them, of course, a few of them in fact, were of course in the original format of Polo Cup, and he's also got some single-seater championships and some production car championships as well. One man certainly to watch out for will be Keegan Masters from the back of this pack in the Team Perfect Circle Playboy, Peretti and Motul sponsored car. He'll be pushing hard to try and get through that pack of Global Touring Car Super Cup competitors. Remember, it's an inverted grid here for race number 2. So that means we've got Andrew Rackstraw on pole position, and we've seen in the past that Rackstraw has been able to stay at the front end of a field in the Race Driver SA in Investchem Audi A3, nicknamed the Tank. Rackstraw, of course, is also a man who's got a lap record around here in a Formula 1600, so can make a car go fast around this track. You got the right man at the wheel there on pole position. Keep an eye as well on Stefan Schneider, as we just spoke to him about that injury he's just recovered from. The torn Achilles tendon, always a difficult one to return from. And he battled a little bit in the closing stages of race number 1. And now looking to try and do something special here in race 2. Fighting with Masters, Pepper, and of course Nick Davidson, who took the Masters honours here with Keegan Masters' teammate. Andre Besaidnot stepping out with a hip injury that has to require some action. Looks like we're also getting information there from our director Dave Peterson saying that Ian Pepper spun on the warm-up lap. Not quite getting those tyres up to correct temperature. And of course here in the closing light of day, track temperatures have dropped dramatically. So Dunlop tyres are going to be fighting for grip on circuit right now. Michael van Rooyen will start from the back of the pack after his retirement in race number 1. It is Tata Carello ahead there of That was Brad Liebenberg, I think, who got off the line there a little bit late on the start. Carello will be pushing hard. The front end, Jonathan Machotsi looks like he might have got a problem as well. Machotsi slowing on the line. Machotsi battling to get that Volkswagen Motorsport Polo Super Cup GTI off the line. Keep an eye on that. That is the dying light here at Red Star, and one of the reasons why the circuit has the name Red Star. In the morning, and in the very last light of day, that big sun comes over the eastern side of the circuit and drops down the western side, showing everybody what that big red star is like in the sky. Great silhouette shots there from our cameraman. Is that the sports coach cameraman there at turn 5? I think it is, eh? Craig giving us all those silhouette shots. Liebenberg has got off the line. Just battled a bit on the Hype Energy Golf GTI 8. Lots of support online there by the looks of things for Andrew Rackstraw. We'll be looking to try and keep this pack at bay. I'll try and get my timing monitor to give us the right timing. So we've got to wait for the race to kick off before we can pull up that live timing, but here we go. Lights ablaze there on Brad Liebenberg's Golf GTI 8 out of the Universal Racing stable. Hype Energy, Sparko are his big sponsors. Part of Team Red. Let's see what BL can do here. Liebenberg and Saud Variawa. Of course, looking for chances to spoil the day here for everybody. Get back into the hunt for championship honours. Donnie van Niekerk for Titan Stunts, fighting there with the Hammond boys from Trinity Protection Services. Leighton Free having to come from the back of what is the inverted part of that SupaCup GTI Polo grid. Speaking of the Polo GTI, there he goes, our safety car, moving away from the front of GDC's, handing the duties there to Rackstraw. Rackstraw and Mandan Nakani. Second row is Saud Variawa and Julian van der Walt. All tucking in very up close and personal. Robert Volk in there as well. Here comes Brad Liebenberg with a big flame out of the side of that car, and Michael van Rooyen. They're all tucked up as the lights go out, and we head down towards turn 1. Great start from Rackstraw. Rackstraw heads down into turn 1, and he's got the lead by the looks of, and the whole shot. He's followed closely there by Saud Variawa, who dives on the inside of his teammate. As there we go, back to action now for SupaCup GTC GDIs. Into turn 1, who's going to have what it takes. We didn't quite pick up on that one, but it's Saud Variawa now tucked in to second place ahead of Robert Volk. The Ford of Van der Walt has lost out to the 2 Gazoo Racing Corollas as those 2 Corollas go at it. Look at how they spread out now in the GDC SupaCup class, now 4 abreast into turn 2. Leading things out though, it's Campos sideways in the background. All 3 cars out of shape. 3 cars out of shape, they're big time. One of them was JP Van der Walt. Van der Walt got forced wide ever so slightly coming out of turn 2. And now into turn 3, he had to go and take evasive action into the sunset. It's Campos who leads out, Kruger in second, and Ari Neveling in third. Neveling was out of shape coming out of turn 3 as well. Trying to get around the outside of Jeff Kruger. He's got his protege on his tail there. Here comes Leighton Faree. Jeff Kruger on the inside using a push to pass to get through on Campos. Campos tries to go late on the brakes, but he's on the outside of that corner. Jeff will know exactly how to force him onto the high line, and does just that. Orion Neveling tries to tuck on the inside. Paget Racing and Strolane Motorsport, and it's Arnie Neveling. Here's the second pack. Donnie on the inside, around the outside is Pepper. Pepper's got Hammond on the inside of him as they come out of that one. See them starting to line up there. Pepper with Keegan Masters on his outside. Masters and Pepper coming into the dog bone side by side. We go back to GDC's. GDC's running onto the dirt. There was Robert Volk. He had to try and get onto the black stuff as quickly as possible because Brad Liebenberg is looking to pounce. Under braking for the final corner into the Bridgestone chicane they come. Dunlop shot cars, and Liebenberg runs wide. Opens up the door, and Van Rooyen takes the advantage. Van Rooyen diving through there and sneaking ahead. Lap 1 completed. Oh, what a frantic start to this one. Arnie Neveling, Keegan Campos, Leighton Faree. They are 2, 3 and 4 on the road there for GDC SuperCup. Jeff Kruger getting away. Here comes Leighton Free and Campos. Campos on Ronnie Nevlin down towards turn 1. Is he going to get him onto turn 1? We're going to have to wait and see. Turn 1 is where the action is. Oh, we didn't get it. But amazing stuff there from the two of them. Back to the front end of this race. GDC is in full effect, and here they go into turn 4. Nevlin was having a big look into turn 1 as they went down there for GDC SuperCup. This is how tight it is here. 3 Corollas fighting hard, tucked in behind the Audi. Behind them comes the Golf GTI 8 of Brad Liebenberg. Saud Variawa is in second at the moment. The young driver who celebrated his 17th birthday yesterday, keeping out Robert Volk, multiple saloon car and single-seater champion. How much longer can he soak up that pressure? Not much longer. There goes Volk into the turn 6 hairpin. Van Rooyen tries to follow him through, and it looks like he's got through. Yes, he has. Saud Variawa demoted down 2 positions, down into 4th from 2nd. Right on his tail now, Brad Liebenberg looking to pounce. Liebenberg wants through. He's got 3 Corollas. He's got to find a way past before he can even think about catching that Audi. Chemical Logistics in 2nd. It's Robert Volk. Gazoo Racing currently sitting 3, 4 and 6 on road. Brilliant stuff there from Manla Nakani to stay with this pack. He hasn't lost ground there to Brad Liebenberg too much. And just behind that, Julian van der Walt is trying to catch onto the back end of him. We could have a 5-way or 6-way battle for 2nd place here if we can see Ndakani and Van der Walt close that gap down. Down into the chicane once again. Back to the pack here for GDC SuperCup. This is Keegan Masters for Team Perfect Circle, following Hammond up the inside onto that back straightaway. Hammond sneaks up and gets through on Dani van Niekerk, and van Niekerk is off track. Or was that Luthi? I think that might have been Paul Luthi actually. Not quite sure which one of the two there. They're very similar in terms of the delivery. Leighton has got up into 2nd place now. Jeff Kruger up the road from him, so teammates looking to share their honours here today. Arnie Nevlin will get 3rd place if he can stay where he is right now. Keegan Campos, and then it's Tata Corella, our pole man. Corella from Luthi, then Dani van Niekerk. I think it possibly was Paul Luthi who ran off circuit there. So we'll wait and see how they come across the line. If there are any changes to that one. So Dani van Niekerk, Nathan Hammond, yard was Luthi. He's dropped behind Keegan Masters. Nick Davidson just behind him now, leading out the Masters category. So it's Davidson from Pepper from Schneider's for the Masters side of GDC SuperCup. Out front though of the GDC SuperCup real, it is Jeff Kruger, Leighton Free, Ari Neverling, Keegan Campos and Tata Corello. And you got Dani van Niekerk, Hammond side by side with Keegan Masters. They come out of turn 4 into turn 5. There's a move and a welcome return there after going off track earlier on from JP van der Walt. Van der Walt moves up 1 position up into what is going to be about 8th place on track. Nick Davidson running wide. Here comes Pepper. Pepper will eat that up every day of the week. Pepper and Davidson side by side for the Masters. Pepper's going to be late on the brakes and keeps out Nick Davidson only just down into turn 6. So the leader of the Masters now gets gifted to Ian Pepper with that late outbreaking maneuver. He was able to pull down Nick Davidson. Davidson coming back at him. Schneider's there as well. 3 Masters all in the same shot in the dying light here at Red Star Raceway for round 4 of the Extreme Festival. JP van der Walt just flying through there and staying ahead of the Titan Stunts car of Dani van Niekerk. Van Niekerk has had a really good outing here at Red Star Raceway. I think it's about his 1st or maybe his 2nd time he's ever been here, so certainly not quite up to speed that he would be at other circuits that he's raced at in the past, particularly down in Cape Town. And of course we've got to still go down to Cape Town one more time later on in the season. Pepper late on the brakes into the chicane. Davidson's on his tail. Schneider's there as well. The Masters fight is on. Nick Davidson will be looking to wrap up the Masters side of things here in terms of taking the lead of the championship after the 2 outings today. His closest rivals both not here this weekend. On episode note, as I mentioned, not able to make it into the seat of his race car after yesterday's practice, battling with that hip injury. We wish him a speedy recovery, but his teammate is just behind this battle. It's Corello versus van Niekerk, and then Keegan Masters. Keegan Masters, remember, had to come from the back. Oh, not again. Van Rooyen, looks like he's looped it out. Yeah, there's some black marks across that. That's into the dog bone by the looks of things. So Michael van Rooyen has made a mistake again. This time he gets the car going, but he's going to have to wait for the GDC Super Cup category cars to come through. Van Rooyen on the sideline, and he's gone into turn 6 a little bit hot. Looks like he might have climbed on the loud pedal a little bit too hot and looped that Gazoo Racing Corolla of his out. Saw some black tire marks across the circuit, so I only assume that that's what happened. Back to the front, and still it is Rackstraw. Can he keep out Volk? No, he can't. Robert Volk is through. So is Saud Variawa. It looks like just up the road they're closing in on some of the back markers, or is that the lead car that might have gone through there? Have we had a change up there? It is Brad Liebenberg who's hit the front. We were concentrating at the back end on what was happening with GDC Super Cup, and Liebenberg has squeezed his way through. So it's Brad Liebenberg who leads out over Robert Volk. Saud Variawa in third place. The birthday boy would love to beat his fellow Corolla pilot there. And of course outgun the WCT Chemical Logistics team. The light is dying here rapidly. We have still got one more heat of race action to come your way. It's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. But we've still got action here. Plenty of it to come your way at the halfway stage of GDC's and GDC Super Cup. Unbelievably, with Michael van Rooyen pushing so hard, he set the fastest lap of the race and then looped out here through this section. Hopefully we've got some onboard footage which we can use of that little incident for the TV production later on in about 2 weeks' time on Ignition, channel 189 DSTV. Remember to catch that Extreme Festival action on your World of Champions. Great to see that as they come through into the bottom end of the dog-bone section. Is Saud Variawa going to give Robert Volk a run to the line? We certainly hope so. The youngster would love to get one up on the champion and possibly even spoil the day there for Brad Liebenberg. I don't think that's going to be the case. Brad has had a phenomenal outing, and look at how he's pulling away there from the two Corollas. Opening up a commanding lead and going to try and take that to the line, I'm sure. Variawa putting the pressure onto the back end of Robert Volk. Into the last chicane they come. About to start another lap. Halfway stage, 10 laps of action, remember. This would have been a 12-lapper. And it's the halfway stage of this race that's now been reached. 5 more laps to go here for Saud Variawa to try and find a way through on Robert Volk. And that's where he'll do it. Into turn 3. Volk runs wide. Variawa dives up the inside, says, thanks, I'll take that. I wonder if Robert Volk might have some problems there with that turning in point of the car. Watch for them to come out at turn 5. Is it going to be a change-up? Nope. Variawa stays there. Variawa now moving to second place. And look at the gap he's already pulled. Pulled a small margin there over the WCT Chemical Logistics Toyota Corolla of Robert Volk. Volk is in the third spot. It's a long way down to Mandla Nakani and Julian van der Vat behind them. Gazoo Racing versus Chemical Logistics, but the second of the Corollas and the second of those Chemical Logistics cars is not a Toyota Corolla, it's a Ford Focus. Ariel going to concentrate on trying to get away now from man in third and the reigning champion in this category, Robert Volk. Youngest driver on track, doing such an incredible job in second place. Yeah, there's a bit of maneuvering happening as well for second. Second and first up for grabs here between the two teammates. Jeff Kruger trying to fend off the intentions being shown here by his teammate from Team Red Racing, Leighton Faree. Leighton running slightly different colours. Of course, he runs in the Elite Hire Services and OMP colours, but still part of Team Red Racing. Took the first victory, remember. Jeff Kruger had to settle for second. He's not going to settle for second here in the second heat. He's going to make Leighton Faree work exceptionally hard Look at those brake discs lighting up as well. That's also a great shot. See those brake discs light up under pressure as they climb onto the anchors into the corners. Another lap down. And there's non-stop race action coming away here for the last part of round 4 of what has been a spectacular extreme festival at Red Star Raceway. Here's a nice shot, both of those brake discs lighting up for the top 2 in GDC Super Cup. Arnie Neveling still hangs on for 3rd place. 4th place is Campos. The fight's on here for GDC Super Cup honours. That's a great shot as well, coming out of that silhouette of the sunset in the background. There are all 3 of the Team Red Racing cars in one shot there. The leader of GDC's Hype Energy, Sparko, and Team Red Racing GTI 8. Here's a chance for Leighton Fourie. He's gone for a push to pass, but did he have one? Maybe Jeff had one in the bag there. How many have they got left as they come down into the hairpin again? Out of that hairpin corner, heading into the dog bone. The light has now completely faded. See that red star just on the horizon, hanging on for a couple more moments here in this Global Touring Car final heat. Back to the GTI 8 out front of Brad Liebenberg. The hype is on, there's no doubt about it, and the hype is on fire right now with 3 to go. He's pulled a huge advantage over Saud Variawa. I thought this might happen when he got up to pace in this car. Lee Thompson has built him something pretty special here at the Universal Racing stable. And can he keep it all together now for the next 3 laps? Saud Variawa still in with a chance of 2nd. Robert Volk trying to close that gap down on him. It's 2 seconds between those 2 Corollas for 2nd and 3rd. There you can see in the background, no more sun in the sky. Oh man, we have run out of light here, big time. Variawa just controlling things there from 2nd. Trying to not make any mistakes. Must be feeling a little bit of pressure there, realizing that there is a multiple SA champion in both single-seaters and saloon cars on his tail. Variawa's had some international experience, as well as, of course, all the experience he's had yet in that Gazoo Racing Corolla. But it's nowhere near as close to the amount of experience in the man behind him. His CV is quite long and distinguished, I would say, in terms of his SA championships. This young man certainly has got a bright future ahead of him. And if he stays with Gazoo Racing, that is certainly where he needs to be. Look at the way they've tried to groom their drivers through these ranks of saloon cars, rally cars, off-road trucks, endurance cars. It's definitely the way to go. Coming up that back straightaway now, Robert Volk just does not have an answer. Jeff Kruger still under attack from Leighton Fourie, but he is keeping Fourie behind him. The honours here are certainly up for grabs, but I know that Kruger wants them to be shared. It will just keep the gap at a neutral base between these 2 drivers heading to East London on the 5th and 6th of August. Push to pass being used there by Leighton Fourie. Trying to close that gap down on Jeff Kruger, but Kruger had already got the drive on. There's the brake discs lighting up under pressure from Jeff Kruger's right foot as he climbs into the chicane. Fourie closes down on him with 2 to go. It is definitely on. Team Red Racing showing the way around here at Global Touring Car and GDC Super Cup level. Top 2 in race 1 were these 2, in reverse order to what they are right now. Top 1 in race 1 in GDCs was the man leading. So it's going to be more of the same here for this racing stable from Swartkops. A little bit further back as well, just watching the cars come through past my commentary box here in the 2 Wheels TV van. I'm seeing there's a change up in the Masters as well. Stefan Schneiders is at the front there in the Masters category, ahead of Pepper and of Davidson. Pepper's dropped behind Nick Davidson into third place, but Stefan Schneiders has moved up to the lead of the Masters. Kruger and Free coming out of turn 6, heading to the dog bone. A lap and one corner or one chicane to go here for Brad Liebenberg. Here he comes, last lap board is out. His dad Corey on the wall saying, think, don't make any mistakes now, you've got it all to do. The last lap has started now for the rest of Global Touring Cars at the front end of this field. Gazoo Racing Toyota Corolla of Sawad Variawa sitting in second place. Can he hang on for that second spot? That'll be a fantastic birthday gift. Possibly going to finish second overall as well behind Brad Liebenberg. Depending on what the gap is between himself and Robert Volk at the end of this one. Brad Liebenberg now just cruising to the line. He's done it all right here today, that is for sure. Team are on standby, they're waiting on the wall to give him a big round of applause as he comes across. Take that checkered flag, they're waiting there, the checkered flag is on standby. It's right outside our commentary booth, so we can see them standing by here for Brad Liebenberg. He's got 3 corners to go. Out of 10. Into turn 11 and onto that back straight. It's an 8-second advantage he's got over Sawad Variawa in second. Here comes Brad up the back straight away for the last time. Into the chicane. It's a double win here for Brad Liebenberg. You'll see one of the Campos cars retiring into pit lane just ahead of Brad Liebenberg, coming to the checkered flag. For a second time today, he takes the victory. 2 wins out of 2 starts there for Brad Liebenberg. Sawad Variawa comes through for second place, and Robert Volk will hang on for third. A long way back as we head back to the battle now for Jeff Kruger and Leighton Faree. They come onto that back straight away. Kruger knows exactly where to place that car. He's been in this position on numerous occasions in his racing career, particularly here at Red Star Raceway. His home circuit, of course, is SupaCup, but he's had a huge amount of success at this circuit as well. And the honours are going to be shared here between Jeff Kruger and Leighton Faree from Team Red Racing. Kruger takes the second victory. He's a lot closer to Leighton Faree, or Faree I should say, is a lot closer to them than what he was in race number 1. So possibilities of the overall victory still going to Leighton Faree there. Campos has got through. He's beaten out Ari Neverland for third place, so great drive from Keegan Campos. Donnie van Niekerk. What a top 5 finish there for Van Niekerk. Beats out Keegan Masters from Team Perfect Circle, Tato Carello, and then JP van der Walt. That's how they come across the line there for honours in Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup combined. Paul Luty from Scotland is still in the house. And here comes the Masters battle. Schneiders wins out and beats Nick Davidson to the line. Nick Davidson will take the lead of the championship, or will hang on to the lead of the championship, actually, heading into the East London Grand Prix circuit. There is confirmation unofficially of your race 2 results. It's Brad Liebenberg, Sawad Variawa, and Robert Volk, top 3 in GDCs. Jeff Kruger beats out Leighton Faree and Keegan Campos for top 3 in the Super Cup class. And then Stefan Schneiders, who wins out over Nick Davidson and Ian Pepper for honours in the Global Touring Car Super Cup Masters. Up next, it's Gazoo Racing for our final race of the day. We'll be back shortly, hopefully, if there's enough light around. So it's the last bit of action now from Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. And we saw a battle between Ashley Oldfield and Thomas Faulkner in race number 1. Faulkner now on pole position for race 2. Oldfield alongside him. And we've got Mark Jones, and behind that Sean Nurse. Is that Sean Nurse? Get up now, Sean Nurse alongside him. It's Oldfield in the second position on the grid there. Heading down towards turn 1 on their warm-up lap. They're going to take them around on the shortened version of the circuit, or give them a full length of the circuit to get some heat into the rubber. Let's wait and see. The cameras are definitely showing you a lot more light than what's actually available outside our commentary booth and out on track, which is why, of course, all these cars have now got their headlights on. They are getting a full lap. Get the Yaris's warmed up and the tyres warmed up for race 2 of Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Reminder that our next round of this championship is at the East London Grand Prix circuit. It's on the 5th and 6th of August. So about a month's time from now. We'll get down to Slummies for probably the fastest racetrack in the country. The fact that the boys from Green Sky have sponsored all the Marshall booths, although there's not a hell of a lot of Green Sky around at the moment. It's pretty much a Red Star and Red Sky out there. Vehicle branding company getting a little bit extra mileage here at Red Star Raceway. Looks like we're down 1. Not quite sure which one though. Get an idea of that when they come into race formation, but I'm just trying to get my timing monitor to work here as well. It doesn't seem to be picking up on the last lap here, or the last heat of action for today's racing. Not refreshed. Let's get a refresh. There we go. It's just decided to have a little refresh there for us. Thank you. And if you have been watching on the live timing, of course it's on Speed Hive. And we're about to go into Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar's second and final race of the day. I did see 111 on pole position, so I assume it is going to be 111 versus 33 and 32, heading down towards turn 1. Mark Jones right on the tailpiece there of the 111 car of Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner leads out as they go into turn 1. Jonesy looking a little bit wide and not quite up the inside line that he wanted to be. Sean Nurse is there into second. And then looks like it's Oldfield into third. So yeah, Jones losing out ever so slightly there. Running wide and now moving up into what is 4th place. So Oldfield into third and Jones into 4th. There we go. Timing monitor has refreshed itself. Let's see if we can pick up on the race action. There they are. We've got it working again. As we get into 6 laps of race action. Our final bit of race action here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival at Red Star Raceway. Reminder to everybody, I did mention the fact that in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup, most of these drivers are not full-time racing professional drivers, although Thomas Faulkner and Ashley Oldfield and Mark Jones spend a bit of time in race cars in their time off at their publications. But Toyota Gazoo Racing and the Toyota South Africa getting some media journalists who have got some race prowess to be behind the wheels of these cars to kick things off for what is the future of Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Faulkner usually pilots Lotus 7. Ashley Oldfield has a couple of race cars that he's been involved with in the past. And of course Mark Jones from the Citizen currently piloting the SAV Speed BMW for BMW M Performance Parts Racing. And I was given some information, as I thought I might be, from Bernard de Gavea, stating that the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series will go ahead at Pekisa in 2 weeks' time. So make sure that you check that out. It looks like the BMW Racing Club are going to take over as promoters of that event as well, and take over the duties there from the late great Tony Taylor. So here we go into the first lap being completed. Thomas Faulkner is the man out front, leading over Sean Nurse. Nurse was concerned that he wasn't going to be able to get the pace that we've seen out of the other cars, but he seems to have found some pace here in race 2, that's for sure. One of 6 done, 5 to go. 2:13 flat from Thomas Faulkner off the rolling start. Not a bad little lap there. 2:13 sixes, 2:13s only out of the top 2. And it's Oldfield up in the second place. He's got ahead of Nurse now. So Ashley Oldfield up ahead of Sean Nurse. Mark Jones in the 4 spot. Jeanette Singer there into 5 ahead of John Thompson. Looks like Lerato Matabese wasn't able to make it out here for the final heat. If they needed a driver, they could have just called me. They really could have. Come on, Quinton, you know that I'm available, and I've always got kit in my car. Although I probably don't have the kit that you guys have supplied these drivers. I mean, Toyota have gone all out. They've supplied the drivers a full set of race overalls, fireproofs, boots and gloves. I think the only thing that they had to bring, if they didn't have one themselves, was their own race helmet. And then, of course, these incredible little Toyota Yaris's to go and play with to kick things off for what is going to be the future, as I said, of GR Cup. Good run here from these guys. Every single time they've been out, they've been impressive. A lot of the spectators here today would have been down to the Gazoo Racing enclosure, just behind the main pit area. As you can see also from the branding on the track and around the circuit as well, they've done some branding here at Red Star Raceway, looking to possibly use the circuit as the home of these cars while they're not on tour. Combination of both Toyota and Suzuki using Red Star Raceway for marketing and promotional events. Nice to see those brake discs lighting up as well. And remember that the hazard lights coming on those cars is just telling you that the ABS system is working. Yes, they have to drive around that. And across the line, Oldfield now a lot closer to Faulkner into turn 1. Had a look, in fact, into turn 1. Just not able to make it stick just yet. How's that for some dying light from our cameras? Yeah, I mentioned the fact that it's the last race, and some comments being thrown out there by the guys who've been with us all day long. It's a big thanks, of course, to all the marshals and our medical team from Red Star Raceway and SupaCup combined. Marshals, of course, come from SupaCup, Red Star Raceway, and from Kyalami. And also take nothing away from the team that's out there giving all this coverage. Up to 60 seconds and Two Wheels TV bringing you this action. And our cameraman still working frantically out there to keep the live stream going. As we said earlier on in the day, I was chatting there to Stephen Koenig, who's been doing some of the PA announcements and live commentary today, saying that guys here at the circuit who've had their smart devices have also been watching via the live stream, as well as what's been happening out in front of them. And I know that Tanya and the team from SupaCup and from Extreme Festival are working on strategies to bring in some kind of activations for guys at the track that are watching on the live stream, to try and involve them in some of the off-track promotional activities that could happen. So stay tuned for that. I'm sure that's going to be happening in the near future. East London Grand Prix circuit up next. We're still going to come back to SupaCup. We're still going to go to Cape Town. So this championship is not done, not even close. This, of course, is just a challenge category. National championships up for grabs here for the Gazoo Racing Cup. Although if they were, these two would certainly be the hot contenders for it. Faulkner and Oldfield. And there you go. Hazards on. Disc brakes light up into the chicane. Brake discs are lighting up properly on those cars. It's fantastic to see. And halfway stage is reached. 3 down, 3 to go. Spotlights coming on across the circuit as well from our side. Look at that. It's such a great shot. It's always awesome to see that kind of shot in any racing format. Late in the day, into the sunset, or even into the dark. As we saw at Le Mans, Toyotas at Le Mans putting on the brake discs and lighting them up under the pressure being applied by the right foot. Battle's on though. The fastest lap of the race is in the hands of the car in second and the driver, Ashley Oldfield, from cars.co.za. It's Tom's Lives, Thomas Faulkner, that leads things out though at the moment. I wonder what the rules were about putting on the high beams on those cars if you're in race format to distract the driver in front of you. It certainly looks like it's not the high beams on there, but they are quite high in the light settings of that second car. Oldfield trying to go around the outside, trying to cut back, but Faulkner will know exactly where to put that Yaris. Been in a couple of epic battles here in the Lotus Challenge with a man who's just taken a victory only a race ago in GDC's, Jeff Kruger. Sean Lewis is all on his own, some in third. Well, Mark Jones is not too far behind him. He's definitely a lot closer than what he has been, but not as close as these two. Oldfield looking for an inside line. Oh, Thomas Faulkner saw him coming. He made his one move as soon as Ashley Oldfield had decided which way he was going to go. Shutting the door there on Oldfield, running into the rumble strip and also onto the dirty line out of that chicane. Could pick up a little bit of trouble there with some dirt on the tyres, or maybe some leftover rubber from the other competitors that have been out there today. Oldfield dives on the inside. Oh, he has a big look! And there's a touch! Oldfield and Faulkner touching, coming out of turn one. Set him up and went left, and then at the last second dived onto the inside for turn one. And he's taken the lead. So Ashley Oldfield and Faulkner putting on a fantastic little dice here for the last part of the day's racing. Gazoo Cup in the house, that's for sure. And as we've seen from Gazoo Racing all around the world, just as exciting in any other format that they're involved in. There's maybe almost an incident like we saw in Kenya only a couple of weekends ago, with Kale, the Finnish driver who leads the World Rally Championship, nearly rolling his car in the super stage start of the Kenyan rally. Could have been two cars rolling out of turn one down into the cow patch. You heard that from Thomas Reeve. He was saying if you run off at turn one, you'll end up going straight through the field of cows at the bottom end of turn one. However, it didn't happen. Luckily survived that, but it's not done yet. Look at Faulkner trying to come back here. I'll tell you something, there's absolutely no light out there right now. It feels like a 24-hour bike race have been involved in on a few occasions. This is how quickly it gets dark here at Red Star Raceway, particularly at this time of the year. The big red star drops out of the sky behind the horizon, and we go to darkness. Camera's certainly picking up a lot more light than what's actually available out there at the moment, I can tell you. So Oldfield goes late on the brakes. How much later is Thomas Faulkner? No, he's not late enough to give an opportunity for an overtake. He has closed that gap down a little bit with one to go. We'll start their final lap in the dark here at Red Star Raceway. Sean Lewis in third place, also with the hazards on, as they head down into turn number one now. This is Nurse for third place. He's got Mark Jones behind him, but I don't think Jones is going to have an answer. What's the top 2 coming out of 3 into turn 4? How's that for a backdrop? If you want some great Gazoo Racing photos, I hope the photographers are out there right now with some good filters on their lenses to get some incredible nighttime shots here of these little Yaris's in full attack mode. Down the short straight for the last time. I don't think Falconer is going to have an answer here. Oldfield looks like he's got it all sorted out. That's a really cool shot. All you see is lights and brake discs coming into the dog bone. A little bit of artificial light being supplied by the car behind him. Thanks for that, Thomas Falconer. We can see that it's Ashley now. Just getting confirmation on that from the headlights from the second car on track. Ooh, and he runs off. So a little bit of a mistake there coming out of the final little flick-flack before turn 11. Oh, that could have been costly. Oldfield definitely catching a bit of a wake-up call as he ran onto the dirty stuff. Will Falconer get an advantage? No, he won't. He's just too far back. Such a pity that he is, because he could have capitalized on that as they come into the chicane for the last time. Oldfield going to have 2 out of 2 here. Gazoo Racing Cup driven by Red Star and dominated today by Ashley Oldfield from cars.co.za. Thomas Falconer on his tail from Times Live will finish in second place. The flag is out as well for Sean Nurse, who's coming to the line now for third place. Our Gazoo Racing Cup driven by Red Star, final heat of the day in the bag. Jeanette Cockritzinger comes through. She'll be looking for 5th place behind Mark Jones. So they're going to wrap things up here for the final bit of race action from Red Star Raceway. Looks like she's gone back into pit lane. I don't see her on the timing list there. So also might have had a retirement there. We're just waiting for, of course, John Thompson from the Toyota car to come through. Maybe the 5th and final car across the line. Flags out, lights ablaze. Hooter on as well. There you have it. Extreme Festival action here at Red Star Raceway comes to a close for round 4 of this incredible championship. So we wrap things up here. And a massive thanks to, of course, to all of our competitors for some top world-class racing here at the Extreme Festival. Thanks to everybody for joining us on our live stream as well. We do appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Your support from all around the world is certainly well appreciated here. As you can see, the next round of the National Extreme Festival returns to the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 on the 6th of August. Make sure you join us on our live stream feed from that circuit. It is arguably SA's finest and fastest circuit, and we're looking forward to, of course, all that action there too. From all our sponsors' point of view, thanks so much for the event that's been put on here. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Global Touring Cars, in association with Dunlop and, of course, with Volkswagen Racing, Team Gazoo Racing, and, of course, all of the sponsors in the SupaCup category, WCT and Chemical Investments. We've also got, of course, the Investchem Formula 1600s and DOE Formula Vs. SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup are in the house, and so with the CompCare Polo Cup. From our side here at Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds, massive thanks to all of our cameramen for sticking it out and giving you all the action here today at Red Star Raceway. And on behalf of the entire Red Star team, thanks for joining us here for round 4 of the Extreme Festival. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.